Oh, welcome everybody. How you doing? It's an impromptu Wednesday night, February the 1st, and the 2023 version of said date. How you doing? Are you angry? Are you sad? Are you frustrated? How do you feel about all of what has happened over the last 31 days and what's happened today? What's happened? Antonio Conte is getting his gallbladder removed. We got Stellini ball to look forward to over the next, 3 months, maybe forever. Could be the start of a new revolution. Remember what happened with Martin Jol? It could be eerily similar. We're going to talk about all those things. We're going to talk about a few other things as well. Personally, I've got really high hopes that an indirect benefit of having signed one of the world's most untapped resources of right wing back specialists in Pedro Porro might just be the resurgence of our man Heung-min Son. Maybe he gets a little bit more space. Maybe he gets more space than he's ever had before. We're going to discuss all of those things, plus all of your, I would usually say news, views, and transfer clues, but there's no more transfer clues to worry about, at least for 5 or 6 more months. But we're going to get going. I got Jacob in the background. I got 2 other guests coming in a few minutes. Let's get going, guys. The Spurs Talk Show. Oh, it starts right now. Lovely touch from him though. Harry Kane, Lucas Moura, can you do something, please? Last chance, Matt Doherty! Oh, you shite! There could be from the dead to the don't fuck it up now, Go and win it! Let's go last chance! Stephen Bergwijn through! Win it, Stephen! Come on! Yes! He's won it! He has won it! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh! We did it! Yo, check this out. You know what else you got to check out? I actually cannot believe that game, that was that little highlight reel, the Leicester thing. I can't remember when it was last season, but all I can see is the stark difference in this version of Sean Butler versus what I thought at the time was the incredibly overweight Sean Butler in that clip. And I just think how much weight I've put on since that clip. That jumper that I was wearing doesn't even fit me anymore. And these days, when I celebrate a goal like that, the entire room wobbles. Don't know what's happened. Let myself go, guys. Let myself go. It's unacceptable. I need to get back down the gym, get back on the treadmill or something. Cut out the carbohydrates. I don't know. How you guys doing? Welcome back to the Spurs Talk Show. I'm Sean Butler. Bugsy Malone is in the room perpendicular to this. She's having her snooze. She's grumpy. I'd like to bring her on and introduce you all to her in a real-time presence, but she's just not that sort of girl. I hope you're all happy and healthy doing the things that you love with the people that you love doing them with. Guys, it is February the 1st, and I've got Jacob in the background. I'm going to bring him in just a second to talk all about where we're at right now. There's so many differing opinions on how to interpret the window, what's going on. You know me, I like to give the benefit of the doubt in certain areas. I also like to have the glass half full, Jacob's got different takes on certain things. And then in about 10 minutes time, we got 2 other guys coming in, and they certainly feel differently to how I do. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to have a little bit of a chat. Before I bring Jacob in, let me just say hello to a few of the guys in the comments. We got Ishak Tarafdar. How you doing, my man? He's someone Ishak doesn't like the same things that I like to think about. We think we see things through a different lens, but at the very least, we can all agree with Tottenham fans and we want the best for the club. He says, typical Levy announcing a sponsorship deal that is worth £42 million. We're going to be talking about that. The timing, is it coincidental? What does it mean? How impactful is it? How relevant is it? We'll find out about that in a second. Kev Williams in the house as well, saying we have to offload this shite in the summer. Well, we do indeed, mate. We do indeed. And maybe the Matt Doherty thing, maybe like blessing in disguise. Maybe some of the people in the community, at least on Twitter, that are calling Tottenham out for the maltreatment, the malfeasance that was shown there, the ineptitude, the inability to have common knowledge of what's going on with your club. Maybe that stuff looks bad on paper for sure. It's very embarrassing, but maybe, just maybe, it's a stepping stone into the right direction in terms of getting the precedent set to clear things out. Because a lot of the people that are saying that this is a shit show were also saying, look at Arsenal, look at their willingness to just cut contracts when needs must in order to make the right stepping stones forward towards progress. They did that with Aubameyang, and yet some of those people now are criticizing us for doing the same thing. I know they're not the same circumstances. We're going to talk about that with Jacob in just a second. We got Jonathan Bethnal Green / Kent in the group. How you doing, Johnny? Good to see you, my man. He says, typical Levy. And we got Mark Sheehan. What's happening? He said, looking forward to this one, Sean. I'm looking forward to letting you look forward to it. Mark, good to see you. Paul G's in the house. What's happening this evening? Oh, good evening to you. Nigel Watson, one of the members of the channel, is also here. I'm not sure. I think you are a Spurs Talk Show pony. I think you are a pony. But you might be a puppy. You could be a puppy. And you know what? If anyone else wants to be one of those guys, the membership link is down below. I know that there's been absolutely no reason for me to ask any of you to become a member for the last 2 months because I haven't been streaming enough. But you know what? I'm back streaming. I'm going to be streaming at least 2, 3, maybe even 4 times a week as we get going back into the swing of things for the second half of the season, guys. I want to say, please, before we get any further, there's 100 of you, give or take, that are watching. If you don't mind, across all socials, hit the like button for me. Hit the subscribe button if you're new around these here parts. And, of course, drop a comment as we get going. Mark Fiore's in the house saying, oh, Fiore, how you doing? Hey, Sean, it's 24Z's here. Perfect time, Sean. Well, I'm here to please my man. Cockeyed is also in the house. Question, is Jacob a financial genius? I mean, not many would have predicted a 50% rise in cost of baby oil recently, and some laughed when he spent his savings on the stuff. Listen, I don't know if I think he's disappeared for a second. I was going to bring him in at that point, but I think he's turned his camera off for a moment. So that would have been the perfect time to have brought him in to answer the question. We can come back to it. I'll star that one for him. Jacob, Jared Stewart's in the house. When is the financial report supposed to come out? Well, listen, I think it might be tomorrow. What we do know is that the Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust has released a tweet earlier saying that they're looking forward to the answers to their questions that were promised to come out tomorrow morning. And if you remember, when Tottenham Hotspur did respond to their initial request for answers, they said that they would release a statement from Paratici, the answers to the question, and the financials. They didn't say they would necessarily happen all at the same time. If they are going to happen all at the same time, then you know where to find the in-depth analysis of the finances. I will get up early tomorrow morning and I will have all of the things ready. But I was let down on November the 23rd. I went to bed November the 22nd. Everything was prepared on my desk. I had the reading lamp. I had a freshly sharpened H2 pencil. I had my Stabilo Boss highlighter pen. I had my notepad. I've still got the notepad ready to go. It was all good. I woke up and there was nothing to talk about. So I don't want that shit to happen again. We'll find out. Mark Cousins is here saying, big up, Sean. Big up, my man. Lisa's here from Mexico. What's happening in Mexico? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo day? I don't know how you say it. I think it's ¿Cómo estás? I think. Big up, Sean and chat. Good afternoon. Did you see the Atletico press conference for Doc? Now that's a proper player introduction. Why don't we do that? I did not see that. What did they pull out the red carpet for him? Can you let me know? Maybe we can get it up on Twitter. Maybe I'll find it on Twitter in a minute. When one of the other guys comes into the stream and I can let them talk, maybe I'll go and find it and we can bring it up. Listen, I don't know why we don't do that stuff. I was also really embarrassed that Tottenham didn't give any kind of like hero's welcome to Romero, even though I thought that Romero's behavior before the World Cup was a little bit suspect. I know not everyone shares my thoughts on that, but everybody else, every other team, Lisandro Martinez at United, Aston Villa for their goalkeeper, Brighton certainly made a big deal. They all gave them heroes welcomes back. Tottenham didn't do anything, which probably didn't go unnoticed by Romero. And maybe we could do a little bit more. The Spanish do take their time, though. They do really embrace the idea of a new signing. It's like a celebration, whereas Tottenham leave it until 10:59 on the deadline day to do it. We'll talk about that as well in just a second. Monty Pete is here. What's happening, Monty Pete? Big up from sunny California. How you doing? I hope you're nice and happy and healthy over there. I'm sure you are. Most people over there are happy and healthy. It's because the climate encourages you to take your top off more, right? So you've got to make sure you're looking stacked and ripped for the girls or for the boys, whoever you are. Zoe D is in the house. What's happening? She says, big up, Sean. Big up, Zoe. Good to see you, my friend. Melton's here giving Enoch your money, folks. Go, keep giving Enoch. Okay, keep giving Enoch your money, folks. Well, see what happened in there. Nigel Watson's in the house. Member as well. What's happening, Nigel? Good to see you. I'm defo a pony, Sean. That's what she said. Well, I appreciate your support, mate. Your ongoing support. You're a good man. 24Z's, big up. Davo, big up Sean. Big up young Sean. I'm not so young. Cut the carbs and sugar, my man. I need to. But all the things in life that are tasty and that feel good are sugar-laden. Jacob, I'm talking to you in the background, my man. I don't know if you're there. Look, like if I'm bringing you in, but there's nobody there to talk to, I'm going to bring you out again for a moment. I'm just going to keep going. I don't know what's happening there. Don't know what's going on. Luke Price is in the house. He's saying, evening all, most balanced Spurs show out there. Big up Sean and Carl. Appreciate that, Luke. Try to be, mate. Try to be a little bit open-minded. We'd like to talk about other things other than Daniel Levy all the time, you know? Because as much as it might be a pertinent topic, it can also be a little bit, I don't know, repetitive. You know, once you've made your mind up on that one, it can be a little bit repetitive. But misery loves company. So there's plenty of channels that out there that just want to talk about him all the time. Daniel Larson's in the house. What's up? What's happening, Daniel? Big up, Shawnee. Hope you're all but I'm good, my man. I'm good. Nikki's in the house. Shawnee B, what's good? The Spanish love a good goatee. It's not a goatee, mate. It's not a goatee. It's a patchy attempt to get the whole thing going on. Unless you're talking about Matt Doherty. I think you are now on reflection. I think you're talking about Matt Doherty and nothing to do with me. So I like that. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. I hope you're okay. Don't be chewing your cheek anytime soon. Let me see what else is going on. Paul G's in the house. I think I've caught up now with the early people. Now people are responding to what I'm saying. SOS in the house. Very professional introduction. They have a press conference. His name on a big board. Did they? Yeah, we should do that, shouldn't we? We should do that. It'd be awesome. It would be awesome. Even if it was like for, I don't know, if they're doing it for loan, like for people that have just joined on what was supposed to be a loan, but ended up being on a full transfer because of, you know, what happened with our side, the shit show that doesn't know how many loanees you've got on the books at any one particular time. We could do that, couldn't we? For Dan Zuma, we could have like the full-on press conference. Do you reckon people would turn up to it? Like if Tottenham open up the kind of outside the stadium and put like a big show on introducing now Dan Zuma, do you think there'd be more than like 50 people there? Do you think people would turn up and go like, yeah, Zoo? That's what I think we should be saying for him. Don't know. Time added on is here. Big up, Sean. What's that? This is Alan, isn't it? Make sure you smash the likes up, people. Appreciate that, my man. And we've got Lisa. Hope you're right. Como estas? Yeah, como estas is right. Good. Billy 882 here. Billy from Glasgow here. What's happening, Glasgow? Love the content each day. My cat also watches Bugsy running along beside me. Well, most of my people that watch me are not watching me. They're watching for Bugsy. And that's okay. I don't mind being second fiddle to a spaniel. They had the president and the director, the stage set up, and he had to speak as well in front of an audience. Oh, was that Spanish in an Irish accent, was it, Lisa? Or was it? I don't think... Does he speak Spanish? He might do. I don't know. Oh, it's in English. So you're saying there. Sorry, it's in English. Okay. Wow. But listen, I'm up for it. I think we should do that more. I think treat them well. You keep them well. Rob Wallace is in the house. Happening, Robbie. Looking forward to some brainwashing comments and perhaps some wise ones. A big up, Sean. Thank you, my man. Thank you very much. Hang on a second. I got a message from Jacob saying his son's rolled off the bed. Give him a second. He'll be back. His son rolled off the bed. I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. 24Z saying should be that young Malice. Good night, brother. Well, fam. Good night to you. Good evening. Zorro was lame as hell. Don't know what that means. Derek Smith's in the house. Anthony Lynch is in the house. What's happening, boys? What's your prediction for Sunday? My prediction for Sunday is I think I'm going to go for a 2-2 draw. I think I'm going to go for a 2-2 draw. I feel like Tottenham have got enough about them. Manchester City have never scored a goal at the new Tottenham Stadium, at the new Toilet Bowl. True story. True story. I know that Arsenal had never lost at Tottenham in the last 10 years until they walked all over us they didn't walk all over us, actually. It's not true. They didn't walk all over us. Like, it was a disappointing game. We were set up wrong, but ultimately we were still in the game. People say, I do believe they took their foot off the gas a little bit in the second half. But if it wasn't for two mistakes from, Mr. Lloris, first and foremost, flapping a ball into the own net, and second of all, then like smashing a ball 60 yards upfield under pressure because he thought it was a good idea, even though he didn't take a second to breathe. If that man could just like slow down his thought processes when he's under pressure by 20%, he'd be fine. He's a brilliant instinctive goalkeeper. He can make these like cat-like reflex saves, but you put a bit of pressure on him, he crumbles every single time. Bryce is in the house. We could do it for our marquee signings, although we don't do them, so Levy could cost cut on another area. So the reason why we don't sign marquee signings is because if we did sign a marquee, we'd have to put up the marquee for him, and that would be an extra 20 grand. I like where you're going with that, Bryce. Oh, if that's the case, listen, we got no hope, have we? Alex is in the house as well, always on the walks. Evening, mate. Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. We got a new member in the house. We got a new member. Mark Sheehan became a YouTube member. Let me check out what sort of a member are you, my man? Hang on a second. Hang on a minute. You are you're a puppy. You're a puppy. Let me get that puppy noise up. Let me get the puppy noise up. Welcome to the puppies. Hang on. That's a better one. Well, it didn't work. Didn't do it all in its entirety. All right, guys. Welcome everybody else. I'm still waiting for Jacob to come back, wherever he is. He's going to come back in a second. We got two other people coming on in a moment or two. But I wanted to ask you guys a little bit about my thoughts. My thoughts on, and by the way, Mark, thank you so much for becoming a member, mate. It's very much appreciated. Really, really, really cool of you to do that. It's the first new member, I think, for about a week or so. So really, really cool. I've just heard Paratici has just released a video. Hang about. Where's that? What's that on? Someone let me know what's going on with that. Is that true? Not sure. Let me know if someone can tell me what's going on. What I would say, Pedro Porro. Blah, 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 blah. See, I don't think that should be the song. I think it should be Annie. Remember that song? The Sonny will score with Porro. Bet your bottom dollar on the Porro. Come what may. It's Porro. It's Porro. I love Pedro Porro. It's so good to watch him play. That's the song that we should be singing, not follow. Everton is the team to follow. That is it's been hijacked. It's been done too many times by too many teams. We need to sing Annie. And anyone that says that Annie is not the song to sing because it's a little bit like, theatre-ish. 62,000 of us every week sing when the Spurs go marching in. If we can do a band song, we can do Annie. We can do Annie, can't we? Here we go. Let me see what's going on. I'm going to bring up. I've been told that there is a Paratici here. Okay. Wait, let's get it up. Let's get it up right now so everyone can see it. Present, share screen. Let me know if you can hear this, guys.
Every season is divided in two parts, in my opinion, of the season. One part of the season arrives until March when the European competition restart, and
can you hear this?
The second part is from March and after. I think every big club needs to get the target to arrive in March and be in every competition. So be fighting in Premier League, Champions League, or European competition that you are playing, and FA Cup. So here we are. We played the 5th round of the FA Cup. We played the Champions League. We are 5th in Premier League. We are fighting for the Champions League spot. So we did well the first part of the season. I repeat, and this would, I think, has to be the target to every big team. And now we are starting the most exciting period of the season. So we play big games. So just we have to be positive and go looking forward. Just be happy and be positive and be all together to support the team, to push the team, and we will see.
He looks tired. He looks super tired. Look at those rings under his eyes there. They weren't there before. He looks like a guy who's worried about his freedom. Is there a longer version of it? Is there a longer version of it? That's the 1 minute and 9. I haven't seen the rest. If there's a 12-minute interview out there and it's on Spurs Play, I won't be able to watch it. But yeah, same old stuff, right? Same old stuff. Just saying, be positive, get behind the team. I don't know. It's for me, it's like a. I mean, I'm always behind the team. I'll always try and find the glass half full version of what's going on. I did that today, right? I'm looking at the window right now, and Rob Wallace is saying, no, sorry, I saw a 12-minute video, but he was on it for a minute or so. You should watch the full video. Yeah. Oh, if it's on Spurs Play, I won't be able to bring it up, guys, because I'll get copywritten. I might even get copywritten anyway, but it's on. Usually, you can play things on Twitter and not get too much trouble. Let us know if there's any good takeaways from it. But here's what I wanted to ask you guys, right? Like, let me know in the comments generally how you're feeling about the window. Like, I think it's a 5 out of 10. I think that Danjuma is a happy surprise. Like, I didn't think we were going to get anything in that regard. I didn't think we needed necessarily anything. Personally, for me, I think that Brian Hill was treated really badly, but I don't think he's part of Conte's plans. And Danjuma, like, I'm happy with him. But look, at the end of the day, it's a free hit. You know, like there is no risk there. It costs £2.5 million, which is the profit you make from one Beyonce concert. So we've got someone for 6 months. He scored on his debut. It might have been a mishit, but he looked busy. I love the fact that he looked aggressive and annoyed, a little bit egotistical, a little bit like arrogant to be annoyed on your debut that someone didn't put you through and then punches at the air. But I like that as much as it could be a bad thing. I also think it's a potential sign that the guy wants to make an impact and wants to kickstart his career in England. So there's no risk there for me, because if it doesn't work out, you let him go back, no problem. You bring in Brian Hill back anyway, and we'll kick the can down the road. I think Pedro Porro is a game changer. I'm going to tell you why in a second, but I do think that the absence of a centre back is probably going to be a killer, right? If you get one injury to Romero, and let's be honest, he's had 2 or 3 this season already, then Tottenham are in a bit of a bad spot, right? So the centre-back thing, it's annoying. But I wanted to ask you guys what you think about... I wanted to ask the people that are supposed to... Here he is. He's here now. Let me bring him in. He's finally back. How are you, Jacob? You okay, my man?
I'm good. Sorry, man. My little man rolled off the bed. So
How is he? How's he doing?
He's good. He's just a little grumpy. So apologies for Missing the first 20 minutes of your show there, buddy. Apologies.
That's all right. That's all right. We've been holding the fort with the guys in the link, with guys in the comments. I was just saying, Jacob, what's your son's name?
His name's Jacob as well.
Oh, it's Jacob Jr. JJ.
Yeah, little junior. Yeah. Always wanted my firstborn to be a junior anyway. Hey, don't do that. There you go. He's just a little grumpy.
I was going to say, do you need some more time, mate? You okay? You good? You sure? I was just sort of saying, like, to me, there's a couple of takeaways, and I want to start with the positives on it. Like, not only I think Pedro Porro is going to like revolutionize, I think, our right-hand side, right? When you look at our right-hand side, a fully fit right-hand side, Romero, Porro inside of him, and you move forward, you've got Bentancur probably on the right of that too, and then Decky. I think it's one of the strongest right-hand sides in the Premier League, right? And in and of itself, it's amazing. But where I think the actual kind of indirect benefits are going to be found is the fact that our left-hand side is usually the place where we go with the ball. And most team, when we have the ball, we'll try and push down there. There's been a hell of a lot of like debate. You know, I think I was the first person from memory that was calling it out consistently all the way back in September, that I think there's a problem with Paratici coming in and pushing so far up into Sonny's traditional space. It's crowding the area. And on top of that, when you have Emerson or Doherty on the right-hand side and with Decky out injured, it created this overload where defenders, the opposite team, when they're defending, when they're not on the ball, they literally were they were misshaping and imbalancing their own team, overloading their right-hand side, our left-hand side, in order to protect themselves from Sonny and Perisic. And they were giving so much space, and they still do. So the very last game we played in the Premier League, they give so much space and time to Emerson and Doherty because they know that those two can't do anything with the ball.
Yeah, I mean that's been why I thought Kulusevski had the breakout last season, the latter part of last season anyway, was because defenses and midfields were more concerned with what Kane was doing and with what Son was doing. So naturally, it's going to open up space for Kulusevski and Emerson. It was just a matter of Emerson not doing anything with it. Doherty, same thing. Anytime he had the ball, it was just what is he going to do with it? And it turned out to be nothing. Sideways pass, backwards pass. It's nice to, I mean, I saw there was something you posted on Twitter or in one of the group chats. I can't remember, Sean, but it just showed the difference of like successful crosses and successful dribbles and like basically service coming in from the right-hand side. It showed the differences between Porro, Doherty, and Emerson. And I thought that speaks volumes for itself, you know. I've always been a believer of stats will tell you half of the story, your eyes will tell you the other half. And when you look at stats like that, it's hard to think anything other than what the data is telling you at that point. So I'm super excited to feel like we finally have a competent right back.
Do you think though that we all know that there is this ongoing issue with regard the lack of stability in our centre back, right? So obviously there's a problem there, a massive problem. We should have filled it for whatever reason. Conte didn't want it filled. Paratici didn't want it filled. Maybe that we have six centre backs. One of them's already out on loan. Like there's an issue. But for me, I feel like there's a way that you can twist this into a positive. And like I was kind of getting to the point with regard. The left side is overcrowded and underutilized offensively at the moment because you have Sonny running into dead ends because their defenders traditionally know that when the ball's on the left-hand side, it's more dangerous than it is on the right. So they overload that side. And then Perisic running into Sonny space, and then Ben Davies or Longley less so, but Ben Davies making these aimless runs down, into the bottom of the box. Like all of that stuff creates this kind of useless output from the left-hand side. And you look up and you see on the game, you see Doherty or Emerson is standing there with nobody within 20 yards of him. So much space. And the ball goes out that way, but ultimately nothing comes from it. To the point where even Tottenham players like Harry Kane look up, see Emerson over there, see Doherty over there, and then decide, you know what, I'm going to pull it back and go back inside because I just don't trust anything that's going to come from the right-hand side. With Pedro Porro coming in, that whole narrative is ripped up to the point where now it's probably the focal points where you want to go. And of course, like there'll be an adoption and a little bit of an adaptation from the opposition. They're going to realize that. Smart managers will realize it sooner than sloppy managers. But what is going to happen is not only do we have a player who can whip the ball in from deep or get to the byline in Pedro Porro, whip the ball in, and you know that 60% of his crosses make it into the penalty area, the danger zone. But more than that, the opposition are going to have to rebalance their entire system and going to have to give more space now to Sonny. And I think that this Pedro Porro, in and of himself, could be the catalyst for Sonny now to go on and have a far better second half of the season. And so, if not, if he doesn't do it, then Danjuma can be a beneficiary of the same idea that there's more space that's now going to open up down the left-hand side. And I want to hear your opinion on that.
It's an interesting debate, really, the Perisic, if he takes...
Okay. Well, here, let me ask you guys in the comments. It's 122 of you watching. Please, first and foremost, smash the like button for me. Let me know if you think that there is a benefit. And I'm going to bring in a third man right now to let me know what's going on. Welcome to the stream. It's Mr. Box Office himself. What's happening, BO? How you doing?
Yeah. What's going on? Yeah, just firstly, you have to address something. Just to address that, you just have to address that. Hopefully, Antonio Conte gets better soon. Well,
of course. Forgot
just to address it because I'm not here to talk about medical stuff here. We can't really speak too much on that because we're not medical professionals. But if we're going to talk about Conte, we're going to talk about the football side, and you know how it goes with me, and I'm direct and making statements is my name, and that's it, and that's all I'm going to be doing right now, and that's it. So that just addresses that in the room, and that's it really. Yeah, back to you, Sean.
How are you? How are you, Alex?
You know how I am, Sean. I'm here to banter time. It's all banter time. Good. I'm here for a good time and a banter time, like there always is. You know what I mean? You know how it is all day long. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, it doesn't have to be banter. It doesn't have, this particular session is an impromptu one. I put it together at like 8 o'clock to go live at 8:15. So I just wanted to get a few thoughts off my chest whilst I had them, and I'm glad you can come on. I want to bounce off you rather than banter with you. But maybe if you say something silly, then I can put you in your place and you can try and duck and dive in. But let me ask you.
Anyway, but yeah, go on, Sean.
Do you think that Pedro Porro? Well, first of all, let me ask you what your thoughts are on Pedro Porro. I know that we got problems at the back, the centre back. We can talk about that in a second, okay? But Pedro Porro as a player, I heard you say before you're going to wait and see what he does in a Premier League team in a Tottenham shirt before you hold, a candle to him. If he is the player that he's proven to be at Sporting, if he can get the ball and be more consistent, putting the ball in dangerous areas than what he does, than what Emerson or Doherty has done, then first and foremost, what does he in and of himself add in terms of value offensively? But also, I don't know if you were listening to what I was saying just before you came on, but I feel like there's a massive indirect benefit that the game is going to open up a little bit more on the left-hand side. Because right now, opposing teams, they overload defending on their right-hand side to kind of suffocate the life out of Perisic and Sonny. Makes it very difficult for Sonny to have the space to work in. And we've seen there's loads of space on the right-hand side that is not ever utilized well by Doherty or Emerson. But maybe now with Porro coming in, maybe it's going to make them have to be a bit more balanced with the opposition in where they spend their time. And that might help Sonny have a better second half of the season.
Okay, it's good. It's a good signing. I'll say that. If I'm really honest, I'm bored of it. To be honest with you, it's drowned the life out of me, the whole transfer. It hearts my point about where this club's going, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
And as far as I'm concerned, he might do well. Yeah, I think it's what's needed for his system. Yes, Antonio Conte, I would say yes, but for me, I'm bored of it. I was bored of the site. I was bored of the whole hype about it. I was done a long time ago, to be honest with you. But he is someone that might be useful to the system of Antonio Conte. So yeah, it's a signing that was needed, yes, but as a whole, so what? Because it's drowned the life out of me, to be honest with you.
The window has, or Porro has.
Well, the whole saga, to be honest with you. And
okay, but
the
saga's done now, right? So like the drama, like the amateur dramatics that are Daniel Levy delaying deals until the end of the window. Marlon, welcome to the stream, mate. How you doing, bro? Great to have you back on, bro. I'm going to come to you in a second. Of course, like we know that the window was a massive shit show in terms of like the way everything panned out with Doherty and Porro getting like the ongoing back on off. I get it. It was an exhausting affair. Everybody was hoping for something a bit more calm, a bit more measured, and a bit more planned. That didn't turn out. But now that little journey's done, line in the sand, it's February the 1st. We got 72 hours or whatever it is, 90 hours, give or take, until we play Manchester City. We're back into business. We got City. Then once that's out of the way, they're done. Arsenal's done. We got Milan coming up. We got Leicester. We walk into a decent run of games on paper, at least. Like, is Pedro Porro? I know the saga has exhausted you, Alex, but like, are you excited by the prospect of having somebody on the right-hand side who can kick a ball?
We have to wait and see. I say that he needs to start against Man City straight off the bat.
You want him to start
if you really want to test him, put him in straight away. That's what I say. But I don't know really. But as I said, I don't think it's going to improve the football. I don't think it's going to improve the football. But one thing I will say, I was underwhelmed with Danjuma. I thought it was a desperate signing as far as I'm concerned. But now Gil has gone, which to be honest it was coming, because for me, he's done nothing. He's had his chance. People said he didn't have his chance. Really? He had his chance. He's had his chance in the team. He tapped out, and he tapped out the first time round, and he's tapped out the second time round as well, and came back, didn't do nothing either. You know what I mean? Just one step over, and everybody was jumping up and down saying you're Missy. Sorry, wow. Bye bye. You know what I mean? Sorry, mate.
You're done with Brian Hill, are you? Okay.
Well, no, because he's rubbish. He's not that great. Kulu looks better than him. Kulu looks better than him. I've been calling him a reject. Work that one out.
No, I can't work it. I can't work that one out.
I'm not being funny. The guy couldn't even touch some of the other players. You know what I mean? I've seen other players better than him.
Eki is not a reject. I mean, you might call him a reject.
No, I'm not saying he's a reject. No, I'm saying that I've been calling him a reject, but I said Kulu's done better than him, and he's shown what an impact is all about. You know what I mean? Sorry.
All right.
So I'm sorry the rubbish I've heard. You know what I mean? So, but as I said.
I'm devastated.
Sean, if you don't know, get to know. You know what I've said about our team right now. What's going to happen at the end of the season, and it's not a prediction. It's a spoiler. Yeah, I told you what's going to happen. I told you what's going to happen. You say to me, people said to me, "Oh, he's negative. Oh, you read the papers. Oh, Alex, you need to wait and see." Well, he's told you already what's going on. Conte's told you what's going to happen. He's told you what's going to happen.
Is it Conte leaving?
Yeah, Conte's walking, bro.
Yeah, that's fine with me. That's absolutely fine with me.
He's gone.
That's fine with me. If he wants to go, then so be it.
He's not leaving, y'all. He's just loaned to Hospital FC. We loaned him out.
I want good football back, bro. I want good football back. You know what I mean? I want good football back.
I want good football as well. I think that distraction may have lent some effort into the inability to make permanent signings in this window. I think that Danjuma is a convenient loan deal, and I think that you could even say that the loan structure of the deal with Pedro Porro, even though both teams have got the option to make it permanent, I think that all of that stuff is based around an inability to have certainty around Conte's future. Before I get into that, because that's a whole different conversation, let me bring Marlon in. How you doing, Marlon? Good to have you back on the stream, my man.
Good to be back, Sean. It's been a while, isn't it? It's been a while.
Man. It's been months. Yeah, I haven't done any streams for months, but even then it was a while back before that. Yeah. How you feeling about the window, buddy? How you feeling about Porro? How you feeling about Danjuma? How you feeling about the lack of centre backs? or goalkeepers?
For me, the goalkeeper situation, like we have to stick with Lloris until the end of the season. No one's going to sell their first team goalkeeper in January. That you can understand. But the fact we didn't get a centre back in is worrying.
Yeah,
is absolutely worrying. You look at did we really need to improve at the top end of the pitch when you look at how many goals we've scored this season? You go no, but they've got to improve that area. I'm not gonna, Danjuma looks okay, it's okay signing. With Hill gone, like Alex said, you just have to take it on the chin. And Porro, we needed a right wing back. We've got it. Considering all the mess and all the aggro it's taken to get him, but without a centre back, we're still in the same position we were before the window. We haven't improved on anything. It's completely. It's. I think after watching us against Arsenal, it's kind of you saw how far behind we are, and our defence is just all over the place. And even that even includes Christian Romero, where they are all over the place. Will it improve in the next couple of weeks? I don't know, but let's be honest.
What do you put it down to, though, Marlon? Like this time last season, you had Italy's defender of the year come over and make an absolute slam dunk of an opening season in Romero. He was injured for a period in the first half of the season, like he was this season, but overall, he was an absolute beast. This season's version of Romero, not much to write home about. Last season's version of Eric Dyer, twice the player, 3 times the player he is this season. This season's version of
and even Eric Dyer, in the sense of a lot of people told me how good Eric Dyer was last season, and he had a good year last year though. He did, right? But he had a good season for Eric Dyer. So he hit his ceiling. Yeah, and even then his ceiling wasn't good enough because everyone was going, he improved, but actually majority of the games we lost, he was part of. And he was there for Middlesbrough. He was there against the Championship side. So you knew they weren't good enough then. But yet we're stuck. And I don't know if that's Conte. I don't know if we can't get shift of the defence. But it's a worrying sight. And I'm going to blame you for something. You told me Longley would be good. And he's come in and been just as poor.
He's the best centre-back of our season. He's the best centre-back in our team this year.
And that's saying something because he's been poor.
But he's the best centre-back. He's the best centre-back in our season, so I was right.
Yeah. Kind of. No, not
he's
really.
The best centre-back in Tottenham Hotspur this season.
Come on, Sean. Let's be honest.
He's the best. Is he the best centre-back in our season?
No, probably Tanganga is if you look at the games. If you look at it like that.
Anyone that's played like more than 2 games of football.
No, but on a serious note, I am worried about that defense. And when we play the big teams, they're going to let us down, and that's the way it is.
Just to be clear though, when I was doing my review of the stats of Longley, everything I said loud and clear. I said he's poor in the air, he's slow, he can be dribbled against, but when the ball's at his feet, there's not going to be a better player that's coming out with the ball. Right, and I think
I'll give that. Yeah.
And I think that's a fair assessment, right? He is the best centre back, regardless, anyway. But when he's been dribbled at, he's weak. He's slow. He's a slow daddy. He's a bit like me, a bit top heavy. He can't turn as quick. And when you've got like a Mahrez or a Saka or an Anthony or whoever dribbling at him, it's a nightmare. And unfortunately, most teams that you're trying to win against, even the mid-table teams, have got excellent players on the right and left. When the ball's at their feet, they want to run at players. You need a centre back on the left and the right. Longley is a better middle centre back, in my opinion. I've got an itchy eye. Sorry, Longley is better in the middle because it's less likely you're going to be dribbled at and turned when you're in the middle.
Agree. I think Conte tried that as well. He
has tried that. Yeah. But
to be fair to Longley. To be fair to Longley, all those games you just mentioned, Perisic was getting cooked, so he had no help in front on his left side. And then if we look at, except for Saka was cooking Sessegnon. And I mean, whether Perisic was getting cooked or it's Sessegnon out there, it's just I don't have much hope. So it's really, Sean, I do agree with you. I do think he's been our most consistent center back this season. I still think the qualities that Romero possesses pushes him to be better. But you can't argue with the fact that if you look at our games, Premier League, FA, Champions, everything, the most consistent player has been Longley outside of that one game. I think it was Mahrez, right? That was cooking him.
He got absolutely slammed. Well, no,
so he's not our worst.
Against Manchester City, he got torn apart. It was Perisic got torn apart by Mahrez.
And Anthony, I remember Anthony served him up something nice.
Yeah, and of course,
not nice for us, but
the sporting fella, the ex-Tottenham player,
Marcus Edwards.
Marcus Edwards tore apart.
He cooked him too. Yeah,
he cooked Longley. But that's
the thing is, you don't have help on your left and your right. You're naturally going to be a little bit more shaky in the heels, if you will, because I mean, think about it. It's the same thing. Romero, I think he has struggled is because if you got Emerson on your right and you have Dyer on your left, in Højbjerg, it's 50-50. It's a coin flip whether you're going to get the Viking or the janitor. And so it's just, it's hard to be consistent when there's so much inconsistency around you.
So let me ask you this then, right? Because I want to pivot. I want to pivot forward. I want to be forward looking. And I definitely want to ask you this question, but I'm going to pop back to the question I want to pop back to from where I'm going right now is this idea of backing Conte, because I believe that it is a hindsight Harry method where people that are Levy out. I know Marlon, you're massively Levy out, right? I know that Jacob, you're Levy out, and Alex, are you Levy out just for what it's worth? I'm not sure.
I'm burn it all down to the ground.
You guys are all like Daniel Levy is the biggest problem, and I'm fine with it for what it's worth.
I don't think it's necessarily just Levy though. I want to preface what you're saying. I don't think it's necessarily just Levy. Joe Lewis is involved in this as well.
Okay. So for me, I think that before we get there, I want a forward view towards next season because I got Craig Bowler here, who is like, if I'm like a content creator that is trying to find the glass half full, Craig is 100% like probably a little bit more advanced than me on that side, and he likes to look at the project and see it from a different perspective. And he put in a message earlier, and it's below here. It says Paratici buying 17 players in 18 months is a great start to a rebuild, especially whilst remaining in the top 4 position. That is 70% of the squad changed, a full rebuild by the summer in 2 seasons. And then he just came in with the latest one. Big up, Craig, to you, mate. He said, Ali Gold said, we weren't getting a centre-back until the summer. We are only essentially 2 centre-backs, a goalkeeper, and a creative midfielder away from being basically there. Do we all agree? And I'll come to you first on this one, Alex. Do you agree that with Udogie, I know that your stance is like wait and see how they do. It doesn't matter what they've done elsewhere. But with the hype around Udogie potentially being our long-term replacement on the left, with Porro on the right, with the midfield that we've got going on, and our forward line that looks pretty strong anyway, are you somewhere near Craig's opinion that you get 2 centre-backs in, a middleman and someone on the left to play alongside Romero, you replace Lloris, and then you get somebody you can create in the middle, 4 players away from a decent squad, from a squad that can compete? How do you feel about that, Alex? Or do you think that the problem's a bit more?
Kane's leaving next season if he doesn't get a trophy. If he doesn't get a trophy this season, he's leaving. Right, okay. And I think in my eyes, as far as I'm concerned, Son should leave as well, because I think Son needs a break, needs a new start. I think this squad needs a new build. I'm sorry, it's done. It's finished. This squad is finished now for me. Yeah. That's been my, and if you don't know, get to know, because I've said it on my channel.
I've heard you say it.
I've said it, Alex THFC already, so I've said it already. I've made myself known already on my channel already about this already. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, ironically, on Tottenham away, I've already said already on my channel. I could have said it on my channel as well, which I could have done a video. But after seeing what's gone with Conte at the moment, I don't think it's going to happen now. I think I said I was going to win the FA Cup as well. We're going to win the FA Cup as well.
You think that Stellini, or you think that we would have won that? You said that we were going to win the FA Cup.
Yeah,
you said
with the teams in that FA Cup at the moment, you should be going for the FA Cup.
It's all about the draw, though. That's all about the draw, right? If we get past Wrexham or Sheffield United, and then after that you're in the last 8. It depends on Man United who they draw against and who Man City. If those two draw each other in the last 8 or the last 4, then you've only really got to play one of them in the final, and anything can happen, right? But everybody else is beatable.
My prediction is, like I said, I'm saying it's not a prediction; it's a spoiler. As I said before, my prediction is that I'm saying if you've got Kane, Son, Kulusevski, this Danjuma guy, you've got Perisic, you've got a front line that can score goals, and we play rubbish, we play crap. Yeah, we're not great. Yeah, and you can still win the FA Cup. I'll tell you right now, Leicester City are looking at it and sitting there thinking, well, we could get another second FA Cup now. They're sitting there looking at it. So for me,
I agree with you.
It's absolutely spot on me saying this. Conte's still leaving if we win the FA Cup as well. He's done. Yeah, because I'll tell you now, I've said it already on my channel again. I said, if he signs that contract, knowing what Levy's like, he's culpable.
Yeah, of course. 100%. 100%.
He's culpable because he knows exactly what he's getting himself into.
100%.
And even Kane as well. If he signs that contract, knowing what the club's like, he's culpable. Yeah, Marlon, he's happy with this.
Marlon, where does Harry Kane go?
Pardon?
Well, okay, Alex, where does Harry Kane go if he wants to maintain his chance to score the most Premier League goals and win a trophy? Where is the trophy guaranteed? That he's not going to Manchester.
He goes Man United or Chelsea.
Yeah, I say United also. United.
You think United? Sure. But he's not guaranteed a trophy at United, is he?
I agree with you that, Sean. I think United's not an option. I don't think he's not guaranteed a trophy. Why is he going to go? We're judging United have finished second twice before. I know they're looking.
Marlon, how many years has he been at this club for? Sorry to interrupt you, bro. Yeah, but I know you're in mid-flight at the moment. But look, as I said, right. How many years has he been at this club right now? How many years?
Is he? But would he be guaranteed a trophy at Man United? Is the question.
I understand what you're saying, bro. But how many years?
But this is the question. Why go Man United when they're not guaranteed? The only preferably 3 teams that he could possibly go to right now that you go more chance of winning a trophy are Man City. And I said this. I wouldn't be surprised, right? And a lot of people will be like, "What?" I wouldn't be surprised if Pep wants Haaland and Kane next season. Just to throw that one out there, right? Everyone has not looked past that. Remember, he played 4-4-2 against us, and was that a case showing Kane, look, I can play 4-4-2. You can come and sit here with Alvarez and Haaland, and I can have it as a 4. At the moment, Chelsea are probably looking, depending on Potter and how they end up doing, they might win or something, or Liverpool, right? And again, Liverpool, if they get taken over and to keep Klopp and rebuild, they're probably your 3. So at the end of the day, Man United are not guaranteed a trophy this season or next.
I hear what you're saying, Marlon.
But it's not Man United of old, is it? This is why I don't get when everyone's saying, it's Man United. The only thing Man United have done this summer that was better than Spurs, they went and got Casemiro and Anthony and Martinez. They went and secured the positions that he needed. Hence the reason. But if you look at the way Man United,
Anthony's been a shit show though, Marlon.
Yeah, and exactly. And how many points are we behind Manchester United?
3 points. The game in hand.
Okay, but Marlon, and
we're shit. Yeah, but we're shit.
Darling, you're doing it again. Points. But you're doing it again.
You can't sit there and say that.
Marlon, you're doing it again, bruv. You're doing it again.
You're sitting there saying Kane should go Man United to win trophies. Aren't Man United going through their longest run?
Marlon, you're doing it again, bruv. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're digging a hole for yourself again. My point is.
How? Because Man United got one trophy. When was the last time Man United won a trophy?
I get what you're saying, but what are we doing, bro? That's the point I'm saying at the moment. What are we doing?
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
My point is in the same position.
My point is let the main event let the main event explain something to you, bruv. Let the main event come to its flow, like I said, yeah. You know what I mean? You know. And by the way, just to Howard, by the way, just to Howard in the comments, by the way, yeah. This is Mr. Box Office's playground, by the way. I'm not negative. It's the truth, and it hurts you, brother. That's what, if you don't know, get to know. You know what I mean? Get away with it, bruv. Anyway, moving on. Dealing with someone that wants to talk to Mr. Box Office. Let go. Okay, right. My point is, okay. What have we? He's had 10 years at this club, bruv. 10 years. Yeah, 10 years, and he's not won nothing. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's done.
Couple golden boots. He needs
to make his move and be selfish. Do the Sol Campbell did. Yeah. Do what Severindon did. Do what Berbatov did as well, bro. I'm sorry, he's done.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
You're telling me Manchester United, and I don't understand why Manchester United. That's the bit I don't get.
Yeah, there's a bigger risk, right? It's like if you're going to sit there and say, who's more likely to win trophies right now, Man United or Tottenham? Right now, of course, you might say Man United.
Yeah,
First of all, because they're going to be in the final, or they are in the final for the Carabao Cup. But for Harry Kane, there's another factor, which is he sacrifices his Tottenham legacy. He sacrifices his ability to be a one-club man, to be a legend forever, to smash all Tottenham records so that they'll never be ever broken again. Like, all of those things, he can break all the individual records he wants, and he will if he stays in the Premier League. But to do that at one club, then that to me is going to be a factor. It might not be as important to some as it is to others, but we don't know what Harry Kane's mindset on it is. And if you're going to leave and sacrifice all of that stuff to go to Manchester United, where you can still beat Alan Shearer's record, but you might leave open the Tottenham record, to be beaten one day by the next guy, whoever that guy is. Whereas if he stays here for 4 years, that's a lifelong record. That record will be, available to nobody for a decade, for a generation. But is it worth doing that to go and join Man United and then not necessarily win anything? Because Manchester United, whilst they're looking slightly stronger in their rebuild than Tottenham are they going to be able to compete with Manchester City all the time? Is this just like a little reign of form, or is it the start of Man United getting back to their heyday? No one knows. Kane doesn't know that. And so to me, I think that whilst what you're saying, Alex, it makes a point that maybe he needs to go because Tottenham aren't winning anything. Is he going to win anything anywhere else? He's not going to Manchester United. He's not going to go to City. He's not going to go to Arsenal. I don't think he'd ever go to Chelsea either, to be honest.
He'll go Chelsea.
You think he would leave Tottenham and go to Chelsea?
He'll go Chelsea. Trust me.
I don't
trust you on that.
He ain't winning nothing at Tottenham because it's another build at Tottenham. It's another build at Tottenham. Yeah. Because I'm sorry. Yeah. Kane was twerking for Manchester City 2 years ago, bro. He was twerking for him. Yeah. So I'm sorry. You know what he wants. And by the way, records are there to be broken. Trophies can't be taken away from you, bro. Someone on ESPN, Tottenham's not favorite channel, said this already, and he made a great point. Unfortunately, truth hurts. You know what I mean? Trophies can't be taken away from you. Records can be broken. Are there to be broken.
I definitely think he's going to United, though, because if you look at it, what can he win there that he hasn't – or excuse me, what can he win with us that he could not win there? Like, he's won Golden Boots here. He's won Playmaker of the Year. The only thing is maybe an actual trophy, a team trophy, and I think that United's closer to doing that than we are.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I personally, I think that Harry Kane will sign a new contract, but I'm probably with that. I'm with Alex. I don't think that Conte will stay. I don't think Conte will stay. I think that the gallbladder thing, I think he's going to disappear for a few months. Good luck to him. Hope he gets better soon. I'm bringing in a fifth member into the chat who wants to come and say hello. Making his debut on the channel, by the way, is Oren. How you doing, Oren? Good to see you, my man.
Hiya.
Yeah. I'll let you come straight in on this one. Listen, we've got so many different tangents of conversations. I definitely want to get back to the plan that I have, but I do want to let you come in on the current conversation, which is, is what Alex is saying good or bad? Like, how do you feel about it? Is Conte definitely? Alex is saying, trust me, bro, Conte's done. Trust me, bro, Harry Kane is gone. And if that's the case, then what does that mean for the rebuild? I read your comment a minute ago. I put it up on the screen. You agree with Craig Bowler that we are in a rebuild. Does the rebuild start and finish with two more centre-backs, a goalkeeper, and a creative midfielder? Or do you agree with Alex that actually it goes beyond that there's going to be a future need to replace Harry Kane and Sonny as well?
Well, there's always going to be a need to replace players, Harry Kane and Son Heung-min. Kane's, 30? He'll be 30 next season. Son's 30. Regards to Kane going, the way I look at it, if Kane wanted to go, he would have been gone by now. He could have handled the transfer request. He could have said, I don't want to be here anymore. We've seen players do it. Same with Son. And I think Kane is pretty much waiting to see the forward direction. And the thing is for Kane, though, is who buys him? Where does he go? That's the thing. And like I said, I don't think...
Andy Kiriaku's saying that he agrees with Alex. If Chelsea's the only London option, he'd go there.
He's not going to go... You see, that's
I don't think that's happening.
No, Kane is loyal to Spurs. He's a more loyal Spurs fan than most Spurs fans. Let's put it that way. Because, like I said, he's a world class player. He could have gone, and he could look at the situation and think, right. He's already said it. I love the club. I love Spurs, and why would he go to Chelsea? Look at Chelsea. Chelsea are sitting 10th, spending over 600 million, and they're sitting 10th out of most cups. You don't want to go to Chelsea. The only players who go to Chelsea are players who want to get big wages and get sold next year for nothing. So basically, it's like, as for the rebuild, I think Spurs are rebuilding. I think if you look at Bentancur, Kulusevski, and when you look at that team, I know that there's a lot of frustration with the board, because I think that's the thing we cover. But for me, it's like it stops at the manager. Daniel Levy isn't creating the tactics.
Yeah.
Daniel Levy isn't training the players. If Daniel Levy was doing that, then hate Daniel Levy all you want. But it's Conte. And I've tried to say this on other streams as well. That 3-4-3, it gets exposed because I wrote in the comments, often teams will make sure that Spurs have 3 centre backs, we all know that, but you have 4 attackers. So they're all getting pulled out. So therefore Pierre and Bentner, they have to defend and attack. So if you watch Spurs, they start off really well because Bentner and Pierre are attacking, they're able to get back and defend. But then midway or towards the end of the half, they both get tired. So they can't do that. So if you look at the 3 midfields in any opposing teams, there's always an extra man in middle, and so they're just going to create an extra man in defense. With the wing backs, Paratici playing, or even Paratici, he plays so high with Emerson. So these wing backs are fulfilling what Conte wants: play up high of the field. When they lose the ball, it gets played to the flanks.
I agree.
And if you watch Man City, Arsenal, and all that, they've set up a way to expose that back 4 or that back 3. Back 3 against 4 never works, and that's my take. So
I agree with everything you just said. To be honest, I agree with everything you just said. I think the formation is a fucking problem. I think it's part of an archaic model. I think that Antonio. Listen, if anyone follows my channel, you'll know that I am not sold. I've never been sold on Antonio Conte, even all the way back to NS Mura, which was the first game that I think I ever watched on my own channel a year ago. At that point, and from then on, I've always had problems with Conte. I think he's a little bit of a dinosaur. I think his system, if you're getting paid £15 million a year, and you're like an elite manager, and yet you have to fit square pegs to round holes because you want everyone to adapt to your system, and you're not adaptable yourself. I think that is a bit of a like an old man's game where you think that you're better, and it comes to, from my perspective, it comes from an ego that is based on his previous successes, but his previous successes are playing with teams in leagues where you always have one of the top 1, 2, or 3 best.
I've got a question for both of you, because you're talking about formations, but what if you're expecting him to go 4 at the back? Can I just put out?
No, I'm not saying he should go 4 at the back. Yeah, I'm not saying he should go 4 at the back.
But you're saying about formations, he's always going to play 3 at the back. If you're asking him to play 4, you're still going to have the same issues that Nuno had. Now, you both said that it gets exposed, but actually, if you look at the games we've lost this season, they've only been to the top 6 sides. Anyone outside the top 6, we've actually got them beat, or we've not well. We haven't played well, so it can't be that outdated if it's working against the bottom sides. Where I think I do agree with you is when we're playing the top sides is where he needs to be more adaptable. So actually, give him and again, as I said earlier, the defense is a major problem. If you haven't got the defense to play this formation, you're stuck. He is stuck at the moment, right? And that's the biggest issue we've got. And I just want to go one more thing before I let you guys carry on.
Carry on, crack on. Take your time.
I'm going with the rebuild, right? And saying, Craig Bowler's point earlier about 2 centre backs and a goalkeeper. The problem you've got is, if you don't bring them in now, like you just said, Son and Kane are a year older. Let's just be honest, Son's the way he's played this season has been way off it, right? So them players are going to decline as well. So you kind of need to make sure it's all kind of going in, because what's going to happen is now Son and Kane are going to have to be replaced. So you've got your goalkeeper, you've got your centre backs, then next you got to go and replace your striker in your.
Yeah, it's an ever moving replacement, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other problem you've got is that you've got the top 6 other sides now, including Newcastle. They're improving and they're doing it now. They're not doing the rebuild later. They're getting. Admittedly, Arsenal probably did it the right way, but they're getting rid of their players now. They're getting rid of their crap and they're doing it now and backing the manager. And that's the issue you're going to have. We're doing it slowly, but the problem is every time we go to do it, we are then
the gap gets wider.
Yeah.
The gap gets wider. I hear what you're saying.
And that's probably been and that's the biggest issue that we're having.
I hear what you're saying, Marlon.
So Marlon, the question,
Go on, Oren. Yeah, go on, mate.
Yes. So Marlon, the question is, right, if you look at the Arsenal team, if you look at the Arsenal team, last season that was roughly the same team. They were ridiculed. Right. So what has Arteta done? Yeah, they shouldn't have. Yeah, but they should have, because what has Arteta done between then and now? He's got them playing as a team, unity, play together, run further. Every club. Look at Brighton. Has Brighton spent 600 million? No. He's got those players playing as a team. So I understand the frustration of Spurs fans when you say back the manager. Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
question on your Brighton. You used 2 examples there, but look at the culture of the club and look at the chairman of both clubs. They've got a set way of doing things, and they've kept to that philosophy. Daniel Levy, right. I'm going to throw this out there. Daniel Levy when we were trying to sign a manager, he after Jose, he went, I'm going to go back to the attacking style manager, this Tottenham way and this, that, and the other. We've employed Nuno and Conte, 2 defensive managers and 2 managers that play complete different formations. So we're not even sticking to that philosophy. So this is why there's a lot of frustration with what Daniel Levy does, because he's not. But
that's a different. It's the culture.
But it's the culture of the club. Though. Yeah.
Right.
It's the culture of the club that has to come into the team, and if the team and the culture of the club is wrong, the thing. There's a problem, and it's not just on Conte here.
It's definitely not just on Conte. And so just super quickly, I'll let on come back in. And then, 100%. I'll let on come back in, and then I want Jacob to chime in, and Alex as well, and we'll go around the circle. But for just quickly, for me, like where I sit on it, I'm in. Marlon, if you watch my stuff, you'll know that I am 100% anti any unipolar blame. I don't think it's all on Conte. I don't think it's all on Levy or all on Paratici or all on the players. I think that there is a hell of a big, massive pizza pie of blame, and everybody gets a slice. I agree with you about the managers. I think that the philosophy from the management has been poor around you chop and change, and you say we're going to play appropriate, aggressive football, but then you hire 2 managers that don't do that. And I get it. I'm with you on that. But at the same time, I'm also with Oren in that Conte himself, the stubbornness that exists within that man is also a problem that doesn't get enough attention. Oren, I'll let you take over with your point. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, as for attacking, aren't Spurs one of the top joint scorers in the league so far? So they are. So therefore, they are playing that attacking. The problem is defense, and that's what I feel like Conte has to address, because it's the formation and tactics. I think I'm not blaming. I don't blame anybody. I don't blame Levy. I don't blame Conte. I don't blame anyone, because personally, I think it's a Premiership. It happens. It's a very tough league. Spurs aren't sitting 15th or 10th. They're sitting 4th or 3rd, 3 points behind Manchester United, who, again, Ten Hag has come in and he's got them playing as a team. So for me, it's like watching Spurs, like, it's the frustration is kind of like, right, all those players have to do is have self-belief. That installs a manager. Conte is quick to, slate a player. He's not good enough. He's not this. He's not that. And it's kind of like, if you're a player for Spurs and you're hearing your manager criticizing you when you lose, what do you do? So it's like, I just feel that
you play better. That's what you do. You play better. You work on things that he's criticizing you for.
Yes, but that comes to coaching. So why aren't they being coached?
But there's only so much a coach can do, right? Like, I can sit here on the sidelines and say, "Hey, y'all do this, y'all four do this," but it doesn't really matter if the 4 aren't doing it or not doing it cohesively.
But they're meant to be coached to prevent errors and issues. The same issues. The 2 issues at Spurs is they don't get enough crosses in, or the back 4 gets caught up too high when the counter.
Perisic leads the leagues in crosses in the box. It's just, but Perisic leads the leagues in successful crosses into the box.
Right. Is that right? So, but who's converting those? Kane is not there. Song
No one's there. Yeah, because the build-up play.
Exactly.
I mean, that starts from the bag.
Yeah. So who starts? Who's in charge of that? Because Conte said that he wanted Kane to drop deep. Doesn't want Kane to drop deeper. He wanted to play higher, which everyone said brilliant. What does Conte do about it? He plays 2 defensive midfield players. So it's kind of like, right, you say one thing but you don't do it. And again, it's not a criticism because I'm not a manager. I'm not a chairman of a club. As a fan, it's just looking at the issues and thinking, right, I don't personally think that it's a big, massive issues as fans have promoted. I've been through lots of free balls with Spurs, and if you think about it, I know Daniel Levy gets the criticism, but Daniel Levy could have sold Kane, could have sold Song. Spurs are no longer a selling club. They've managed to hold on to 2 what would consider world-class players. Song hasn't been on form this season, but I do think that's Paratici playing so high up. So defense are now sitting more deeper. He can't run in behind, and Kane is getting dropped. Kane coming deeper. He's being marked, like I said. So the way I look at it is like you have to find a solution. Pep Guardiola was 2-0 down, had a half-time, and he switched it up. He said to Mahrez, right, attack that left-hand side. Make sure you run. That was his thing. With Conte, it doesn't see. It's like plan B or plan A, and if that doesn't work, it's okay because if we lose, we'll just blame the board. It's not my fault. So I just want.
I don't think that's fair, though. I don't think that's fair to say that that's what Conte's done because I don't see him doing that. I mean, last year when we were struggling, he was saying
when he first came in. Remember?
Go ahead. Go on, Jacob. Have your say, mate. Go on, and then Oren can come back in.
Yeah, sorry.
I just have a hard time putting all that on Conte because Conte didn't put Dyer here for 9 years. He didn't bring Ben Davies here for 10 years. That's almost 20 years of service out of 2 center backs that, quite frankly, have given you a 6 at best performance, in my opinion. I haven't seen one game where I'm like, that's a 7 or an 8, maybe a 6, and that's being generous. And that's 20 years of service between 2 players. I can't think. I mean, sorry, he's chiming in as well. But I just think that it's hard to blame Conte for all the problems when the players lack the ability. Like Hugo Lloris chesting the ball into his own net. That's not on Conte. Perisic getting cooked by a player half his age. That's not on Conte. That's not
on Levy either, though, is it? It's not on Levy either, right?
No, I'm not saying Levy's. Okay, real quick, I do want to preface all this Levy stuff.
What I'm saying is that.
Oh, hang on, Orange. Yeah. Just 1 second, mate. Sorry, just let Jacob land. Go on. Sorry, Jacob. You were saying.
I wanted to preface all this Levy stuff. Like, it's very strange to me that, like, in the UK, he's, such a bad guy for doing his job well. I mean, I don't want him running my club because I want a football guy running my club, but I don't think he should be getting all the hate he gets just because he's good at making money for the club, which is his job. At the end of the day, is to make Enoch money and to save money where he can, and he does that. So I give him credit where credit's due, but I also just think, when it comes to my club that I want to watch, I don't care if we're making money. I care if we're scoring goals and defending well and playing.
But you would care if, like with the Chelsea thing, right? Like, let's pivot to Chelsea for a second. And by the way, welcome to the stream, Mia. How you doing? I hope you're okay.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, bear with me 1 second, Mia, because I want to bring Alex in as well. I want to let everyone just land on this particular point, and then I'll come to you in a second, Mia, to get your take as well. But like, there's a difference between, Daniel Levy making ends meet, right, which is a frustration. It should be celebrated. Like, most businesses should be applauded for making ends meet. But in the Premier League, the game has changed to the point where Chelsea are now like reinventing the wheel with how to do finance in football, to the point where they've spent 750 million quid in 6 months, which is 25% more than the entire club had as revenue, not like profit, revenue in the last tax year, right? So they're just kind of, and listen, fair play to them. If they can figure out a way to do it that somehow manage to breed success, then they're going to reinvent the entire system. But for me, like, FFP has been circumvented very smartly, but at the same time, they're betting the house. And if you want a team like Tottenham to be able to compete with a team like Chelsea, then what you're essentially asking of our owners is to jeopardize the sustainability of Tottenham Hotspur as a going concern. And Everton if Everton got relegated last year, They could be in administration. That could have been the biggest financial collapse of a football team since Leeds. Right, Derby County, it happened to them a couple of years ago. It might happen to Burnley with the whole the leverage debt buyout that's gone on there. That might still happen if they miss a couple of payments. But for me, I understand that the game has pivoted and moved on to a place where you can't have success and live within your means. But Chelsea are betting the house, and if they don't finish in the Champions League this year, and if they don't finish it in the Champions League next year, the piper's going to come calling. You got to pay the piper at some point. And to me, it's too much risk. There's a balance. And I don't think that Daniel Levy should be encouraged to behave in that way. I don't know.
I just, real quick, I wanted to say that it's like when you see all your neighbors adding a second story to their house and now a third story, and then they have a underground basement to protect them from a bomb shelter. Meanwhile, you're still sitting in a trailer. You're like, wait, these are my people that I live next door to.
But they're building up. Chelsea are building 5 stories on a house that was only supposed to be built with 1 story. Like, they haven't got the foundations to be able to do that.
Fuck a permit. Do it till they slap you on the wrist, is my opinion. I've always thought it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. And I think that's what Todd Bowley's doing. He's using the workaround with Abramovich's business to pay in installments.
Their sustainability depends very largely on the economy. They've got like 2 billion of debt now, or 1.5 billion of debt. They're not playing with their money. He's not playing with his money. He's playing with the house's money, with the bank's money, right? To get the Enzo Fernandez deal over the line, they couldn't go and pay the money for the release clause. So they had to go and hire a third-party financial company. I forget the name of the style. It's called like Deliberate Debt or something. It's some weird name I'd never even heard of. That is essentially a high leverage loan that they're going to pay the selling club, the 120 million, and Chelsea have to pay them at 20% interest. It's madness. It's it might sound clever. It might sound clever right now, but if they don't manage to find out a way to get those revenues up to the point where they need to be making $1 billion in revenue in the next 2 or 3 years, if they can't do that, they are fucked.
Sure.
They're fucked.
Sure. But we're not asking Daniel Levy to spend Chelsea money. We're asking Daniel Levy to back his managers like Arsenal did, yeah? Like, so at the end of the day, right, Jose Mourinho asked for Kim Min-jae, right? He come out and said this the other day, for £10 million, and Daniel Levy said we didn't have the money. How do Spurs not have £10 million to spend on a defender at the time?
That's not true, though.
That's not true. That was debunked. That was absolutely debunked.
Not true.
Yeah.
Sorry, Marlon, that's the thing.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing. You're all going. But at the end of the day, we're not asking him to spend loads of money. We're asking him to improve the squad of what's there.
But the problem is,
we've got the money. We have the money. It's not. Right. Let's be honest. We are one of the world's richest clubs. Right. And we're sitting there going,
we're not. We're one of the world's highest revenue clubs. We don't know about the profitability yet.
But it doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, are we not? Who are we competing with? Are we competing with the top 6, or are we competing with the other teams? That's how you have to look at it, right? And we're not. If we are sitting there going, we're not competing with the top 6. Why are we sitting there paying top 6?
We are competing. Sorry, go on, Mia. You come in. Go on.
So my point would be is that this whole backing the manager thing is so subjective, Marlon, that you can't sit there and say back the manager because it's subjective. So your version of backing the manager is different from my version. It might be different from Orion's, from Alex's, from Jacob's, from Sean's. So you saying back the manager is a nonsensical argument because it is subjective. It's a subjective point of view.
But it's not subjective because every manager's come out and said, right, when they've been at Spurs, every manager, this is not just one manager, this is every manager that's been at Spurs has gone, I wanted this player, but instead I got this. I got a second-rate defender. Now, the problem I've got with Daniel Levy is that he gets too involved in the football aspect of things. And as Sean has said before, he's not a risk taker. Right, and he's not a massive risk taker. And unfortunately, this is not a business. This is a football club. You've got to be in like.
I'm not saying he's not a risk taker.
It's a business.
I'm not saying he's not
but it's a business in the sense of, unfortunately, in football is seen as a term. You spend loads of money. Yeah, no, this is any club. but you only get minimum amount back, right? But Daniel Levy has put it in the sense of actually he's made it into a profitable club, right? Which at the end of the day,
it's a good thing, right?
It's a good thing. Yeah, and we do respect him, but unfortunately, the football has been left to the wayside. And
I don't think it has. In the 22 years,
the thing is,
in the 22 years. I've got to land this one. I want to bring Alex in as well because Alex hasn't said anything for a while. And then Mia, you got the floor, and Owen's got the floor. You guys can all you got to chime in. When the six of us, you got to fight for the airtime because everyone's got something to say. So, like normally, I'd be like more diligent about giving everyone time, but I think we got to fight for the space at the moment. But what I want to say to that one, Marlon, is that over 22 years, 21 years, most people will prioritize the lack of trophies as the meaningful measurement of success. And I understand why, because trophies are a meaningful measurement of success. But there's a hell of a lot of luck. There's a hell of a lot of variables that can dictate what happens in those stories in any given season, in any given competition.
So we're basically unlucky then.
Hang on, no, hold on. Let me land. Right, let me land. I think that the most meaningful tale if you're looking for a competition that removes as many of the layers of variance as possible. I'm a big poker player, play a hell of a lot of poker. I can go in and play a game of heads up against some kid who doesn't know what he's doing, and I can get beaten on the day because he's got better cards than me, right? But if you play a tournament and you play it well, then you should do better than the average person if you can play it well. But even that has its element of luck. If you play it over the course of if you play a tournament every day over a year, your skill is going to come to the higher level over the course of the year because you remove that layer of variance. And I think that the Premier League is the best denominator of variance removal because you have to play every team twice every single season. And when you look at Tottenham's performance since Daniel Levy has come in and look at the average Premier League finishing position over a 22-year period, you see a general trend that is going up in the face of the highest inflation, the highest infection of insane financial inflation that there has ever been seen. Tottenham Hotspur have finished under Daniel Levy's tenure twice higher than any other manager, any other chairman, any other period of time since 1961. And that to me is a barometer that for me is something to look towards. And don't I saw someone earlier saying, I think Danny said it in a comment. He's in the comments, but he said it to me in a WhatsApp group that Tottenham over the last 22 years make 3 steps forward and 5 steps back. If that was the case, then when he took over, when we were averaging 14th and 15th in the league, if we go 3 steps forward and 5 steps back every year under Daniel Levy, we'd be in the championship. But we're not. We finished 4th, 3rd, 2nd. We haven't quite gone to that absolute heaven-sent level of trophy level yet. But that's in the face of other variables like Manchester City coming in with chairmen that are spending insane amounts of money. Chelsea, Abramovich doing the same thing. Chelsea's new version of Abramovich spending even more money. Same thing with Newcastle. We're fighting with different types of weaponry against different types of armies. And I think that you have to look at that stuff, take it into context, and don't dismiss Daniel Levy as being just a businessman who cares about making money and doesn't give a fuck about the football. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't be in the position where the 6 of us can sit here and argue about why it is that Tottenham haven't won a Premier League. We have the ability now to have a conversation about what's it going to take to get that title, that Premier League trophy.
Why'd you sack a manager 5 days before the damn final? We're about to win a trophy. That could have made so many people quiet and silent.
But then,
I don't disagree with you on that. That's an individual moment.
Right, I agree with you, but also
a multitude
where I
of
disagree,
individual
hold on a
moments.
sec.
Thank you, Jacob.
Let me make my point. Hold up. Listen, my point is so many fans wanted Jose out, and now we're revising history and saying, oh, they shouldn't have sacked him. But all those people who wanted Jose out are saying it. You wanted him out.
I did not. Mia, I can only speak for myself. I did not want Jose out.
I'm just saying there's a lot of revisionism with things like that when they say Conte, they wanted him out, they wanted Jose out, and now they're saying, well, you sacked Jose before, but you wanted him out. I didn't want him out. You're saying you didn't, but there are people.
Get him out after he loses the final, though. At least let him get and play the final.
Revisionism, and that's not how it should work.
Nobody wanted him out before a final. That's just stupidity on.
I heard people. I heard people this very week.
weeks before, not 7 days before. That and sacking Martin Yeo at half time. What that just puts the clock. Who does that? Who, let's be honest. Who
you're
only one ever.
There it is.
You're
there it is. Right there, Martin. Sorry.
Go on, Oren. Go on, mate.
But
that's it. Sorry, Marlon, you're absolutely spot on there. A lot of the way I think the reason, if you ask every Levy out fan why they want him out, it's personal. It's because he sacked Martin Yeo. It's because he sacked Poch. Martin Yeo got sacked because he wasn't doing the job he was required to, which was to get Spurs. Spurs were in the. It's like even Jose. If Levy just went, you know what, to please the fans, I'll keep you. We'll win the League Cup. Yay! He didn't want that. He won Champions League. Spurs were sitting 7th, playing boring, unattractive football.
And what happened? What happened? Where did we finish that season?
And so
the risk, he took the risk and it failed again.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that's because he got sacked at a time. But if the way I look at it, if Levy didn't give a damn about the club and didn't want success, Spurs would still be at White Hart Lane, and a manager of top 6, who would never really heard of, would be in charge. It wouldn't be Conte. So the way I look at it is that fans, it's kind of weird. You talk about spending, Marlon, which I completely understand the philosophy. Ndombele cost 60 million. He didn't work out. Levy was criticised. You shouldn't have spent 60 million. You didn't do your homework. I saw a post on Twitter where fans were criticising how many players Spurs have on loan out. And you're thinking, right, so Levy doesn't spend money, right? But yet they're complaining that he spent money on players that are loaned out. Another fan was, cheapskate Levy. So Levy's cheap, but yet he wouldn't spend 10 million on Kim. So which narrative is it? It's almost kind of like...
That is cheap, right? That he wouldn't spend 10. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's what I'm saying. If he was... What Oren's saying is absolutely bang on. There is so... And Mia said the same thing. There's so much hindsight reflection.
Yes. If he was a cheap manager, he would have bought Kim.
He would have spent it. He would have bought him.
Yeah, Kim didn't come because everyone forgot that Jose had a lot of players. Bale came in. Kim was looked at, but he was in Korea. So basically, Kim was an unrecognized talent. And I remember when Spurs were linked to him, a lot of Spurs fans were like, oh, there's Levy again, going for a cheap player. No one knows who he is, and he's rubbish. And all of a sudden, Josie says it.
More recent than that, Oren. Amrabat.
It's always...
last season, Amrabat was a player. I remember everybody. I remember being on streams. I was brand new to the community this time last year. I was on streams. Everybody was going, we're linked with Amrabat. This is the sort of level that Daniel Levy is aiming at. We're such a pathetic club. Daniel Levy is such a pathetic
no ambition.
With no ambition, blah, 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 blah. This summer, we were talking about him again. Give me a break. Amrabat, Kim Min-jae. Come on, it's pathetic. All of a sudden, the World Cup comes around. Why can't we get Amrabat? Why didn't we sign Kim Min-jae? Now we're going to pay 40 million quid. The same people that were saying... here's a better example. I heard people that are monsters of the Levy Out movement on another stream literally this week, 2 days ago, on a specific show, I won't say which one it was, that were championing Newcastle United for their ambition for signing Anthony Gordon. And yet, literally 2 weeks earlier, we were linked with Anthony Gordon, and all last summer we were linked with Anthony Gordon, and those same people were saying,
I don't like
Anthony Gordon, I'm tapped. I can't stand this club. I'm done with this club. They're now saying that Newcastle United are showing ambition for signing Anthony Gordon. It's the most hindsight bullshit I've ever heard. Like, for me, this is why actually it's a perfect transition into a conversation. I want to give everyone a chance. I'm going to get Alex on first because he's been very, very patient. I want to hear your stance on this one, Alex. But to me, this narrative of backing Conte, I spoke about it on my morning walk this morning. I think it's something that is entirely reflective. It is something that every single fan who doesn't like where we're at says, we don't back Conte. We haven't backed Conte, yet it's always on in the rearview mirror. And it's based on an idea whether or not the manager got the players to make the job work, to get the success. If we do not have success, then the conversation around did we back Conte comes up. If we were sitting first in the table right now, nobody would be asking the question whether Conte was backed. But because we're not, it's a conversation that is based on the reflection. if you want to have a sincere argument about backing Conte, it should be forward thinking. It should be right now. We should be having the conversation right now around whether or not, or what it is that we need to give Conte or whoever the next manager is the tools that he needs to succeed. And you make that stake, you state that claim, you document it, you write it down, whether it's based on net spend, whether it's based on specific players, whether it's based on positions, or whether it's based on any other metric. You say it now, and then you judge it at the end of the window, whether the players that were signed on paper were good enough to be backed, not whether or not those players turned out. Because when Bissouma was signed, everybody was over the fucking moon. Everybody was saying that's an absolute bargain. And then because Bissouma hasn't played or hasn't played well, everyone is saying Bissouma was a shit show and Conte hasn't been backed. It's hindsight, Harry, and it's always used to remove Conte from any accountability. It is.
I think it's a little bit, though, like, it just proves that he wasn't necessarily a Conte signing in Bissouma. I think that's what it proves, the fact that he's not working out.
Sorry. Jacob. That's absolute nonsense, mate. Doesn't prove anything at all. Doesn't prove anything at all.
But if you're backing a manager, it's kind of what Marlon was saying. Like with Jose, we wanted Skriniar, we got Roden. You know what I'm saying? It's
right,
moves
right,
like
okay,
that.
So,
it doesn't matter what manager, whether it's Jose, whether it's Conte. It's the same result. We get our third, fourth, fifth option.
Or before you jump in,
never been signed.
Marlon, before you jump in, I've got to give Alex some airtime. He's been sitting there waiting patiently for 25 minutes.
Yes.
Alex,
sorry,
come
Alex,
in, mate. Let me know what your thoughts are on this one, buddy. Oh, you're on mute.
You're not. No one can hear you.
Can't hear you, buddy. Can't hear you.
Alex, no one can hear you.
Can't hear you.
Alex
is on a rant as well. He's on a rant. Come on, Alex.
Can't hear you, mate.
Alex, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Alex, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Alex, we can't hear you.
Don't know. Get to know.
We can't hear you.
If you can't hear me, get to hear me.
Yep. That's how much we love Alex. We'll let him rant.
You're muted now.
Yeah.
No,
you're mute, Alex.
I'm waiting for Alex to cook. The anticipation's killing me. I can't lie.
You're on mute, Alex. You muted it.
No.
We need some suspense music. And I'm getting suspense music.
Get the build-up going.
I still can't hear you, bro.
Okay.
Still can't hear you.
Oh,
yeah, we'll come back to Alex.
Take your headphones off. Take them off and plug them out. And then talk.
We'll come back to Alex. Let's come to Marlon. And then
to Jacob.
Go on, you on, and then we'll come to Marlon and come to Mia.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, he's gone off, yeah. Hopefully he comes back on.
Okay, Orin, go, and then we'll come to Marlon.
Yeah, sorry, quick to Jacob, because again, another thing is, Jose wanted skinnier, he got Roden instead. Okay, so let's bear up the facts here. Spurs went for Skinnier. They wanted to talk to him. Skinnier agreed to talk to him. But Spurs fans forget that a certain Mr. Conte was in charge at that time and in charge of Inter Milan. And Conte went, I will not sell Skinnier because I'm challenger for the league. So that's why Skinnier. It was Conte who blocked that move. But Skinnier was ready to sign. The offer was on the table. Inter Milan was going to agree the money because at the end of that season, Conte left because Inter Milan had to sell players. Skinnier was going to be sold. Conte came in and blocked that deal. That's why Spurs didn't get Skinnier. So what I'm saying is,
let me ask you this: why is the drop off so?
It's right there in blueprint. But Spurs fans who don't like Levo go, oh, he didn't come. See, you know what I mean?
My next thing is,
it was a bid made. It was accepted, and Conte blocked the move. Conte was the one who said no.
So let me ask you this, Oren. Why is it that we go for Skriniar, that's unsuccessful? Okay. Mm-hmm. Why is the next step Joe Roden? Why is that our plan B? That seems like that should be GHFKJ.
Are we not playing hindsight Harry a bit with him? Like
with Joe Roden? He came from Swansea. What did he do? No one ever heard of Joe Roden before he showed up.
There's so many players. There's so many examples of players that do materials. If Joe Roden became the next fucking Kim Min Jae,
he was a cover.
Sorry, go on, mate.
Can I just say, what are your thoughts then on Gareth Bale? He was an unknown, but look how he turned out. But that's okay because he turned out good. So we can say, oh, that was a good signing because he turned out good. That's not how it works, man. You can't do that. That's not how it should work. Like, you need to remember.
No one said that, though.
No, but that's exactly my point. My point is, if we're going to revise, go back in history and revise, and if people
we're not. I'm just stating facts. I'm saying, why is the drop off from Skriniar to Rodon? Why is that the drop off?
Because what we do, we revise it based on how they perform after the fact, and then decide whether they were well, if he was backed or not. Because you base that on if they performed well, and maybe a player comes to us that was good, we thought was good, and then didn't turn out to be good. But there's loads.
But that's not true. No one thought Joe Rodon was good. No one heard of Joe Rodon. The thing about it is, look, there's a proven player who's proven quality that that Oren's saying that we went for, that Danny's saying that we did not. I'm not going to pretend to know that I heard or knew what was going on behind closed doors. All I'm saying is, why is the drop-off, if we can't get Skriniar, why is the next thing Joe Rodon? He's not proven anything. He played in Swansea. I just don't see why this is the next man up if that's the case that we were not unable to get Skriniar.
Yeah.
Question. Just a question for, should someone like Jed Spence be bought this summer when Conte didn't want him?
Yeah.
And that's a genuine question. It should
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Because for me, and hopefully, Alex, I don't know if you've got your audio set up again and it's working, because I'll let you come back in to give your rant that's incoming. But just to answer that quick one from Marlon, like this idea that Conte signings or not Conte signings, I personally, and I know this might not sit well with people in the comments, it might not sit with the people on the stream, whatever, but personally, I think that when you have a general system of a football club where you sign players on 5-year plus contracts, 5 years, 6 years, in the case of Chelsea, 9 years, 8.5 years, and you have managers that are here today, gone tomorrow, that are signed on 3 years, but that the average tenure of a manager is 1.5, 2 years at most in the Premier League. Spending all your time buying players for a manager, the manager's likely going to be gone. And especially when it comes to people like Conte, who first of all only sign 18-month contracts anyway, then like dilly-dally and don't give any indication of where their intentions lie around renewing that contract. And when they have and play a very, very specific system that the 99% or 90% of other managers will not play. I think that you need to be a little bit more. You need to have more than just half an eye on the future. You have to assume the natural tendency that managers are here today, gone very quickly, and the players that you're spending money on, especially young players, that you're buying on the cheap and that you hope will develop into big things, that you shouldn't necessarily worry whether the manager wants them or not. You should buy them in because the future of the club is far more important than the future of the manager.
Okay, but then the next question is, because you're going on, like you said, managers are here today, gone tomorrow.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and I do agree with that. But if they're here today, gone tomorrow, should each manager not follow the same vision?
Yes, and I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's where he's failing.
I agree with that.
That is where he's failing, because you can't buy Jed Spence if your next manager is going to play 3-5. Like if Tuchel was to come in and play similar, 100%. So.
100%, Marlon, and that is why I've been saying on my channel that if you're going to do a factory reset and nuke the entire thing, then you shouldn't be doing it based on a Conte system. You should be doing it on like part of this vision that we're hopefully going to hear answers to tomorrow is going to be in part a future system where you have a managerial philosophy where you don't necessarily go for the best name, but you go for the guy that follows the same suit, and that suit has to be someone that plays the right formation and plays good football. A Poch system, right? Like if you don't, when you get rid of, if Poch comes back and then you get rid of him, the next guy has to play something similar to a Poch.
And this is Spurs' problem. When you look at all our managers, they've always been one plays this way, one plays that way.
I agree with you on that.
It doesn't follow suit, and that's the most frustrating.
And I agree with you on that. 100%.
About Levy is that he doesn't stick to which way he wants to play.
Correct.
Like you go from AVB, you go for this man, and you're like, hold on, what are you trying to do? And then you end up and then you're in the scenario of this player don't suit that system. You bought him for how much X amount. You have to try and sell him. So we end up going through this cycle of players because he ends up bringing all these different managers that don't fit different styles, different managers, and it just becomes an absolute problem.
I agree with that.
And that's my biggest frustration with Daniel Levy.
And I agree with you on that. But is that enough? Is that enough for me to pivot to think that Daniel Levy is responsible for all of Tottenham's ills and ails? No, I don't. Mia,
he makes a lot of choices.
I want to Mia. I'm going to come to you. I'm going to come to you. So I've just got to take control for a second. I'm going to come to you. Then I'm going to let Alex. Actually, if you don't mind, let Alex come back in. If your audio's working, Alex, I'll let you go for your thing. Then I'll come to Mia, and then Paul. Welcome to the show as well, my man.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, mate. Good to see you, buddy. You have to fight for your time on this panel. Everyone wants to say some stuff. Alex, I hope is your audio working, mate? Can we do a check?
I mean, to be honest, this is. If you don't know, get to know. I've said it on my channel again. Alex THSC, if you really want to know. 193, if you really do want to know. You know what I mean? And 1 to 400 subscribers, if you really want to know as well. But anyway, getting to what I said, he hasn't been backed. He wasn't back with those 2 rejects in January, by the way, because we got lucky again. Because Paratici, who, for my opinion, shouldn't be even in the club, shouldn't be even near the club, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? He's even told you. He's told you his philosophy is not matching the club. He's told you. Yeah? He's even said it himself. And I said, it's tick-tock-tocking to next season when he's not going to be here. Yeah? It's you can see it. It's just not working at all. And when you're saying that, people are saying to me, "Oh, he says he's happy," but he's not going to say that the players are rubbish in the press conference, isn't he? When he has to work with them, isn't it? This way, Conte was brought in to keep the fans happy. Yeah, I said on Chris Cannon's show, the first interview I had with Chris Cannon, I said it was the biggest mistake to sack Pochettino. Yeah. Fast forward right now, yeah. What did I hear in the pub after one of the games, Aston Villa game? Oh, we all want Pochettino back. Who looks like the mugs? Looks like the mugs? Like I said before, like I said, I've refreshed, reset, and released a different side of me now. There's nothing really else to say on this anyway. You know what I mean? Like I said, and as I said before, if Conte signs that contract in August, he's culpable as well because he knows exactly what Levy's going to give him. And that's it. It's not going to work. At the end of the day, Levy's fault because he should never bought him in the first place. But I also blame Paratici as well. And that's it. There's nothing really more else to say. Back to Sean to say something stupid.
Hold on, Alex. Can I?
Mia, I'm going to come to you right now. Let me just ask you guys 1 second. Guys in the chat, if you wouldn't mind, do me a favor. There's 185 of you, 190 of you. Please, anyone that hasn't already, just do me one favor right now. It takes 2 seconds out of your life. Smash the like button. We're at about 85 likes. If we can get to 150, we should be able to do that with everyone that's in here. Just do me a favor. Smash the like button. If you appreciate everyone that's coming out on their Wednesday evening and having a chat with us, we'd really, really appreciate it. Mia, over to you to say something not stupid, but something very, very...
hopefully insightful. I've got 2 things to say, actually. The point with Marlon, I would say, is that I think that, yes, I agree with you with the point of changing style of managers here, there and everywhere. Like, I completely agree with you, and it's definitely not the way you should do things. There's no plan. However, I'll tell you why I believe he did it. I think he done it because the fans got so close to winning something. He thought bringing a manager that previously won something would automatically mean that we win something and appease the fans a little bit because they wanted to win something here and now because we got so close to touching it. I think that he thought that that's the best way to go. Even though I disagree with that way of going, I do disagree with that. But I do think that's probably his way of thinking. That's how I would see that he might have thought of it. The other thing I was going to say, Alex, if Pochettino signs a contract, does that then make him culpable if he comes back? Because if he signs a contract, doesn't that make him just as bad?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just saying.
Yeah, but exactly. Yeah, he should have gone. He should have gone. He should have gone after the Champions League final. He should have walked. Like Conte should be doing right now. Should have walked. Because I would have more respect.
Alex, can I just say something, Alex? There's reasons why he's not walking.
Yeah.
So isn't there any manager that signs?
Mia, go on, Mia.
Sorry. If there's any manager that signs for us now, you're going to say it's culpable. So what do you expect us to not have any managers anymore? Because everyone's going to be culpable if they sign a contract.
No. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. Misrepresenting what I'm saying. Conte he's won trophies the way he's done it. He's not going to change. It's clear he's not going to change. Yeah, We're trying to change him to work to our system. Now, for me, we're looking stupid because as far as I'm concerned, he's looking at it and sitting there thinking, "You're paying me the big dough to come into our club, yeah, because I'm the expert here." Because we're not the experts because we've got one trophy to show it for it. You know what I mean? He's got trophies, yeah. So we're paying him the big dough and we're telling him to do it our way, right? We should be doing it his way. That's the way it should be done, and that's it. And listen, I don't like Conte, yeah, but that's what we should have done with Mourinho, even though I didn't like him. Sorry, didn't like him at all. I said he was going to go, and we'll get a manager like Pochettino again. But going back onto the point, my point is that, unfortunately, we should have listened to him. We're not going to do it. So as far as I'm concerned, he's surplus to requirements, so he should just walk. But I know he's not going to walk anyway. He'll go at the end of the season, but it means that the season's completely null and void, and that's it. Simple.
Not you know what I mean? Yeah, we're still in 3 competitions, mate. The Premier League and the.
Sure, don't think a hole for yourself, bruv, man. Honestly, bruv. Bruv, I've got receipts for you any day of the week, bruv. Honestly, don't get me started, bruv. Do you want me to put something to unleash on the show, bruv? I do. I do want you. You really want me to start unleashing on you, bruv?
I do. I absolutely.
Yeah, go on then.
I want to hear what you got to say about me, bro, and I'll happily see when you get back. But before then, let me just come. There's loads of people that haven't spoken for a while. I want to welcome Danny to the show, and also Paul. Paul, you've been here for a while, my man. How you doing, man? What's your thoughts on what we're talking about right now? You go wherever you want with it, and then we'll pivot.
Usually it's whatever you say, Sean, but the opposite. So I'll just
big up, Paul.
So, look, I just want to keep it simple, man. I just want to keep it simple. We've conceded 31 goals. You know, isn't it obvious where our problem is? 31 goals, man. We've got a championship level defence. And it's been that way for years. And it doesn't matter if, you swap out managers or, to use Jacob's phrasing, if Paratici, have I got that right? Yeah, Paratici.
You got to put some meatball on it.
Yeah. It's very spicy there in North Juarez, man. So I don't know why we haven't bought a defender. And the thing that worries me is, I can see this progress, right? So Porro's a good buy. It will keep us a long way, but we still need a goalkeeper and at least 2 centre-backs. How many more windows is it going to take for that to happen? Because until that's sorted out...
One more window.
Well, until that's sorted out, though, you're not going to see how good we can be. You're not going to see any manager's system, any style of play, because we've got Muppets at the back that can't be trusted. So if you say one more window, what if it's 2 or 3? Then we're looking at other gaps in the squad. It's the frustrating thing about Tottenham is
Conte was asked, Paul, 2-3 weeks ago after we got bullied by Aston Villa. Conte was asked in his press match conference, "Do you need new centre backs?" And he said, "No, it's the least of our problems." He's
not going to say Eric Dyer is a stupid twat.
No, but he didn't.
But he'll do it, Spence.
But he did say
it was a club signing though.
Hold up.
I'm sorry, but this whole.
Wait.
I was just nearly finished, man. I was just nearly finished. So
go on, mate. Go on.
So you throw me, man. I was nearly there as well. So fucking hell. So
as you always say.
Conte also said we can't press up the pitch because the characteristics of our defence won't let us do it. So he has said this shit in so many words. But, at Tottenham, we're all, and this has been the case since like the 90s or late 80s, we're always 2 or 3 fucking players short of being magnificent. Correct. Because we have got a good team, But if we drag it out, okay, summer we get one centre back, then it's still not enough, man. Anyway, that's my piece. But you go and say what you want, Sean, and just remember, do it in like a mirror or a negative film, and that's my opinion.
But Paul, I don't even know you, bro. Have I met you before? Like, I'm not sure.
I reckon if we ever met, we'd annihilate each other in a cloud of confusion. And it's a bit of a pitter because I know on the occasions that I turn out to be wrong, then that means you're fucking right, which is annoying, you know?
I've never met anybody before that I've never met before who just tells me that I'm absolutely wrong on everything, and yet everything you just said I agree with. So I don't know where we're disagreeing.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm just saying that we're opposite. So one of us is right, one of us is wrong at different times.
I agree with everything you said. I agree with everything you said. So I don't understand why you disagree with me. I'm not sure where we disagree because I've said I think that we are like the centre backs are a problem. Like centre backs are a massive problem, but we haven't got them. And I'm saying that Conte has said that he was asked, "Do you want centre backs?" And he said, "No, I'm good." He said, "I'm good." But when he was asked about other positions, he hasn't said the same thing. So I'm saying that the idea of back Conte is not a financial thing. Like if you're somebody that wants to like throw all the mud towards Daniel Levy or towards Paratici, and you say that like Antonio Conte can do no wrong, then you have to back Conte both financially, but also take him on his word. If he says that the centre backs aren't an issue, then are we supposed to be a mind reader as well as someone that can just like forgive him for all of his issues?
Sure.
Like,
just to add to that, right? You have to be honest, and you have to be honest with this. Is any manager going to come out and say our defense is shocking and shambolic?
Yeah, but the same.
No. I'm asking you a question,
and I'm going to say if you've got a manager that's happy, if you've got a manager that's happy to say that Jed Spence isn't good enough, that Lucas Moura is not good enough.
First of all, you can't use Jed Spence in this argument because Jed Spence was a club signing.
You can't.
And he hasn't played.
No, you can't.
And he hasn't played.
Club signing.
I'm saying you're making the argument.
I can tell you for a fact, right? Because I know the person who is involved in that deal, right?
Not a fact.
Don't start. No, it's not hearsay, Sean. It's not hearsay. It's not hearsay.
No, it's not hearsay. No, I'm not saying.
It's hearsay, Danny.
It's not hearsay, Sean. No, it's not hearsay. You can talk shit and say it's hearsay, but it's not hearsay.
No, I'm not sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of Conte going and saying, "He's not my player. Get Conte players in." What does that even mean? That's just a ridiculous statement, and not what you're saying, DK, because I don't really know you.
It means players who can play football competently, players who know how to do their job and not kick the ball in their own net, and defend and not get turned over, defend without putting your arms behind your back. Those are just the 5 things I can think of.
But what are you talking about? Paul van Dijk puts his hand behind his back. Paul van Dijk has scored none goals.
I'll be back
He's
in 1
meant
second,
to be
guys.
one of the greatest defenders. He's meant to be one of the greatest defenders in the Premiership, but yet he's made mistakes. So basically, it's like, right,
you're talking about
he's not a Conte player. What is a Conte player? Why does Conte get the recognition that he can shoot? You don't hear that's an Arteta player, that's a Jose Mourinho player, that's a Pep player. But yet, you buy players for the club. Every club will buy players. Every Premiership player, every Premiership team will buy young players to develop. Liverpool do it. Even to a certain extent, Chelsea's done it. Arsenal's done it. Do you think Klopp asked for Nunes, asked for Luis Diaz, asked for all these players? No. These are the players that I would like, and the club buys them. Spence was bought because he was a right-wing back and very young. Conte did nothing but say he's poor. He's not, and he didn't even try him. But he'll play Emerson. Was Emerson a Conte player?
Can I just interrupt there, Orin? Can I just interrupt for a second? Right. You just said Conte didn't try him. So I just want to give you a bit of facts, right? That's actually
didn't try him.
Out, right? So first of all, Stellini himself said before the last game we played, right? That Spence has not been doing well in training, right? That's a fact. He said it, his own words, right? And he said that he needs to do what Brian Hill and Sarr are doing. Now, what he means by that is they've been training hard, and I can tell you for a fact that Brian Hill is one of the best trainers at the club, one of the best, right?
Right.
Just by the people I know who are inside, right? So what he's saying by that is, if you know, but I know I'm not saying that. Right? I'm saying if you listen to a manager, right, and you listen to what they're saying to you on the training ground, right, and you do everything right in training, you're gonna be more in with a chance, right, to have a starting berth. Now, if you've got a player who is not, now I can tell you this from what I know, right. So I know that he hasn't. Obviously, Stellini's come out and said it, but what was happened before was the club promised him that Conte will give the club that they will give him chances. Conte said to the club that if you sign him, if he listens to what I'm saying and listens to what we do and what asking of him, right, and he can understand where he needs to be ready in contention to start or to have a try in this team, right, then I will give him a chance. The problem is on the training ground, he hasn't done enough to warrant Conte saying, right, I'm going to risk you and I'm going to give you that chance. If a player, it's like saying to someone in a job, right? I used an analogy with Sean the other day. If you employ someone, right, and you tell that person, right, this is your job title, I need you to do this and this for me, right? Now, if they don't do the job, are you going to give that person and keep giving that person another chance if they're not listening to you?
Yes, but Spence never got a chance. And as you said, Brian Hill,
because he's not listening to the manager.
So let me answer you. You said Brian Hill is the hardest trainer according to your reports. Where's Brian Hill right now? Is he training at Tottenham Hotspur away? No, he got loaned back to Seville. Conte only played him when Kulu was injured.
Yep.
He should have got Adama. So basically, if you're a young player like Spence, you need a manager to put all around you and go, I'm going to give you a chance. To not even try Spence in the FA Cup. I would understand if Spence, you got to look at the mentality. He's not being played. Then every time he's not getting played in Conte's ask, his own manager's saying he's not ready. He's not good enough. He needs to do this. Basama, brilliant signing, I thought. Every Spurs fan thought he was great. That was the next Dembele. What did Conte say? He needs to learn how to be a defender. Look at the way he plays now. He sucked the essence of Basuma. But not Conte's fault. It's Levy's fault for buying him.
No,
so
look, can I just add to that, right? So I agree with you on the point that Basuma was a club signing, right? I can tell you this, right? He was a club signing, and I can tell you, right? But let me finish, right? Conte said he liked Conte's. No, I hate that word. Don't use that word. Conte said he liked him, right? Everyone agreed to Basuma because they saw he was a very good Premier League player. Every Spurs fan wanted. I've been wanting him for a long time, right?
Right.
What I've been told from the inside is that Conte regrets that decision of okaying that deal just because it was a good opportunity for the club. So then, in this respect, I would blame Conte and the club, right? So I'm going to blame Conte on that because he said okay to bring someone in that he thought could do a job, but what he's realized is he can't, at the moment, he's not getting to grips fully with what he wants him to do in the Conte system because Basuma...
Yeah, you said Jed Spence was a dick, right?
I said Jed Spencer's got attitude problems, right? And he's not listening to the coaching staff and the manager, right?
You said he was a dick.
Who?
You did. You said Jed Spence was. I'm not saying it in a way that's like. I'm not trying to shame you. I'm not. You said that.
Who said Jed Spence is a dick?
You put it into the real time.
Right. First of all, we're not talking about what I've said then. I'm talking about what I'm saying right now.
Sorry, I'm not calling you out, man.
No, but you are. You are, Sean.
I'm not.
You're trying to call me out. I'm trying to have a conversation, an actual proper conversation. And me and Oren are actually having a really good conveation, actually.
I didn't know that you changed.
So he's a dick or not?
Let's put this straight then, Sean. If you're gonna say this, right? I don't even know.
I'm not trying to call you out.
If you want to put words into my mouth, right? If you want to put words into my mouth, I'm gonna say it here on the stream right now. Spence is a dick because he's not listening to the manager and he thinks he's got a divine right to play for Spurs. If you've got a winner in Conte, right? Who's got a winning mentality, why is he going to pick someone who's not listening to him? Why?
Danny, did he just stick in your mouth? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, you got a dick in your mouth,
basically.
No, does it sound like I've got a dick in my mouth?
No.
It does.
A lot of it's a small one.
Why are you saying I've got a dick in my mouth? You're the one fucking saying it.
Talking shit, Mia. You're putting words in your mouth, you donut. I said you're putting words in your mouth and you said the word dick. It's a joke.
Wait.
I'm talking then.
So basically,
man.
I was being quiet and listening to you have a really good conversation. I didn't say nothing.
Guys. Can everyone calm down? Danny, I wasn't.
That was a great video, Sean. I love that video right there. That was great.
Danny, I was not saying it in a way that was trying to expose you, bro. I thought you were like, I've just come back from picking up my alcohol from the fucking
get him, Danny,
from the guy outside. Right? So I didn't know what you were saying, but I just walked back in and heard you say that Spence was being blah blah blah, and I was like, yeah, you called him a dick. I wasn't saying it in a way that was like trying to call you out. because I thought that you meant it when you put it in the WhatsApp group, but I wasn't.
Well, I don't even know what
you
I put in the WhatsApp group.
Wasn't calling you out.
If you're saying that, then you can show me, and I'll say then.
I followed up.
He's a dick. Then
I followed up to your tweet. Your message. I followed it up, going, if what you're saying is true, then 100% the guy's a dickhead, and he needs to be shipped out.
The question is.
So I'm with you, Danny. If he's a dick, he's a dick. If the guy thinks he's better than Tottenham, if the guy doesn't think he wants to train, if he's come in with an ego, then fuck him.
Look, if it was me, I was the manager, I would play him because I think he's got better ability than all the wing backs we had anyway at the club. But
it's more than ability, right? It's fucking persona. And if the guy thinks he's
Emerson Royale, does he? He must train amazingly well because Conte sticks to him.
Harry Winks is the old.
Oh, he listens.
He listens.
They cleared the locker room out for him. If you didn't know, they got rid of Spence, they got rid of Doherty, they cleaned and shot.
But
give plenty of room to Emerson because he's about to cook. That was the whole motto of yesterday. So.
I don't want no slander about Emerson.
Not Curdy. Yeah, they kept their Royale.
Is everyone calm? So, Mia and Danny, are you guys calm? Are you calm? Because I think there was a misunderstanding.
No, it was a joke. It was a misunderstanding, Danny, man. It was just a joke. Honestly, it wasn't like I would never do that. I'm not.
Here, Sean.
Nice, cool. And also, I was sitting being like, do you know what I mean?
I just want to say one thing because after that go here.
Okay,
just want to say one thing. Look, we're all Spurs fans, and I think the issue is, I would like to be like this. This chat has been amazing, but I think the Spurs fans who get upset, stop taking it personal. Spurs is a football club. If they were to vanish, I don't personally. If Spurs lose, if they draw, I don't get sad about it because it's a game of football. Like if Spurs lose at the weekend and I call my boss and say, "Here, boss, Spurs lost, so I have to take the day off," he'll go, "Don't come back." I think we all have to just chill, relax, not take things personal. It's not a vendetta. I know Marlon. I know you like the passion and stuff, but to me, it's like there's a lot of like personal attachment to Spurs, and it's a football club, and we're all fans.
It's more than just Tottenham, though, mate. In the community, I was saying this earlier on a different WhatsApp group.
Yes, but
I feel like when it comes to like little spats that happen amongst people like us in the community, it's a lot of passion that's mixed with a lot of ego. And unfortunately, what comes out of that, or what the volcano that erupts, is a lot of unnecessary animosity.
And that's what I'm saying. Right?
Like,
Jed Spencer's a dick, though, eh?
Yeah, I heard Jed Spence was a dick.
I think you know what we all did.
We're going to get a T-shirt printed.
Yes,
you're going to get a T-shirt printed with that.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Spurs fans have slated Emerson. Conte played him. Spurs fan hyped up Spence. Conte never played him. So I think if Spurs fans had slated Spence, Conte would have played him. That's just a theory. I'm not saying it's true. But it seems that this is a theory. I'm just saying it's like he slates Royale, and he knows it, he plays him. We hype Spence up, we want to see him on. Conte went, "Nah, I'm not gonna do that for you. It's my way or highway." So it's
he's not gonna risk his whole career on the hinge of a Conte, or excuse me, of a Levy buy. I understand the Spence thing, especially if he's not training well.
But wait, still, one second. Oren, are you saying you're on your way out, bro? Because there's
yes, I'm on my way out.
You are.
No, I'm gonna go.
There's two people waiting to come in.
Very much.
Yeah. No, mate, legend, mate, you're always welcome, bro.
Right.
Always welcome. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Right.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Big up, Oren.
I'm gonna bring in
Sean. Actually, I gotta go too. So while two leave, you can bring two in.
Okay,
big up, everyone. I've enjoyed the conversation. Big up, KPV. Sorry we didn't get to chat more. Danny, Paul, Alex, Marlon, Mia.
Thank you, mate.
Big up yourself. Thanks, Sean, for having me on.
Love you, mate. I'll see you soon.
Just to say something. Yeah. Right. I know Danny didn't mean what he meant. He didn't mean that. He didn't mean that, by the way. Yeah. I love Danny. Yeah. Just to let you know. Yeah. Because he's my boy, and that was a bit wrong, to be honest with you.
I've never heard two people randomly.
Yeah. Saying that word, I have to respect it. You know what I mean? Because Yeah, we have to have morals about this a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, saying that word to a lady is not nice at all. So
there's no morals when it comes to Tottenham, mate.
Yeah, I know, but still, mate, you know, but you're my boy though. But it's just to say sorry, Mia. Yeah,
Alex, if someone can say a joke, I can say a joke back. Simple.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Danny, man. I didn't take that personally because you know what I'm saying,
cool.
like I said it to you, so it's fine. Like I'm alright with that, man. I'm not someone who's gonna like not expect the banter back if I give it, so that's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Just to make sure. Danny's he's my boy. He's my boy. I just had to say that, yeah, because it could be misunderstood. That just to say.
Of everybody tonight, nobody's had the clearest and most present, like absolute annihilation as I've received from Paul, who comes on and goes, "Sean, I agree with everything you say, apart from I'm the entire opposite." Like that's an absolute fucking slam dunk.
It doesn't matter, does it? That's the thing. It doesn't matter. It's just a bit of fucking about, you know.
It's all good. It's all good. No, we got 3 new people to join the stream. We got Queen Ellie Hoiberg, we got Philo, and we got KPV. What's happening, you guys? How's everybody doing? You good?
All good, man. All good.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a pause. There's 200 people in the chat right now. Guys, if you haven't already, do me a favor for the channel. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the content, whatever, even if you don't like it, at least appreciate the fact that these other people have come on and slated me for most of the evening with my opinions. Can you hit the like button for me? Give the channel a chance. We're trying to compete with some big boys out there.
I'm gonna get a t-shirt, Sean, saying Sean's opinions are shit. That's what I'm gonna get printed.
Listen, all publicity is good publicity in my mind.
You're still at clicking them.
The more they talk, the more my subscribers grow. So listen, let me start with KPV. You were the most recent entry. Take it where you want, my man. You've been listening. Where do you want to go? What's your take on what we've been talking about?
Everything else, really. Like, yeah, next round FA Cup, like Wrexham, Sheffield United. Like, I did say to Brian Degger over the weekend that we was going to get Wrexham or Sheffield United. Like, I mentioned that to everyone else before the draw was even made. I did say we was going to get either of those two. Like, I actually want Wrexham to win because, yeah, they have got a good team and they've got 2 Hollywood movie stars doing a good job. So I can expect them to beat Sheffield United. Like, even though Sheffield United are second in the Championship, I'd rather Wrexham win and then just keep going on a good run. But Alex is right. Like, things can happen, and like, yeah, Alex is spot on every time I watch. They would be David's channel or Real Tottenham TV, other channels. Mr. Box Office is always right.
Wow, I wouldn't go that far, KPV. Mr. Box Office is rarely right.
KPV, you listen to the master, bruv. You know what I mean? That's how it is, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know, it's just how it is. You need to start attraction to actually get you to the truth. Like I said, every single time. You know what I mean? You know, that's how it goes. You know. The main event, like I said, Sean, take note, bruv. You know what I mean? Because that's what you needed. That's what you needed all the time, bruv. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's go on.
Well, before we go any further, sorry, KPV, 1 second. I think we got another couple of people that want to jump out, another person that wants to jump in. Mia, you wanna jump out? Is that am I right?
Yeah, that's fine. It's a school night. I've got to get up with the children nice and early tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be jumping off.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Lovely chatting to you guys.
Yeah,
good channel.
Plug your channel. I forgot to plug Jacobs. I'll do that in a second.
That's okay. If you like what I've got to say, then Spurs Between the Lines. I try and keep my opinions obviously quite level-headed. I'm quite an opinionated person, as you can see. So yeah, go and give my channel a subscribe. Go and watch my videos. Give them a like, because I'm literally a tiny little channel. I've got 170, so I'm trying to get to that 200 mark. So if you could all go and help, I'd really, really appreciate it.
What's the name of the channel one more time?
Spurs Between the Lines.
Spurs Between the Lines. There you go, Mia. Mate, absolute legend for coming on, making your debut. Well done. And come on again anytime you want. You're always welcome.
No worries. Thanks so much. See you later.
Cheers,
bye.
Bye. And I think Marlon as well. Marlon, you want to jump out as well, buddy?
Yeah. No, Sean, thanks for having me on. But yeah, you can catch me on the View from the South Stand TV. We do match reactions. I got another guy called Hass. If Ben Kaufman's in the chat, please put the link in the chat for people as well if you're there. But yeah, if you want to come over, we're on 217 at the moment, so we're trying to hit that 300 as well. If you come over on the thing, and we're always looking for guests as well. If anyone wants to be a guest on our channel, please hit us up because we're always looking for guests each week. So yeah, please look out and hit that notification bell. And big up to everyone in this as well, because Sean's been on, Mr. Box Office has been on, Danny's been on.
Oh, you've always missed the main event, bruv. Where's the invite, bruv? Where's the invite? You know what I mean? You know, he likes people. Where's Mr. Box Office, bruv? Where is it? Where is it? I didn't see the invite, bruv. You know what I mean?
There's a massive difference between common sense and common waffle.
Oh boy, Sean talking rubbish again. Here we go. Anyway, moving on.
All right, Marlon, mate, thank you so much, my man. I'm going to find all the links. Listen, anyone that's watching, certainly afterwards, there's so much going on right now. I'm going to get all the links as I go through it, put them in the chat, but I'll also have all the links for everybody in the description afterwards. So please go and check out Marlon. Please check out Mia. Please check out Jacob. Who else jumped off? I forget who else jumped off. Someone else jumped off before that. I'm going to sort it all out. Marlon, thank you so much, my man. I'll get these links up for you. Thanks, buddy. See you soon. All right, let me. We've got other guys coming in to say hello. We got Daniel Larson. What's happening, Daniel? Are you okay, my man?
Yeah, I'm okay. How are you?
Okay, great to have you on as always, buddy. But before we come to your opinion, I got to spread the love to the guys. Let me start. Who was it? Phil. Phil was next. Phil, how you doing, my man? I can't even remember what we were talking about. It's been chaos.
It's basically what you said, Sean, but the opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the system.
No, I'm only joking, pal. I'm only joking.
That's okay. How you feeling, mate? What's your take on? I don't know what we're talking about right now. Conte, is Conte going to be here in the summer? Is he the guy for the job? Is he the guy for the rebuild? Do you think he's just is he treading water? You know,
I just wanted to make a point about these centre backs that Conte's got at this moment in time. So what he's got Dross at the minute, Dross centre backs. So he can't come out in the press. Well, he has come out in the press, but he can't really say it to the owners that he needs these centre backs. Else, you know, he'll be in the shit with the owners basically. But he needs to get the best out of what he's got at the moment. He can't play these defenders down. He needs to get the best out of them. So if he starts slating them in the press, saying, you know, this defender's shit, then it ain't going to be any good for these defenders that we got now. So we don't want to downplay them in the press. Really, that's my point.
Yeah, listen, I take the point. I take the point that he can't necessarily call people out, but I don't necessarily take the point that he hasn't called out people in the past. You know, if you think back to this time last year, we played, I think we lost against, we just sneaked through Watford, and then we went on a winning streak, and then we lost again. We went on that one game in, one game out, one game in, one game out. And his press conferences were very dichotomous, right? You know, we beat Man City or whoever it was that we beat. He came out and said, these are the best guys I've ever trained. And then, you know, a week before when we lost to, was it Wolves or Southampton or to Burnley, whoever it was we lost to last year, he turned around and was like, I don't know if I'm the right guy for this job. These guys aren't good enough. So to make, like, maybe there's an argument to say, and it's a common phrase, I'm going to butcher it right now, but you praise the individual, you attack the group. It's like a managerial concept where you don't ever slate anybody. If you're a manager, like I've been a manager for a long time, if you manage people, you don't criticize the individual in front of the team because it doesn't do anyone any good.
It's not good for morale, is it?
Not good for morale, but you can praise the individual, but you can criticize the group and say no one's doing anything. And so maybe if you take that same concept and extrapolate it out, maybe there's an argument to say the reason why when he was asked, did he need new centre backs, he said no, is because that's a slight, like something towards the idea of criticizing the individual.
He needs to keep that on the down low, though, doesn't he? With the players, because he can't downplay these players to them. Do you know what I mean?
I get it. I hear
and also to add to what you're saying, as well, we're already performing badly in defense. He can't tell them they're worse than they already are, because they're gonna then they're gonna completely lose morale.
Okay.
So you have to. Conte has been very cryptic in the way he
Very
said
clever.
it. We need to build a foundation. We still need more. It's going to take time. He's saying all of the stuff, but
that's
he's
fair.
He's not being direct about it.
But who's saying that he ain't doing that behind the scenes and saying to the owners, "Look, this is what I want," but he's not exactly saying it to the players in front of their face. Do you know what I mean? To downplay.
And it's fine. As I'm speaking it out loud, I think it's a reasonable take, right? I think it's fine, and I'll get on board with that.
So you agree, Sean?
I agree with loads of things that you guys say. I just don't ever fucking give you the credit, because I don't want you to feel like you're getting above your station. I'm kidding.
Go on, Paul. Sean, there was something I did agree with you on. I saw your Spurs walk the other day, and who was the knob at Tottenham that didn't know we couldn't loan more than 8 players out internationally?
Who was that guy?
I can tell you that for a fact, because he's supposedly cooking. He's cooking. Where's he cooking? Where is he cooking, Sean? Where is he cooking? Cooking back in prison, though. That's what he's doing.
Alex, I've never been someone that's part of the Don thing.
No. I'm not having a go at you, but I'm just saying, I'm just
talking.
I'm just talking, bruv. You know what I mean? Where is he cooking? Bruv, he needs to be out of our club, bruv. I'm tired of him, bruv. He out of the club, bruv. I can't stand him, man. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
We can work with him. We can pivot into the Paratici debate if you want to, but before we get there, I got to bring in Ellie and Daniel. But Ellie first. Ellie,
hiya.
How you doing? You
not okay? Not too bad. I'm listening to all you fellas talking about dicks and everything. I had to jump in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of dicks at Spurs.
I agree,
We've got
Ellie.
a dicky defence, haven't we?
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask this, Ellie. Right. So, is there? Do you think the window? What do you think about the window? You got like a dichotomy again. I'll keep using that word, but on the one hand, you've got a right wing back that, in my opinion, doesn't just improve the right hand side, but possibly improves the left hand side indirectly, because other teams are going to have to defend in a different way. They're going to have to spend more attention looking at the right, which might free up Sonny to do something that he hasn't done in the first half of the window, or first half of the season, and that's because he hasn't had the space to do it with. So I feel like Pedro Porro is a brilliant differentiator for our second half of the season, all being well with injuries, in allowing us to do better when we've got the ball. The problem is when we don't have the ball, when you've got two offensive wing backs in Perisic and Porro, how is that going to expose our centre backs that are as they are? Are you confident? I know it's not the perfect window, but how do you feel about the window? Do you think that the fact that we haven't improved the back three, is that going to ultimately be our little crucifix for the rest of the season?
Do you know what it is, right, Sean? Just to put a level head on it as well, right? So we've leaked 31 goals and we've scored 40. So we scored 5 less than Arsenal. So the attack is not a problem. So really, I would have thought, right, it's logic that you have to shore up the defence, right? But having said that, remember, if you've got attacking players like Porro and Danjuma that have come in, that their only goal is to go forward and score goals, we've got a chance to outscore the other team, especially if Kane, and now you're saying releasing Sonny to play better, right, and start scoring goals. So we have to outscore teams. We have to. Otherwise, we're going to be left behind, and we won't even get a top 4 finish if we don't. All right. Yep. So look, we've had very close shavings with a lot of games that we've had this season, right? Because we beat Leeds 4-3, didn't we? And we've had lots of 1-0s, and we've never really battered anybody apart from Leicester when we won 6-2. Right, so really, I would have thought Conte, being a master, everybody thinks he's a master manager, don't they? Everybody thinks that he's got, the Midas touch. But you would have thought he would have said to the owners, "Look, I need a couple of centre backs," and what are they doing? Are they not listening to him? I can't see Conte not wanting to shore up that defence. I can't see it. So it must be a club decision that we're going to try and outscore teams rather than defend. It's football suicide. That's what I think it is. It's football suicide.
Best form of defence is attack, isn't it? I think that's the way they're thinking at the minute. Is that they want to outscore the teams in the second half of the season and
they do
get by with the defence that they've got at the minute. That seems to be the plan until the end of the season. But I do believe that they will get their targets, next summer. I think they have got targets that they want to go for. It's just they need to get them over the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm not sure if she was halfway through a sentence.
Decent defender.
Oh, there you go.
To help this defence.
Yeah, no, I agree, Ellie. We are one defender short, two defenders short, a goalkeeper short, and a cam or whatever. For me personally, I actually think that it's not a cam that we need. I think we need a monster defensive midfielder. I did a stream, and I'm going to come to Daniel in a second, my man. So I want you to have your where you want to go with it ready. But I personally, I did a stream with Jack last week, and we stack ranked, in our opinion, and with the help of the guys in the comments, every club in the Premier League based on squad strength, and it looked incredibly different to how the Premier League looks. But what the takeaway was, we put Tottenham about 7th, but what it looked about every club above us, every club that was above us had a monster defensive midfielder, someone that could do the crunching, that could be the steady Eddie, that could take things to go. Where is our Casemiro? Where is our Bruno Guimaraes? Where is our Thomas Partey? Where is our Zinchenko? Where is our every single team that's up there has got a guy that can absolutely handle and slow the game down or control the pace of the game. And I don't think Bentancur or Højbjerg, I'm sorry, Ellie, I know you love Højbjerg, but I don't think that they have that necessarily in their locker.
Sorry, Sean, I just wanted to jump in. I believe we got that in Basuma. We just don't use him the way we should use him.
But whose fault is that?
Well, it's Conte's system, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
But I got an issue there as well. Have Conte removed Basuma's ability to pass, get together sideways pass, or have a good ball control? Is that Conte's fault that all of a sudden Basuma has lost his ability to play football? That's not Conte's fault. That's himself. That's his fault himself. You got to look at that.
He did it for Brighton, though, in a midfield three. He did it for Brighton.
Well, that's the problem by playing a back three. You can't do a back three and a midfield three, can you?
No.
You can't do
both.
I
think Basuma is to sell some disguise anyway. I think we've been fooled.
All right, Daniel, I want to let you come back in right now. Before I do, I've got a new member announcement, and it is frankly Tottenham. Where's your link? Where's your thing, buddy? Where are you? Where are you? There you are, my man. Let me get the wolf whistles up. You're part of the new puppies. Welcome to. Very, very cool of you, buddy. I really appreciate the support. There was also somebody else that come in a little while back. A chance to say it, and he is actually he's gone bigger. He's gone bigger. He went home. He's a pony. Welcome to the ponies, Rob. Really appreciate you, my man. Guys, Daniel, listen, mate. Where do you I want to ask you, how do you feel about the second half of the season? Do you think that we got the chance? Can we get it done? Is Pedro Porro that much of an impact? Is Danjuma going to be a guy that can pop up with the 4 or 5 goals that Richarlison hasn't delivered, that Brian Hill didn't deliver? Do we have someone in Danjuma that is so capable, and also the where you can play him? You can play him on the left, the right, the center, in the second striker, or even in the 9. He is a utility player that scored on his debut. Some channels are saying is pathetic. It's a waste of time. I don't understand that rhetoric because he's a free hit for me. But how do you feel about him? How do you feel about Tottenham's chances going into the second half of the season?
I'm mixed, really. I mean, it feels like we need luck, first of all. We need a lot of luck to win the FA Cup. I feel like that's what we should be aiming for this season. Just do it all about to win the FA Cup, because we need to win a trophy. Don't care about the league. The top four is we can't get top four. Newcastle, Man United, and of course City now it's not too good for us. So we need to. I mean, Newcastle only conceded 11 goals, and people think we can all of a sudden overthrow them. Nah, not happening. And Champions League, I mean, I think we're gonna beat AC Milan, but up to that, then God knows who we get. So for me, FA Cup, and for that you need luck. So, but Pedro Porro he's one of the best right wing backs in Europe at this moment in time. He's proven that. Can he do that in Premier League? That's that's a question for another day. But we need to be a little bit patient as well. We can't expect him to be hitting the floor right away. But we can't. Unfortunately, we need him to. We need him to click straight away because that's how bad it's been with Emery Coffee. So we need to just see him flourish straight away. And Danjuma is jury's out. We can't expect too much of him really. I mean, I did like the look of him. I like his movements.
I like the look of him a lot. Listen, I got a soft spot for Brian Hill. I think that Brian Hill was treated like a piece of shit, if I'm entirely honest, by Tottenham Hotspur. I hate the way he's been treated. Always his career kicked to the back burner. We'll get to you at the end of the window. Blah, 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 blah. I think he's a talent. And I've just dropped my vape in my drink. That's a fucking disgrace. A nightmare. Let me come to you, KPV. I've just ruined my thing. KPV, what's your thoughts, mate? Is Danjuma the guy? Is he going to get? Who's going to get? If it's not Sonny, if it's not Kane, if it's not Decky, where the goal's going to come from in the second half of the season outside of those three? Is Danjuma going to get us some goals? Because Richarlison hasn't done anything.
I reckon it could be Danjuma. Like, he scored on his debut at the weekend, and like, as I said to Ben Sim or something, Bergwijn scored on his debut against City, and like the stadium went mad. Like, why can't Danjuma do it on Sunday? Like, hopefully he can, from one Dutchman to another. So 100%. Dutch players score on a debut. I believe Van der Vaart done it when he was here over a decade ago, and so Dutch players who played for Tottenham scored on a debut. Like, so hopefully he can do it Sunday. Like, as I've stated many times, Man City's record at our new stadium is shit. They can't score there.
They haven't scored once. They haven't scored, have they?
They haven't scored since 2015 in the Hot Lane. Man City.
100%. I agree with you. I've seen people in certain WhatsApp groups that I'm in saying that we're going to get spanked 4-0. Alex, are we going to get spanked 4-0?
I'll say I'm not too sure, Sean. I don't know. I've got no idea. To be honest with you, if you've got Dyer in that defence, what is it? Haaland's going to have a field day with him because he's the most bang-ass defender I've ever seen in my whole life. Then Romero might be getting a hot head, get sent off. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? But, you know, all I would say is Porro needs to play. He needs to start. Sorry, I'm done with this whole thing. I'm sorry. I'm not even the hype. Yeah, if he's that good, Conte needs to start. Well, Conte's not going to manage, isn't he, right now? But yeah, if he's that good, play him straight away.
Yeah, 100%.
We ain't got time anymore.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
you know what you're talking about.
I'm running straight away.
Yeah, what about you, Paul? Paul, you still there, mate?
Yeah.
Listen, I think that Tottenham are going to do okay on Sunday. What's the entire opposite of that?
No, I agree with you, Sean. I think you're a man of the people. You speak common sense, you know. So I'll go along with that. I think if we play Porro, I think there is a chance that because we've had nothing on the right-hand side apart from, the times Kulu gets the ball. So, I mean, this could open up a whole new attacking. Well, it will open a new attacking channel for Tottenham. It's whether we will still leak goals at the back is the thing. So I hope Porro plays. If he's good enough, he's got to start, hasn't he? Really.
What about Danjuma? Do you think that? I'll let you go with it where you want, but like I said earlier, I think that Porro is going to open up the right, which means that the left is going to open up. On that basis, yeah. I don't know how you feel about Sonny. Do you think that Sonny should, on merit, still be in the team, or do you think that?
I think he showed enough against Preston, and Dan Juma had a nice little cameo against Preston. I think he's an upgrade on Hill and Lucas as a backup for when someone has a sick note up front. So, you know,
so you still think it's always going to be Sonny to start on the left? There's not a question about him being dropped for poor form.
I don't think so. Not yet. No. Look. If it carries on, but maybe he has turned the corner, and you know, it'd be nice to see. And look, he hasn't been getting a lot of service from bloody Emerson, has he? Or Doherty, you know. So, and there's been matches where he's trying to get involved, and then bloody Ryan Sessegnon runs into him. So you can't help that either. So I don't know. I reckon we've got a chance against Man City, and I think we could be good for a cup this year. But I don't care where we finish in the league. I kind of prefer to finish outside the Europe places altogether, really, and just have
I was okay with that as well. Do you know what, mate? I don't disagree with you there.
We can have next season we can have a bit of time. Hopefully, if we get some centre backs in.
Wait,
sorry?
Paul, if
Newcastle not being in the Champions League, not being in the Europa League or any of those things.
Yeah, I mean, the Europa League, that's shit anyway. So that's like Euro Disney Cup, isn't it? So I'm not fussed about that or the conference. And Champions League, let's give it a miss and experiment with what we've got. Try different things. Teams when they're rebuilding, it's not like they instantly, are top four all the time. They do have periods where they're messing around and, players are trying to get into form or learn different systems. So I'd be quite prepared for that the rest of the season, and then have a good crack at the league next year. Because I really think if we had our defence sorted out, we've got a pretty damn good team,
Yeah, no, 100%. I was just looking. I thought Ellie was still here, but she's not still here, is she? She's
It shows that she dropped out. She's not in.
She just dropped out. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. I was about to come to her. All right. Well, I'll open it up to the floor. Take it where you want, boys and girls. But do you think that, like, I'm going to run with what Paul just said? Then is it, if we can't finish fourth, is it better to finish eighth?
Yes. Yeah. 100%. If we don't get top four, I'd rather be out the Europe places. Conference League and Europa League is not good for us.
I don't want to go to Azerbaijan.
We don't need that. 3 games a week. If it's the Champions League, yeah, but anything else out of the question.
Well, what about anyone else? So, Daniel, you were saying something there, mate. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I don't want to see us playing Azerbaijan and Slovenia and that shit anymore. So I'd rather be out.
But the Europa League, though, has become a pretty decent competition. Like, there's a lot of great teams in it.
It's a pathway to the Champions League, isn't it? Now,
yeah.
You know what I mean? If you do win it, it gets you in the Champions League. But I'd rather be without it. To be honest with you, if it ain't Champions League,
season on your own. Season just focusing on the league.
Yeah, focus on the season. Get your centre backs in that we need. And then push for the league.
That's kind of working out for Newcastle right now, right? They did the same thing. They ain't not playing for nothing but the League Cup, and now
problem is though
trying to get top four.
If you finish fifth, if you go for it and you don't quite finish fourth, you finish fifth, you're in the Europa League. But if you go all the way to the end, maybe Harry Kane stays, right? Maybe Sonny is still happy. If you finish eighth, it's going to result. For that to happen, it's going to result in a very disappointing second half of the season.
And the one thing, sorry, Sean. The one thing as well, if we do drop out of them Champions League places, are we going to attract the players that are good enough to get in this starting 11? If we don't get into the Champions League, teams such like Liverpool and Manchester United, and Chelsea. If they're out of the Champions League, they can attract them sort of players anyway.
Yeah, can Tottenham. Well, the argument is, I guess, like a moot point when you reflect. People always point to the fact that we signed Romero when we didn't have much to offer him, right? Mm-hmm. So all we had to offer Romero was...
The only reason why we signed him is because he knew Paratici, that's it. And he's been buying him everywhere. He's been bringing him to the other clubs as well. Yeah. Right? It's a myth. It's an absolute myth. You get good players if you get Champions League. Like I said before, Champions League's not a trophy. Yeah, Arsenal thought it was a trophy. Arsenal thought it was a trophy.
You're contradicting yourself.
Wenger was no. Let Mr. Main Event speak, because if you had the time to speak and you dug a hole for yourself, let Mr. Main Event make yourself known again. Yeah, because you had your 5 minutes of fame, and let me make myself known now. My point is, right, is that basically you saw Arsenal. They thought his top four was a trophy. They looked downhill now. After 2 seasons in the wilderness, look at them now, top of the table. Yeah, that's mentality for you. Yeah, Liverpool, Chelsea. People say they're in the mud. Well, I'd rather be in their position right now, by the way, because I'd rather have have trophies to my name than just nothing at the moment, like Netflix and chill. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the point? What's the point? You know what I mean? Sorry, but
what's the point of Netflix and chill? I can answer that.
You know what I mean? It's absolute rubbish. You know what I mean? Sorry, but like I said, like, you know, the Champions League is just not the thing. And like I said before, Conte is not going to be here for a day out in the Champions League. He wants championships. That's why he's not going to be at Tottenham. That's why he's not going to be at Tottenham. That's why he's not going to be. He's not going to be here next season. And that's it. Simple. No. I'm just making the point. I'm making the point. Yeah, who's our manager right now? Technically, our manager, Conte.
Of course, I know what you're saying, but I mean, Champions League. If you do get Champions League for a club like ours, you do get that better pull for elite footballers. You do.
That's why we're a small club.
But the thing is even if you've got a thing that's attracting these footballers, if you're not spending the money for them, they're not coming. That's just bottom line. Like, we could say Champions League is going to attract these ballers, but if we're getting Perisic on a free and Bissouma's coming here over Brighton, I mean, you could argue that's a step up, maybe or a lateral step at this point.
Yeah. But on the other hand,
if you're not going to spend the money, what's the point of attracting the players? Is kind of my thought.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, you can flip it. I mean, look at what Brighton are doing. You know, they're buying players such as Matoma and Caicedo. For
we need to go buy their recruiting
for $5 million.
Whoever's their scout, we need that guy.
We need a recruitment team and a scouting team like Brighton. That's what we need.
Well, that's where I agree with you, Phil. I've been saying that again. That's why I wanted Pochettino in. That's why I said on my channel again. If you don't know, get to know Alex THCC. If you really want to know, I said on my channel, my latest video, I said I want Pochettino, and I said with conditions, because I said with Pochettino we get back to the philosophy we want, and then you research on managers like Pochettino. You know what I mean? To bring in when it goes stale, or he leads to another club, then you bring him in, like Brighton would have done. Because for me, that's what Tottenham should have done when we sacked Pochettino. That's what we should have done. They've shown what we should have done.
What,
and by the way, Sean, you said to me, Leicester are going downhill, by the way. They're coming back up now, bro. They're coming back up now, bro. No, because I know you don't like Leicester. I love the fact that Shaw's back on the stream, bro, because I can banter him so easily, bro. I love it. I love it. This is going to be Tottenham's playground now, bro. Here we go.
Playground. It's not playground. It's playground in the fact that you're talking childish fucking nonsense.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know what you're even saying. You spent the entire stream telling me you're bantering me. I don't remember one time you made a salient point that made me go, "Oh, that's actually interesting." Not once have you ever said something.
Oh my God! Look at this guy. He's trying, isn't he? Oh my God! Here we go. Sure. What's your point, Bob? What's your point? Go. Make your point, Bob. Go make your point.
Listen, I don't know why we're talking about Leicester, but for what it's worth, they're bust. They're a broken flush. They're a busted flush, bro. Like they went big. They couldn't handle it. They came back down. They won their little fucking thing, and they're back down just where I said they were going to be. And they're going to stay down. They're bottom half. And you know what? You're going to talk about Chelsea next and saying that they're doing all the great things, and maybe they are. But you know what they're doing? They are exposing themselves to all sorts of risk. They're exposing themselves. They're exposing themselves to a 2-year. They've got a 2-year window to get it right. And if they don't get it right, and you know what? It's never been harder to get it right because Tottenham can find a way to be competitive spending. You know what? Chelsea spent 9 times more themselves than the rest of the five leagues put together. They spent 9 times more money than the rest of the 5 leagues put together.
Yeah.
Sorry, the other 4
it's not going to be
put together.
They
are on a different level, but they're betting the house. And if they don't finish in top 4 this year, and if they don't finish in the top 5 next year, they will not be able to fucking survive. They can't do it. Like they think they figured out FFP.
I'm going to agree with you again there, Sean.
Mate, listen, it's nice to be right, isn't it, Paul? Occasionally, the more you agree with me, the more you'll be right, bro.
I'm not saying you're right. I'm just saying I agree. We could be both wrong, man.
Oh my gosh!
But no, what you're saying is right. I mean, you look at the shit state Everton are in at the moment. They spend lots of money. It's not worked. And if they get relegated, man, I mean, you're looking at fucking administration for those guys.
Yeah,
and the same with Chelsea. I don't see any rhyme or reason to the purchases they're making. And if they can't start gelling as a team, they're in big trouble. Which is fine by me because I always remember them as being a bang average team. They were always shit. They never won fucking trophies ever.
I went back. I went to Stamford Bridge, the current Stamford Bridge, but the old version of it. When I was about 10 years old in 1994.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Absolute, like there was nobody there. There was a car park in the background of the South Stand. Like, absolute shithole. They went from zero to hero. Leicester did it the right way. Leicester's success in their model got them up, but it's unsustainable. You can't find the superstars all the time. Brighton will probably go the same way. Brighton are a little bit more at the moment well run, but we'll see how it turns out. They need to then go that next step and kick into a new model. But their stadium's not big enough to sustain the revenues. Brentford, exactly the same. Like, there's a different level. The game has changed. And you know what? Teams like Nottingham Forest...
I think you're in denial, Sean. You're in denial, Sean.
Alex,
you're in denial.
I'm not in denial, bro.
You're in denial.
Dude, I'm coming from a place...
You're in denial, Sean. Sorry, bruv. I need to get a violin out for you, bruv. Here we go. Here's the violin you talking.
But I come from a place that understands finances.
But on the other hand, though, whereas I agree with you a bit about sustainability and look at Everton, look at Chelsea, I don't think
Forest are the next cab off the rank there, Paul.
All right, but I don't think buying a fucking centre back would send us into administration. We're so far on the other end of the scale, man.
And I've 100% again. Like, I know you think you started the show by saying that everything I say you disagree with. And I love it. I don't know you too well, so it was hilarious. But for what it's worth, everything you're saying, I actually agree with you. Like I've said a million times on my channel, Tottenham's ownership has the wrong risk appetite. Joe Lewis used to be a currency guy, a currency trader. So at one point in his life, when he made all his money, he was a risk appetite fella, right? He used to put his money on the line and make the money. That's how he got wealthy in the first place. But at some point down the road, he met Daniel Levy, and they decided that 9% yields in property rentals was the way to go. Nothing safe as houses is to borrow the quote. But unfortunately, that doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work in football. The game has moved to a system that doesn't reflect their risk appetite. And so, Paul, I 100% agree with you that when we look at not willing to spend, even that guy Kiwior, for what it's worth. The guy that Arsenal bought as a backup to Gabriel, a backup to Saliba, the Polish international, Zabiani for Bournemouth. Both of them are going to turn out to be. They were 20. I think Zabiani was 25 and Kiwior was 20 million.
Yeah, around that. Yeah,
both of those immediately improve our first team.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
The reason I started off by saying I disagree with you, Sean, is because I mean it in a good way. It's like
it's all jest.
Generally, I do disagree with you about a lot, and I agree with you about a lot. But like I'm saying, it doesn't really matter. And I have seen a bit in Spurs fans things where they just take it to that personal nasty level, and that's what I don't like. So. I can disagree with you, and it really don't matter. In fact, I find it quite funny.
Yeah, exactly, man. I've had a great time tonight with you. It's a great time. It's fun. Yeah. As long as it's all in banter. This stuff doesn't really matter. It shouldn't be get to a point where it's nasty.
I mean, with Leicester though, I think they'll be a different team next season because I've read that they've written off their debt now. Their owners have written off their debt, so I think next season.
Where are they going? Where are they going? Let's get it up. Hang on a second. I've got one.
But I think in regards to Chelsea, I think that's going to be a hell of a job to gel them players. It's going to be a hell of a job, and I don't think Potter's the right man for that either.
Hang on, I've got a wonderful little thing to show us.
Chelsea
get it up.
Chelsea, the Tory toffs and bother boys, they always have been. Sol Campbell would be a good manager for them. He'd fit right in.
Yeah, it'd be perfect for them.
KPV, walk me through this, okay?
Yeah.
This is the ins and outs, right? We can go through this pretty quickly, but you tell me which of these clubs. Well, we could do it as a team, but I'll start with you, KPV.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kiwior, there you go, from Spezia, 20 million. I think someone's just jumped in the background. Oh, Alex is back. Hey, Alex. Who are we looking at? Who was Leicester? You want to go to Leicester? Let's have a look at Leicester.
Yeah,
what did Leicester get done?
No,
down. They had a Sutar from Stoke, didn't they?
So they bought Christensen from Copenhagen. I don't even know who he is. Tete from Shakhtar Donetsk.
Midfielder.
And Harry Suter.
He's a striker, yeah, and Suter's centre back.
Suter, the guy from the World Cup, the Australian.
Yeah,
guy.
Australian. Yeah, he's Australian.
He's not bad player, anyway.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't know if Leicester is that like a good window for Leicester. I don't know. What do you think? What do you boys think?
I mean, who gives a fuck about Leicester?
Suter had a bloody great World
They're
Cup.
bums anyway.
He was doing some great tackles, so I don't mind Suter, even though he'll be Australian. But
Manchester City essentially got nothing done. Manchester United signed Jack Butland, Wout Weghorst, and Marcel Sabitzer. I mean, Sabitzer was a really good bit of business. He's a great player.
Yeah, I mean, look how quickly Ericsson. Oh, he's gone 3-4 months. Boom, let's get Sabitzer.
Yeah,
that's Duke might even do a better job.
Big club mentality, isn't it?
That's big club mentality, right? Yeah, and you know what, Jacob, you're absolutely right. He could easily be one that they take on a permanent. Newcastle United. Have Newcastle signed anybody there that makes you?
I like Geraint Cole. I'm just being biased. Shout out Shane. Geraint Cole.
I don't even know who he is. Who is he?
He's like a 19-year-old Australian winger. He's really not. He's got some skills. He's nice. He plays in us and for some Australian team right now. I don't know what team.
How do you even know about him?
Because I do these late night shows that I do, and so it's kind of midday for Australia folk, and so I'll get New Zealanders and Australia folk coming over to the show, and they'll talk, and we'll talk about their team. And before the World Cup, they kind of brought up, oh, you know who's nice? You should look at this guy. And then I watched them play a couple friendlies, and I think I watched Australia versus the Kiwis, New Zealand.
I think they've sent him out on loan, haven't they? I think Jacob. I think they've sent him out on loan.
They signed him and then sent him back, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
I know it's not a name.
Southampton is some business though, right? Miroslav Orsic is a fucking phenomenal player.
Orsic.
Alcaraz, I've heard really good things about, and Sulemana, I've heard really good things about. Don't know about Unachu. I don't know who he is. I haven't seen Genk play, but Sulemana played against us in last season in the. Was it the Conference League? I forget, or the year before. Really good player, right? So I don't know. Like I looked through the fucking window. Everyone's moaning about Tottenham's window. Like West Ham spent an absolute fucking fortune last year, got absolutely nowhere. Their highlight of their season, the highlight of their window is signing Danny Ings, an absolute he's dead food.
Those two signings they did last year that I liked. I did like the Luka Dean and the.
I don't know who he is. I don't even know who Luis Leao is, to be honest. But like Danny Ings is dead food, mate. He's 30.
I think he still gets some goals. I think he does.
I don't know. If he was that good, why did Aston Villa let him go? Like 15 million quid. You know, is it because Aston Villa are suddenly? Is it because Aston Villa are feeling the pinch of spending all their money last season, backing their manager to the point of Steven Gerrard and saying, "Go for it, bro. We need you to finish in the Champions League, or not the Champions League. We need you to qualify for the Europa League, or at least the Conference League." And Villa barely stood up. But
it's a new manager coming in, isn't it? I don't think Emery's favoured him, to be honest with you. When he's coming there, I don't think he's in his plans.
That's fair point. That's a fair point. But I mean, like, there's not that much. You look through it. I mean, Nottingham Forest. I don't know. That's not the same Danilo. I know someone was telling me in a WhatsApp group that this guy. It was who's the guy? I forget the guy's name in the WhatsApp group who was saying
it was Danny.
Or,
Danny said he was a dick.
No, it was the bottom. It was the bottom. It was the bottom dude or somebody else who was saying that this kid is something special. But I was like, Danilo from fucking Juventus. And he's like, no, not that Danilo.
Danny's dick watch.
But sorry, but look at.
He played tonight. He played tonight against United. Like Danilo.
Did he?
Did you have Navas on that list as well? The Nottingham Forest list.
But look at Forest with Navas and Felipe. Navas is an upgrade on Lloris. Felipe is an upgrade on our defense.
I don't fancy Anthony Gordon going to Newcastle because the way that guy went on strike and down tools when his team needed him was disgraceful. And I think if a player's capable of doing that at one team, they're capable of doing it at another team when things aren't going well. So that's a bad signing for Newcastle. And expensive as well.
He came across like a scaredy cat with that bullshit, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you still play, you know. You don't just work yourself onto the transfer list like that.
Yeah, when
disgusting.
When he did that, Paul, I don't think there was any way back for him after that. I think the fans would have turned against him. I don't think Everton had an option to keep him there, to be honest with you, because I don't think the fans would have wanted him there.
Look, I gotta be honest. This guy, Cody Gakpo, like he's absolutely Liverpool spent a fortune on two players. Their last two big signings that have thus far turned out to be absolute fucking dog shit.
Nobody said that before they were saying.
No, I know. I'm not playing like Harry hindsight. I'm just saying, like, I thought he would have been a fantastic signing, but thus far, to me, it's another example, Daniel. Another example of Dutch players that come over from the Dutch league with a massive fucking hype and that end up being rubbish in the Premier League. Yeah. Absolute rubbish.
May I interject? I'm a big fan of PSV. I like what they do over there. They for some reason, I think that they get their hand on some pretty good talent. You look at someone like Xavi Simons, he's able to play the cam, left wing striker. He's pretty versatile. That's a young up-and-coming player. Madueke went there and they sold him, obviously, just now. But also, if you think about Madueke's backup, he's a Belgium guy, Johan Bakayoko. I'm fucking his last name up royally, but it's something along those lines. He's pretty decent, too. There's something that they're doing there. But, again, it's dropping over $40 million on someone from the Eredivisie is going to be a gamble. He could still come good though. He's still a young kid.
I'm sure he'll figure it out. And if it was only 40, I thought it was a lot more than 45 million.
I think it was 45.
If that's right, then that's probably good value. But he's been disappointing so far. But Leeds, you look at Leeds. I want to ask you guys, like Leeds are a team that I think are always potentially on the up because they got
US
a great
men's national team. Let's go.
Yeah, but this guy. I don't know. I think he's the most overhyped fucking midfielder in the world.
No, don't do it, Sean. Don't do it, Sean. He's a fucking baller, bro. I'm telling you, he is. He's the reason we qualified. He is the main reason U.S. men's national team even qualified for the World Cup.
Against fucking like some fucking middle American country, like fucking
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, come on.
Panama.
Didn't Costa Rica beat a heavily favored team in the World Cup, if I'm not mistaken? Costa Rica did.
Saudi Arabia beat Argentina. Let's get ahead of ourselves. Weston McKennie to me is the most overhyped fucking shit show. I think he's gonna
just wait.
I agree, man. We're on the same page. I think
just wait. He's class. He's so good. He's so good.
Useless, mate. He's
not. What makes him useless, Sean? He's not useless. What makes him useless?
He's not useless, but
he's standard.
I made my mind up about. I made my mind up about him, and
when did you? But aren't you always talking about flexibility of thought, Sean? Let's be flexible here with Weston McKennie.
How do you know I talk about that? Do you watch my content, Jacob? Do you?
I wake up to your content, Sean. Come on.
Well, that's nice to know. That's nice to know. So you get a semi when you wake up in the morning like every other man does, and you roll over and you turn on YouTube and you go, there's my Bugsy.
There's my Shawnee walks. Well, that's just something that I agree with. In all the arguments
I think he's got a lot
with
to
the millions of
prove.
people. There's the flexibility of thought. There's something to be said about Weston McKennie. He did well when he first popped into the scene with Juventus. Juventus is shit. Everyone loved Vlahovic. He ain't doing shit. He ain't even starting for Juventus anymore. So, to me, you can't judge based on what he's done this season with Juventus. I think. To me personally, I might be my U.S. men's national team bias coming out, but he is a quality player. I would have loved him at Spurs. I think McKennie is y'all are gonna be surprised. Y'all gonna be surprised and just watch. You too, Paul. I'm not afraid of you, Paul.
24Z's calling me out. I think he's calling me out, right? I love 24Z. He's everywhere. He's very reasonable. When I make good points, he says spot on, Sean. When I make what in his opinion are bad thoughts, he calls me an absolute numpty. So I like the fact that he's got his own mind. He doesn't pick sides. But I think he's saying that I shouldn't have made my decision on Cody Gakpo. I'm not saying that Cody Gakpo is a bad player. I think he's a great player. I'm just not entirely sure.
Sean, how can you make fun of Cody Gakpo, man, when we're buying players out of nowhere? You know what I mean? Sorry, but come on now, bro. Sorry,
I'm not making fun of him. He's a great player.
Sorry, bro.
He's a great player, Alex. But at the end of the day, mate, Cody Gakpo is the longest in a long line of players that have come from the Eredivisie and that have come with a high price tag and that have been fucking shit. Like Ziyech, number one. Anthony,
not that high of a price tag. You just said it wasn't that high of a price tag.
I agree with you about Anthony Gordon. I knew that was coming. That was coming.
We moved on from Anthony Gordon. Ziyech was
amazing. Well, I was in the picture when you were talking about Anthony Gordon, so I'm talking about it right now, Bob. So that's what I'm talking about, Bob. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know, you try every single time, you get bantered every single time, Bob. Like I said, you know what I mean? So, like I said. I love the fact you're back on streams, Bob. It's banter time when I'm on your stream, Bob. But like I said, Anthony Gordon, yeah, I agree with you about that. Gakpo, let's be honest here. Liverpool did a good one on him. Yeah, he might be overhyped, but that's down to Romano doing his videos, isn't it?
If they paid 45 million quid for him and Newcastle paid 45 million quid for Anthony Gordon, then Newcastle are in the mud because Gakpo is going to be a better player for sure. But all I'm saying is that there is a long fucking line of Dutch players that have come from the Eredivisie, or not even Dutch players necessarily, but there's a few successes. There's a few successes. Suarez, there's like Van Dijk. There's a few successes that have come to the Premier League, but most of them have gone elsewhere before they come to the Premier League. But there's also a hell of a long line of players that have come straight from the Eredivisie that have come with a high price tag and a high. And Danny, you're a big Dutch football watcher. Maybe you can correct me here, or maybe you'll agree with me. But like Ziyech, right? Amazing player for Ajax. Comes to Chelsea, dog shit. Right? Anthony. I know you love Anthony, but he's been dog shit for Manchester United.
Can I just chime in?
Even Bergwijn.
Hold on. Sean. Before you continue, right? Ziyech, right? He played in the Chelsea team that he never was the first starter all the time, right? He was always in and out of that team. So I think you need to put Ziyech in a team that suits the way he needs to play. He needs to be one of the main stars in the team.
10. He needs to be in a 10 rather than on the right. Yeah, I agree.
No, not necessarily in a 10 because he played on the right. He played on the right, and Tadic was the number 10 at Ajax, right? But the way they played, they fit perfectly together. You put ball technical players playing with him, right? And I'm talking about you have a system that suits the players that are in the system. He will be a fantastic player, right? I just don't think that Chelsea was the right move for him. I never ever thought it was going to work out.
I thought he had a good World Cup. To be fair,
he had a good World Cup. Look, Ziyech is a very good player, and I would have taken him at Spurs. But the thing is, he has to suit the system he's playing in, right? Certain players are system players. Basuma is a prime example of that, right? And who's the other player you just mentioned after? Who's the second player you mentioned?
I said Ziyech, I said Anthony, I said
again,
Bergwijn,
I said as well, Sean.
There's a never-ending stream of fucking shit
with
shows.
Anthony, I said about Anthony, I said he needs another year or two in the Netherlands before he makes that big move. And I said that he would be a big mistake if he moved to the Premier League now, because it's too early for him, because he's still too raw. Anthony shows unbelievable talent at times, right? And you've seen some of the occasions where he's shown brilliance and an absolute dross, right? And I always said this: he was an inconsistent player. It was like the Ajax, right? He needed more time to develop. And I think again, it's a big move too soon. He needed another couple years, and I said this, and it's proving right. I said he'd be a fantastic player, but I just think the move to Man United was the wrong choice and wrong time.
He had 100 million. Just to finish the point, and then Jacob, you can come straight in. He's got 100 million or 90 million pound price tag, and he hasn't got a fucking right foot. Like, you know, if the guy develops a right foot, I remember my dad telling me about George Best, I think it was George Best, but maybe it was somebody else. Back in the day, he was so one-footed, and then the coach said to him, "You're not going to ever touch, like, for the next 2 months or whatever it is on the training ground. You can't touch your right foot, or you can't touch your left foot, whichever foot he was stronger in." He said, "You got to touch it. You only play the ball with the other foot." And he spent every day, all day long, just doing keepy uppies and stuff. And he got to the point where his weaker foot ended up being stronger than his strong foot. And I think that Anthony could be an absolute worldie if he can develop a second foot. Until then, you become entirely predictable. What pissed me off about Tottenham when we went to Manchester United, Perisic and who was on the inside of him? Was it Longley? Yeah, it was Longley. Both of them allowed him to come in on his left foot time and time again. And I'm like, I'm not even I'm not a coach. I'm just someone who watches football. But to me, it makes obvious sense. If you're playing against somebody who has no right foot, who's playing on the right and wants to bring everything on the left foot, then show the fucking dickhead half a fucking yard on the right-hand side, force him down his weaker foot, and you're going to have some success. Tottenham didn't do that. Perisic didn't do it, and neither did Longley, and we got absolutely punished as a consequence. And to me, I think that Anthony will be a great player, but he needs to develop a right foot, because otherwise he doesn't have the option.
I just think he needs to go into a team where he's going to play week in, week out, and a team with less pressure. I think Ajax was perfect for his development, man. He should have stayed another 2 years. I was saying it. I watched him since he came in, and the progress, the jump that he made from the first season to the second season was like night and day. He was so raw. He didn't look like you could see very occasionally glimpses of the talent. Then that second season, he was a star player. Absolute star quality. He ripped up that league. But again, having said that, he was still inconsistent a lot of the time. But he was phenomenal when he was playing well. He was unbelievable. But again, it's too soon for him. Just like when Memphis Depay went to United too soon. It was too soon for him. The move was too soon.
Yeah,
that's true. He was shit.
Well, okay, PB, welcome back.
He still won the FA Cup. And he still flopped. Like, Van Persie won the title with Man United. He was brilliant, and he won Golden Boots back to back. But look at Teddy Sheringham.
Did Van Persie KPV come straight from the Eredivisie to the Premier League, or did he go via a different league before he came over?
He was in the Dutch league and went to Arsenal. Then
so he's one of the guys that breaks the mold. Okay, fair enough.
He's the one that breaks the mold because.
He was at Feyenoord and then Arsenal.
And I believe he was coaching at Feyenoord, but came out retirement and still coached. And he retired. Last season he retired, and he's got an icon card on FIFA. And I bet you people are starting to sign him for 1 million coins or something. Like, people probably buying him already. Like, yeah, Dutch players, but no one's better than Van der Vaart. That's a fact, Danny.
Well, Van der Vaart didn't come from the Dutch league, did he? He came from.
I'll give you an example. Spain. One of our best ever centre backs who played for us came from the Dutch league. Jan Vertonghen, straight out of Ajax. Eriksson came from Ajax.
Alderweireld come out of
He came out of Ajax as well, but I know he went to obviously Spain. Spain.
Zlatan, he played for Ajax too.
Yeah, I'm not saying that everyone that comes from the Eredivisie fails in the Premier League, but like for every success story, there's probably 3 times failures. That's what I'm saying. There's a long list.
He was on loan at Southampton. Brian Daigle said we bought him from Southampton, but I told him we bought him from Atletico Madrid because he was on loan when. He won the title, but he was a substitute for the Champions League final in 2014. Didn't even come on. So Toby won the title with Atletico Madrid. So Toby's won something. Like, yeah, Toby at least won a trophy.
Let's be honest. Some of these players are overpriced anyway. It's all about just overpricing bigger clubs.
Yeah.
You know, overpaying. From bigger.
The only
clubs.
way they can survive, mate. It's the only way they can survive. You look at the Spanish transfers in and versus out over this past January window. Spanish football is absolutely destroyed. Italian football is almost like it's dead. It's dead. I don't even know why why Italian teams haven't liquidated all their assets, because all the money's flowing towards the Premier League. But Italy have still got an amazing amount of talent over there that are getting paid a quarter or a half of what they can get paid. Like, who's the midfielder? My mind's gone blank. I wanted to bring him up. The Inter Milan midfielder, who's like a sort of like a defensive midfielder, but he's really who? Barella. Yeah. He's a perfect example, right? He gets paid 40 grand a week. Like Inter Milan could sell him for 30 million, and someone could pay him. Tottenham could pay him.
Barella's worth like 80 to 100 million. He's one of the best players in his position.
No,
are you sure you're talking about Barella? No, not Barella. Not Barella. No, wait 1 second. Yeah, I'm talking about the wages that they get paid is a quarter. Oh.
It's not. Hang on, let me look at the squad. It's not Barella. Hang on, it's
Brozovic.
Brozovic. That's the guy I'm talking about. Thank you, mate. Brozovic is getting paid 50 grand a week, apparently. 50 grand a week. Like any club in that, Bournemouth could fucking match that. Bournemouth.
We were linked. We were linked with Brozovic at one point.
We were linked with Brozovic in the summer.
I'd take Brozovic in a heartbeat.
All day long. Brozovic just reinvents Tottenham Hotspur overnight.
Yeah.
You know? And Inter Milan are broke. They didn't spend a penny in the window.
Him and Bentancur in the midfield.
Oh,
perfect.
Danny, absolutely insane.
What do we think about Paratici's interview at the minute?
Listen, I've told you already about Paratici.
I saw the 1 minute. I haven't seen.
He loves to long players.
I told you about Paratici. He's not cooking. I've told he's been cooking.
So all these things we expect.
I've been told he's been cooking, but he's been cooking absolutely nothing, bruv, man. Like I said, I'm sorry, I'm done
beans
with him.
on fucking toast.
I'm done with him,
beans
bruv.
on
I'm done
fucking
with him.
toast.
Exactly, that's all he's doing, bruv. I'm sorry, he's overhyped. Like every Tottenham fan goes about the gift that keeps on giving Tottenham fans, going on about this guy, saying that he's the best thing since sliced bread. No, he's not, because Paul Mitchell.
He's just making a pot noodle, isn't he?
But Paul Mitchell is like the Lord at Monaco, bruv. That's how much he's done so good at Monaco. He's battering the league there, yeah. He's the Lord. Yeah. He's on the board, bruv. He's on the board, yeah. And we let him go, yeah. That's how much we messed up. Yeah,
Alex.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's Levy that let him.
Yeah, 100%. Again, as someone that's always trying to like fucking fight the fire of people fucking throwing arrows at me for being a Levy sympathizer, I'm always happy to call it where I see it. Like, Daniel Levy fucked up in many different ways, and one of them was letting Paul Mitchell go or letting him be dissatisfied. 100% Paul Mitchell was the right guy. The best director of football that we've ever had, in my opinion, was Frank Arneson. He had the best potential. He had the best contacts. He had the best, and he started.
He has a really successful
Paul Mitchell was
teaching
under
haircuts.
Paul
now.
Mitchell was
Paul
under
Mitchell here in America. It's a big thing.
Yeah.
He was under Poch at the time, so I don't think he would have stayed on anyway when Conte come. To be honest with you, I think they had a different vision, a different philosophy. So I don't think he would have stayed when Conte come here.
Cratch, I'm not sure that's the case anymore. You're probably looking at like Transfer Market or one of those websites. I think he had to do a deal where his wages got cut recently. I think he's on a fraction of that, mate. Which again is why Inter Milan are bonkers to me. I'm pretty sure that Brozovic is not on that salary anymore. Oh, I've done it again. I don't think he's on that salary anymore.
I think Basuma. I think he can be a good player for us. If he was in a three, if we played like a 3-5-2 or something like that, I think he would work better in a three, like he did at Brighton. I just think we're playing him out of position, in my opinion. We're not getting the best out of him.
He's just not us. It's not Conte. Conte didn't want him. He didn't want him. You can clearly see he didn't want him. And it's not that. I'm not apologistic for Conte. Like I said, I didn't want him in the club anyway. I wasn't that bothered about him, to be honest with you. It's just that I went for, because I was told that we need to win now. We need to win now. Yeah, we're not ready to win now. You know what I mean? Even though I said that we're going to win the FA Cup as well, because like I said, look how many teams are at that cup. And I'll tell you right now, Leicester City are looking at that opportunity right now. They want to win it. They want to win it. They'll say, "Oh, that's a second chance to win that cup." By the way, yeah.
He's a massive upgrade on Winks, though, isn't he, Alex? Do you know what I mean? A massive upgrade.
That's the Irish Hotspurs line at me, bruv. But like I said, I can banter him every single time, bruv. And that time's coming, by the way. That time's coming. Mr. Box Office against Irish Hotspur is coming, bruv. It's coming. Yeah, and he knows it as well, bruv. Yeah. Because he knows Alex gets on with David, but Irish Hotspur and Box Office, you know, that's a war coming, bruv. That's all I'm saying, yeah. You know, in the banter time, you know what I mean? Like I said,
Paul.
But like I
said, I didn't realize, mate, when you had your emoji up and you weren't on the screen, I didn't realize that this was the same. Because we shared a screen together on the Irish Hotspur, didn't we? Just a couple of weeks back, right?
Yeah,
we did.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, mate. I didn't put two and two together when it was the emoji thing when you had your thing up. Now I know why you say that you disagree with everything I say, because you know you were wrong then and you're wrong now in the best possible way.
But
Sean, it's not that.
Jacob as well.
But we have to say. I have to say this though, Sean. Yeah. Not everybody enjoys talking about Levy anyway. I'm fed up of talking about him.
Mate, there's so many channels. If you want to talk about Levy all day long, there's a plethora of channels where you can go and just.
I don't talk about Levy. Exactly, I don't talk about Levy. I don't want to talk about Levy all the time because there's no point of talking about him because he ain't going nowhere. But I have to respect my boy. I've got to respect Danny. I've got to respect Brian. Yeah. Because they've always been on it, you know what I mean. Even though Danny's deluded, but he's still my boy. He's still my boy. You know what I mean?
It's such a fucking slap in the face compliment. It's like
no, he knows my boy.
It's like back in like the early 2000s, there was that book about negging, how to pick up birds. You pay them a compliment from the face up or from the neck up, but you give them a neg. Like from the waist down, you kind of go, you got beautiful eyes. It's a shame about those fucking hips of yours.
But yeah, it's the whole build them up and break them down. That's how you make them
He's still my boy. Regardless, I got to say he's my boy. But like I said, I'm not a boy. I'm not a person that talks about Levy all the time. But we ain't winning no trophies under this ownership though, and that's a.
You just said we're winning the FA Cup, mate.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He just said we're winning the FA Cup.
No, he didn't say that.
No, KBV, wait a minute. Alex, did you say that or not?
I said we should be winning the FA Cup.
No, did you say no? Alex,
you said we're going to win the FA Cup.
I'm being cheeky. I'm being cheeky.
Yeah, because you're fucking delusional.
Here we go. Oh gosh.
Good, Danny.
Alex, I'll always hold you accountable to what you say, my man. I've got an elephant memory. I got an elephant.
I was just being a little bit cheeky. I was just being a little bit cheeky, bruv. I was just being a little bit cheeky. You know what I mean?
You said we're going to win the FA Cup, and then you just said we're not winning anything anyway. So what is it? Which is it? Are we winning the FA Cup or not?
Sean, do you know what that is, Sean? What is that, Sean? It's definition of a flip-flop.
A flip-flop. That is a flip-flop. That's a flip-flop, Danny. That's a flip-flop, 100%. Paul, what do they call a flip-flop in Australia? Is it thongs?
Thong.
Thong. Yeah. You're a thong. You're a thong, Alex.
That's your words, not mine.
All right, guys. I don't know. This might be a perfect time to wrap it up. Has anyone got any other conversations you want to talk about? It's been we've been going for 3 hours. I've had a couple of beers.
There's something I want to bring up.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
It's this Brian Hill bullshit. Okay.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about it.
This whole we're gonna give him Lamella plus 20 mil, and in 18 months you can get exactly what we gave you all that for. That's fucking stupid. Now everyone gives me shit because I love Adama Traore, because I think that he could have been 18 months ago. You bring him in and I guarantee he would have had a bigger impact than Brian Hill, and you could have kept Lamella and you could have spent half the amount of money. So for me, I just think the Brian Hill bit of business it shows the problems in this organization. I think it's the same thing. Madueke is another thing that highlights to me the problems with Tottenham Hotspur right now that go beyond what we see on game day. I think the Brian Hill bit of business shows there's no plan. I understand that we got him when we had Nuno, correct? We had Nuno when we got Hill.
Yeah.
And then, you know, from what Danny says, he's our best trainer.
It was a club signing, not a manager signing.
Exactly, you know? But if he can't even hang around the club and he's not big enough, not big enough.
Great.
I'm saying I don't want to harp on his size, but when I look at Adama versus Brian Hill, I mean, it's just a no-brainer. One takes 3 people to get the ball off of. The other one, if the breeze is too high, he's going to fall over. And so it's like he had a couple of good dribbles in a couple of games. That's the best you could say about Brian Hill. And I just, I'm trying to make this less about Adama and more about Hill because my personal vendetta is. For me, I have a personal vendetta because of the Adama thing.
Yeah.
For sure.
I don't think he's been treated like shit though, Sean.
I don't think so either. I think he's been a little bitch about it. Posting on your story, I'm finally heading home and on my way home. And when he lands, it's bitch, take your fucking ass. Play in sunny Spain. He doesn't want to play in fucking Wednesday nights. What is the saying? A cold, rainy Wednesday night in Stoke. He doesn't want that smoke. He wants to fucking play when the sun's shining, all the girls are in their bikinis, and he can run around with his hair flying around.
Nothing
and I
wrong
get
with
it,
that.
bro. I love my hair flying around, women in bikinis. Who doesn't? But bro, you're not for Tottenham. I don't know why we fucking bought a guy who's a fair weather player. He doesn't want to play in fucking England.
But every time he's played, he's played well.
I do think
in shitholes.
I do think he's got potential. He's just not getting the game time at our club. Simple as, and you know, he's got players.
But when he's played, Phil, whenever he's played well, correct? Like, you're never going to.
This is what I'm saying.
I think he's flattered to deceive. He's kind of looked like a fancy player. He's done a couple of little turns here and there, but he's delivered nothing. So
everyone always says end product with Adama, right? Everyone's big thing is how many goals, how many assists, and how many years. No, but I agree, Sean. There's something to be said. There is qualities that he possesses that is a good aspect to his game. But the end product, if that's what we're all judging Adama and other signings on, is what is their end product, then what the fuck did we sign Hill for? And why is everyone fucking creaming about this guy? Because he fucking looks like John Lennon in the 70s? I don't get it.
Jacob. I agree. It was bad. It was a bad sign. I think the guy's got immense talent. I think in 5.
There's something there. There is.
I've got immense talent, and I'm rich. So what does that mean, bruv? Does it mean that I'm gonna do anything in my life? You know what I mean? Come on now, bruv, man. What the hell are you talking about, bruv? This guy's useless. That's useless. This guy's useless, Gil. You know what I mean? Yeah, Gil. He's useless. I'm glad he's gone. He's gone, bruv.
Dan Juma's cameo against Preston showed far more talent and ability and usefulness than Hill's done in all of his appearances.
Yeah.
Adama has more goals this season than Hill.
Right. Jacob.
Sorry.
We are not arguing about this WWE wrestler, by the way.
Hey, do you follow him on Instagram? He posted a real nice story of him coming out the sauna.
We're not even going to have this argument. Who's the better out of all of them? They're both rubbish. We don't need them. Sorry, that's done. Sorry, bruv. We don't need to go there, boy. Honestly, that's done. That's done, bruv. You know what I mean?
But Alex, let me ask you this: you're basing that off of his output, right? Now, I understand you're not defending Hill or anything, but I'm just saying you're basing the critique on Adama based on his end product, correct? That's kind of what I've gotten from everyone. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I don't understand how there's also the side of the fan base that's very up on Hill. And Alex, I'm not saying that you did that, but I'm saying, you know, he looks flashy, dancy. He did a nice move on the sideline. That's about all I really remember in 18 months of service. That's just, I agree, it's not good enough. And if it's always this one for the future. Let him come good. Give him some chance. I mean, I was saying the same fucking thing about Ryan Sessegnon. Now I'm praying that he never wears the jersey again, because anytime he wears the jersey, it's just, how long is it that we're gonna? Hill can't play in the Premier League. There's a reason why Neymar didn't come to the Premier League. There's a reason why Messi ain't come to the Premier League. There's reasons for this. It's not the kind of league where you can just, Yeah, you're gonna take a fucking hit. It's gonna be cold. I'm telling you, I hated playing ball in the freezing cold rain when it's raining and it's freezing cold. I hated it. I fucking hated it. So of course, you take someone from Spain. It's beautiful, it's sunny. They got a nice beach. Go to Marbella, whatever. You bring them to the Premier League. It's not as peachy and pina coladas as you want it to be. So I think it's just. There's a reason why. Like, I'm not saying he's not a good player. There's talent that Hill has that a lot of players don't have, but it's just not for this league. It's definitely not for Tottenham.
We've got the better replacement in Danjuma, I believe.
I agree with that.
At this moment in time.
Yeah,
I think Hill has potential, but I think Danjuma is the better option at the moment going forward.
Listen, Danjuma's okay at the moment. I see it makes sense. But I'm not going to go over the top about him like some Tottenham fans at the moment. Let's get it absolutely spot on here, right? They got desperate because they couldn't get the centre back. They didn't want to get Conte's targets in, for any excuse that they can make any time soon. I'm not having to go at the board, you know what I mean? Because it's not just about
Alex, can I just interrupt you for a sec, mate? Danjuma came in because they couldn't get the deal done for Zaniolo, right? Let me give you the facts, right? So what happened was, basically, Zaniolo, they tried to get in the summer, right? They tried. Roma's stance have never changed. Obligation to buy. That's it, right? His price was 50 million euros in the summer, right? It went down to 35 to 40 million euros because he's got his contracts running out. Yeah, he's got in the end of this year, end of the summer. Sorry, he'll have 1 year left on his deal, so his price will go down again. Roma have never changed their stance. They've always said they want money, right? They want obligated to have money. No one wants to do it because of the injury issues he's got, and he hasn't hit the form that he hit, right? When Tottenham tried to do the deal for a loan to buy, right? They tried it, they kept trying, and it wouldn't happen because Roma insisted loan to with an obligation. Why do you think they accepted the bid, right? They accepted the bid from Bournemouth, but the player just said no because he doesn't want to go to Bournemouth, right?
And that's why we went for
that's why we went for Danjuma because
that's why we went for a loan with Zaniolo because he is a risk. He is a risk because of 100%. He's plagued with injuries, and that
And I agree with you. And I do you know what? I actually, I'm not going to lie, but I actually praise the club for not buying him. And I say this because of this reason. First of all, you got Conte situation, right? You don't know if he's going to be there in the summer. If you then have to be obligated to pay 35, 40 million euros for a player who could sit on your injury bench for more time than he's playing, like your Lamella was, right? Then you're still going to have to be obligated to pay 40 million euros. Now, for us, that is the worst business you could possibly do, right? So I can understand why Tottenham want the loan to option to buy, because if he does well and doesn't get injured, then it's more of a reason for them to negotiate a deal for Zaniolo. But they were not budging. So what happened was when they found out in the last couple of days before, right, that Zaniolo was not going to happen, right, because Tottenham were not changing their stance, neither were they, right? They saw the option for Danjuma, right? Danjuma had the paperwork, everything ready. He then got the call from Spurs, right? And basically, he was withholding sending the paperwork for you. The club was calling him. Everton were calling him, saying, "What's going on?" He was ignoring them, right? Yeah. He then went to Tottenham to speak to them, right? Had the medical and signed the deal straight away, right?
And that's why I'll give a little bit of credit to the board in that deal.
In this aspect, I would. In this deal, I would, right? Yeah. And look, it's not that.
Fucking hell, clip that. Where's
Sean, I'm a balanced
11:42. I got to write this down.
Listen, right?
I'm spreading that one wide.
I hate Daniel Levy, and I fucking hate this board, right? But in this,
you got to give credit where credit's due, though, haven't you?
In this,
well, I'll give credit when I get a trophy in my cabinet. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do.
We all want that.
Alex,
we all want that, don't we, Alex?
Are we not? We get the FA Cup.
Let me. Heard Danny said he was a dick.
Danjuma was a good opportunistic signing, right? That's all it is, right? He's better than Brian Hill. He's going to fill a gap till the end of the season. If he comes in and does well, the club look like they've done amazing business because it's a loan deal, a cheap loan deal. And if he doesn't do well, they'll just send him back, just like Longley will go back, right? It's not for them. It's a lose-lose. But the problem is the fact of the matter is that people want better quality targets than people like Dan Juma, because we need players that go into the first 11. So that's why people pissed off. I'm pissed off because every single one of us fans knows the one player we would have loved to have got in this window was a centre back, because we are fucking crying out for a centre back, right? And we didn't address it again.
Well, we think that.
And then Conte says he's fine with the center backs. That's the
Conte
conundrum.
says he's fine with the
No, we're not having this debate.
He wasn't fine with the centre backs.
I don't want to go through the debate again, right? But what I would say is, what's a fucking crying shame is that Conte's now sick and he's not going to be around for the press conference tomorrow for Manchester City, because Stellini's going to have to face questions that will inevitably be about the transfer window that you would like to have seen.
He's out for 4 weeks. He's out for 4 weeks, I believe, isn't he?
Yeah, he's probably going to be out for 2-3 months. I'm not even sure if you'll see him again. It would have been ideal. It would have been absolutely ideal to be able to sit Conte down in the presser tomorrow, ask a couple of questions about, how's Danjuma's fitness, how's Sonny, how's everybody, blah, 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 blah. All right, second question. How do you feel about the transfer window? Let's see what he says. But unfortunately, we're not going to hear it. We're never going to hear about what he thinks about the transfer window, because he's not going to be facing any press conferences.
Well, we've heard from Paratici about that, haven't we?
Oh, I haven't even seen that 12-minute.
I've seen it, and to be honest, it's a load of rubbish as far as I'm concerned.
It's everything I expected him to say.
Exactly. I totally agree with you, Phil. To be honest with you,
I could not listen to it, and I could tell you what he said.
Is it on YouTube now? Or did they?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
It's on the Spurs play thing as well.
Yeah. It is. But I watched it on YouTube, and to be honest with you, I don't really care.
All I saw was the same. Like Sean, Sava put a video up, a little short earlier on. He goes, "What words are they going to use in the thing?" And I said, "Competitive, strategy, all that kind of shit." And that's exactly what they've said. Build. We're going to build to be competitive. 2 to 3 players a window. I mean, look,
is that because the THST, the Supporters Trust, are supposed to be getting their answers tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is that 12-minute video supposed to be the answers?
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't even know why they got him in the club anyway, because he got what is it? He got arrested. Was it? He got charged. Was it? He got convicted, didn't he?
Yeah. But the fact that he's making a public statement and
the
he's been charged with
out.
serious crimes, that to me doesn't sit well.
Can I just say something on this, right? Because first of all, on the Paratici thing, right, Alex, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think Paratici is done in one way or another, right? That's a fact. But what he has done since he's been in under the constraints of Daniel Levy, he's done a good job so far. He hasn't done an amazing job. He's done a good job. I was just looking at the players that he's brought into the club. Now, of course, every single director of football makes mistakes, right? Not everyone gets 100% perfection, bang on the money of players, right? You're always going to have a couple players that are not good enough. Emerson Royale, Brian Hill, you could argue that wasn't a good deal, waste of money. Emerson Royale, waste of money. There's a couple other players in that list, right? But as a whole, we've actually brought in, I think, 5 players that have gone straight into the first team since he's been there. Now, in retrospect, when you look at the squad before he came in, it was far worse than what it is now, right? So we have started something, but a lot of fans' issue is, right, and mine included, is the fact that we're still, with the money that we've got, we should be targeting better quality. Now, Porro is a good player. In hindsight, we don't know what he's going to be like yet, because he could turn out to be a dud, right? He could turn out to be shit in the Premier League. I don't think so either, but I'm just saying this could happen, right? So, yeah, this is what I was looking at, Sean, as well.
Go. So we got So when did Paratici arrived in the summer of
that window there? Go up. No, that window there. Go up.
It's from here forward, isn't it? From here forward.
Yeah, this one here.
Right,
yeah.
So players. Let's start with players out. Juan Foyth. Was he responsible for Juan Foyth?
No, I don't think he was. I
think he might have been.
Musa Sissoko. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's responsible for everything. Everything.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
So he got rid of Han Foyth for 15 million. That guy went on to win a trophy.
I think that deal was already. I think that deal was already there.
Yeah, that you're right. You're right, Alex. That was a loan with an obligation to buy.
Yeah, that
was the previous. So that was probably under the last guy.
That one's unbelievable. He got 13 million euros for that.
For Toby.
Yeah.
And you can't argue with that, right? The guy's past his best. Like you get some of these fucking clubs from the Middle East to pay big money.
I'd have Toby and Jan now.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
No, they're awful. Trust me, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
Well, no, I mean,
look at Belgium. Belgium in the World Cup. Belgium in the World Cup were just an absolute shambles.
Yeah, they got destroyed at the back.
Yeah. What's our back line like?
Well,
I still think ours is probably better right now than them two. Unfortunately, look, I love them two. They're two of my favorite players, but
so
Joe Hart, can see it. Their legs are completely gone.
I'm talking like maybe a year and a half ago. I'm not talking now. I'm talking like
I think their legs were gone over a year and a half ago.
So we should have got rid of them when we did. Then, in your opinion?
Yeah, definitely.
He was right to get rid of. Foyth was right to get rid of. He was dog shit when he played for us.
I felt sorry for him, but I think for the managers that we were bringing in, he wasn't right for us. No, he wasn't.
Sissoko was dog shit.
Yeah.
Tanya and Ndombele, all right, whatever. Joe Hart was awful when he played for us. Everybody else, all these guys are frees or loans, right? So he's got a trap. He's very easy to get rid of players on loan. But none of these. What's interesting is that like this has a. Sorry, 1 second, Danny. This has a loan fee attributed. So like we got paid a little bit of money for that one. We got paid a little bit of money for that one. Apparently, we got fuck all for Pape. We got fuck all for Lo Celso. Did we not? We made nothing on the Lo Celso loan deal.
Yeah,
that's an outrage.
But this is the thing, right? This is the thing, Sean, as well, right? Because of the mismanagement of this club, it has been for a long time with their strategy, their plan, their transfers, like spending money on absolute shit when they should have gone for the better quality of player rather than go for the cheaper option, which they have done over the years. They've done this to themselves, right? The club have done this to themselves.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
So I actually respect Paratici for the fact that what he's done with the players he's brought in under the constraints of Daniel Levy, he's done a good job so far. But he can do better. But it just depends on how much leeway he gets from Levy. As you can see, this summer
he could turn out to be
a good player.
He could turn out to be a £50 million player in the next year if he develops.
Sean, yes, Sean, just need to say something into one of the comments. Eddie Ryan, by the way, bro. You could call me Mr. Negative, but the truth hurts you every single time, bruv, yeah? We're bang average, bruv, yeah? So I'm sorry, the truth hurts you, like I said. If you don't know, get to know. Watch my channel, bruv, and subscribe to my channel and see it every single time, like I said. Sorry, Sean, I had to deal with some comment.
Alex. I had someone earlier telling me I needed to get off because of my opinion. So don't worry, Alex.
No, Bob. It's all fun. It's fun and games. But I just had to say it.
Jacob, Alex, I don't get as much hate from the comments tonight as I do from the people on the stream. I've had Paul calling me that he's the opposite of whatever I say. I've had you calling me. I'm glad you're back streaming, Sean, so I can banter you all fucking day. Like, people in the comments have been relatively nice to me tonight. People in the fucking panel have been arseholes.
Sean, shut up, you dick.
Yeah, I heard Sean was.
I love you all. I love you all.
I think with Pape Sarr, though, I think you can learn a lot from Yaya Toure while he's there. I think
we're going back here. We're going back here. Yeah. So Pape Sarr. I think that could actually turn out to be an absolute fucking mastermind from Paratici. We won't know yet, right? You have to let these things play out. But to be honest, we've seen him play 4 or 5 times of late, and every single one of them has been pretty impressive. Are we all in agreement that he's a prospect for us?
He's a prospect.
Prospect. Yeah, he's a good prospect.
I'm not going to get over the top. He looks good.
He's more than a prospect.
No, he looks good. It looks good, but they're not going over the top again because, again, Tottenham fans going the gift that keeps on giving.
That's okay. I agree. Hold up. I want to hear Paul's. Go on, Paul. What you were saying is he's more than a prospect. Why is he more than a prospect, Paul?
Because he looks crisp on the ball, so he's always running. Like his movement off the ball is amazing compared to the rest of the players. I think he's shown that he understands football. So that to me makes him more than a prospect. He's not someone that has to grow into the team or grow in the role. He's done it, and he's played.
He's done more for us than Skip.
And he's already done it at the big stage. He's won an African Confederation Cup. That's no easy cup to win. He's played at the World Cup. He's ready to go, man.
And if he puts on a stone, right? If he gets in the gym this summer, because how old is he? 19, 18, 19? He's 18, 19,
and he's still growing.
He's still growing. He's already 6'2".
You know what?
Still growing.
But even the glimpses you've seen him play, he still looks like he can handle the physical demands of the.
He can handle the physical.
He's skinny, but he looks physical, man.
What I love about him, he's got this fucking no, Alex. We're not doing it again, right? For me personally, I'm just calling it as I see it. Like his willingness to pass the ball. He's happy to skip a man out. Like, he's happy to skip the man and go to the next guy, and it finds the guy, and then he chases after it and wants the ball back.
On
top of that, he's got long, lanky legs that could just gallop across the ground.
What I like about him, though, is that he always wants the ball. For a 19-year-old to come into the first team, he always wants the ball, and that's what I like about him. Very rare in a footballer, around that age. And I think he is a good player.
We're doing it
quick. I gotta make some jokes. So I gotta get off again. I'm sorry, but I do want to say Sar is special. I agree with everybody who says he's a special talent. I do agree.
He's okay for potential.
Yeah, he's already shown me more than Skip showed me.
But that's okay. That's okay. That's the thing. That's the thing again. We do it again. Tottenham fans are doing it again. Over the top again. I'm sorry. I've seen this.
Next
Yaya Toure. Okay. I've seen it at the stadium. At the stadium. It could
be the next Yaya Toure, though, Jacob. He could be. Jacob, thank you so much for coming on, my man. Let me get your link up.
I'll drop it in the private chat for you, too.
Can you do that for me?
There it is. Yeah, we're 8 subs away from the big 600 over on United Spurs of America. So if there's 8 of you watching right now who have not subscribed, it would mean the world to me and my co-host Michael if you could go over there and subscribe. Almost at 600, so that'll be pretty fun. But as always, thank you for having me on, Sean. It's been fun. Paul.
Thanks, mate.
You, buddy, I enjoy you every time. Danny, Phil, nice to meet you officially. I think it's the first time I've streamed with you, Phil. So big up Alex as well. Big up all you. I've enjoyed it so much that I had to come back twice for another bite.
No, Jacob, you know what, mate? When I text you at 8 o'clock and said, "Do you fancy doing a stream at 8:15?" and you were like, "Yeah, go on then." And I thought it was just going to be me. And then when you didn't turn up for 15 minutes, you bastard, I thought it was just going to be me doing it by myself. And it's been a fucking 3.5 hour stream and we're still going. I love it. I love this fucking community. Everyone's up for a fucking late one on a Wednesday night. It's brilliant. We're not going to go too much longer because
Appreciate you guys.
Cheers, Jacob. Love you, man. See you soon, brother.
See you.
Smash that subscribe link, buddies, in the comments. There's still 150 of you watching us. It's amazing. Just hit that link.
Yeah, I've got to shoot off now, Sean. So thanks for having me. And
do you have a channel, my man?
No. I'll just pop up now and then. But I'm in a positive frame of mind because Alex has said we're going to win the FA Cup, so that's good for me. See you, Danny. See you, Phil.
Love seeing you, man.
Cheers, Paul.
See you, man.
Take care, buddy. What a legend he is, mate! Absolute legend.
Paul's brilliant. Paul. Every time I listen to him, I love Paul.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. Well, we're gonna wrap it up in the next 10 or so, boys.
Sure.
But before we do,
can I just say actually?
Yeah,
as well,
go on.
What Alex was saying about Sarr, I do agree with him because I do think Spurs fans do tend to hype up a player a lot, and I think with someone like Sarr, he is definitely showing signs of a player that could be a very good player. But at the moment, it is just potential because he's not come in like an Mbappe and lit the world up, or he's not come in and kind of.
No, but he's not that. He's never going to do that, is he?
But,
he's done well.
If you're a generational talent like someone like a Gareth Bale or someone like that, you're going to kind of.
But it took Gareth Bale fucking time, didn't it?
It did. No, you're right. It did. But you could see like Gareth Bale showed. You know what?
But you know what? You know why I'm super excited though. You know why I'm super excited about his age. Pape Sarr is that. Conte's given him the chance, and Conte doesn't usually give youngsters a chance, right?
Conte said he likes him a lot.
He said he loves him. He said he trains hard. He's easy to work with. He listens, and he's going to be a good player. But you know what the best thing about him is that, look, maybe we see a lot more Pape Sarr in the second half of the season. Maybe we don't. But even if Conte's not here next season, if the next managerial cab off the rank is Pochettino would be looking at Pape Sarr and licking his lips, thinking, that's the guy I'm going to build or potentially work around. And he's only 20, like 24Z said. I'm not, is it 24Z, 24Z? I don't know. I don't know how you say, you know. Well, apparently he's not. Apparently he's 20. He's telling me he's 20. Here we go. He's he's just turned 20.
Turned 20.
Yeah,
He's
just 20.
6'2". He's a ladies' man apparently, and he's physical. Good for him. Good for him. Brilliant future. You know. So on that one, I think let's just pivot back to this link for a second. On that one, he signed Kulusevski. He got Mate Sarr. He got Bentancur. He got Romero. I'm not sure if that was actually one of his either, but the rest of these,
Romero's his because it was his player. From
of course,
Atalanta.
You're right. Yeah. So Romero was his, Kulusevski was his, Sarr was his, Bentancur was his. All of those are wins. Galini was a miss. Cameron Carter-Vickers was nothing to do with him, and he got rid of him the next summer. Jack Clark was nothing to do with him. These are just end of loans. Brandon Austin, I don't think we know really anything about him yet. It's too early to tell. And then Emerson Royale and Brian Hill. So of the two players that you could sit there and say are probably flops, Galini was only a loan anyway.
Yeah.
That was a flop.
Yeah.
And you can make the argument that maybe those
two.
two.
See, Brian Hill is the only argument I'd make, and I think most people would make the same argument, that I wouldn't say he's look, based on what he's done, you could say he's a flop, but I just think with Brian Hill, he's got a lot of ability, but I just don't think. So to me, Brian Hill,
I don't think he was a flop. I think maybe he's a bad suit for the Premier League, but I don't think he's a flop.
This is what I say, Sean. I think to me, Brian Hill is in the same category as one Foyth. I just think Foyth was not built for the Premier League, right? He was built for Spanish football, and you can see he's done well in Spain. And I think Brian Hill will do well in Spain, and I think he will go back to Spain. I think certain players, right? Unfortunately, I think Kuvra mentioned it the other day. Do you remember when Reyes came to Arsenal? He was a phenomenal player, right? And then he did well for a little bit, and then he just dropped off a cliff. He went back to Spain and then excelled again. Certain players just are not built to play.
RIP to him as well.
I think that maybe look, if Seville, if Hill goes and scores 7-8 goals, or has got like 12 goal assist contributions in Seville, I think that if it wasn't for the fact that the Spanish league is so financially fucked, this is the problem for me. Right, it's one thing to loan a player back to a league that you know that he has talent in, that he's already succeeded in, that he's got there's nothing we can learn from Brian Hill. But sending him back there with the hope that he's going to raise his stock and that someone's going to come in, and even if it's just to pay you the money that you already spent on him back, right, to get your 25 million back on him, I just don't know. With the financial situation as it is with football in Spain, in Italy, in Germany, everywhere else, the only league in the world that is like where money is flooding into it and it's just gone bonkers and continues to go bonkers is right here. Everywhere else, like I said to you earlier, Chelsea has spent 9 times, I think it's 8 or 9 times more than every club in Spain, Germany, France, Portugal, and Italy combined.
It's a record, isn't it? No?
Yeah,
it's madness. It's madness.
Sean, they're doing the rebuild. In just a few windows. That's their strategy at the end of the day.
What I'm saying is that are you ever going to get your money back? Are you ever going to get your money back on Brian Hill?
For me, they're doing it. They're doing it in a few windows, and they're doing the payments over time as well. For me, they're showing more ambition and they're being creative as well. Really, so it's showing even more.
Chelsea.
It is a little bit.
I'm not here to go on about Levy. This is not the point. Yeah, I'm a football guy. Like I said, I'm here for a good time, not to talk about Levy all day. You know what I mean? But my point is that Chelsea have done a strategy, and for me,
Chelsea's strategy, Alex, is completely unique. It's never been seen before.
Yeah,
not another club. Even Chelsea under Abramovich never did it this way. Like it will figure out. Time will tell whether it's if it's an explosion of a new way of doing it, or it falls on its arse. And if it does,
you have
to wait and see. Yeah,
is it though? Just spending money for the sake of it at the minute for them and getting players in. Because they are in a shit position in the league at the minute, and they're in a shit position in the league. But you can't judge the £700 million that they've spent this summer or this season thus far in 6 months. It's too early to tell, right? If you're a reasonable person, you'd say
anybody that's come in, even like people like Koulibaly, right? Like any of those people that have ended up being shit shows in the latter stages of the first half of the season, you can't really judge any of them because it's all too early. But for me, the grander scheme, the bigger picture is that every chairman is looking in. The people that don't even own a Premier League club that want to own either a slice of Tottenham or the entirety of Liverpool or the entirety of Manchester United, they're all looking in and waiting to see what this Chelsea move looks like. If they get around FFP, whether the Premier League and UEFA and FIFA change the FFP rules to adapt to stop this happening in the future.
Weren't they saying today, there's an article or something that I was reading about that if Chelsea don't make the Champions League in the next 2 years, they're going to breach FFP rules and regulations.
Yeah, but the FFP rule, they're not going to breach FFP as it is. They're getting around it, right? But
these 8.4, was it 8-year contract?
It's not just that. Like that was the first way around FFP that they figured out was just to say let's just go to contract lengths that no one's seen before, and then amortize it over the length of the contract. And it was smart to a degree, right? But at the same time, like they're taking on the risk of paying that kid Mudryk 200 grand a week for 8.5 years. If that guy breaks his leg, or if he just doesn't turn out to be anything like the player that he was, then they're going to have to try and sell him on, and they'll take a massive loss on that, right? And so it doesn't necessarily like they've got around FFP, but at the same time, in order to do that, you have to take on personal risk on the length of the contract. But then what they've done with this fella Fernandez is to go and borrow money from a leveraged debt, kind of a short-term leverage broker of debt, which is a whole different side of leverage debt. And they're paying that company 12-13% to borrow the money and pay that company off over the lifetime of that contract, who then pay the money to the Enzo Fernandez selling club, whoever, I forget who it is, 120 million quid, which is the release clause, which is an entirely new concept. No one's done it before. But so, it gets around FFP in the short term, which is wonderful if Chelsea then become this monster and then go on and create all success. If they go win the league in the next 2 years, or if they qualify for the Champions League every year going forward and they win and they go deep. It's not just about qualifying for the Champions League, it's about going deep into it. And if they do all that stuff, they're basically, like I said 1,000 times, they're betting the house so that they not only qualify for all the big tournaments, but they go deep in them so they can get that money back to make ends meet. And if they don't do it, they're fucked. So it's a massive risk on appetite. For me, it's not something. If Tottenham started doing that, I'd be like, this is fucking madness.
Sean, do you know why I feel like they're doing that? Because obviously they're in a position right now where they're not in a good way, right? And they're trying to get all the players in as quick as they can. Because obviously, there was a finance expert on Sky Sports, football finance expert, and he was basically saying, there's an article about it, and he was basically saying that but if Chelsea didn't get into the Champions League, it's going to significantly restrict them in their spending because of the amount of money they earn, obviously, from being in the Champions League.
Yeah,
so
of course.
if they finish, obviously, like outside of European positions, just say, for example, and then they do,
it won't matter this season though, Danny, because they had the landing. It's like a long landing platform.
No, of course, but
they've got
the players, right? So they will still be a little bit less restrictive than what they could go. They couldn't go and spend another 300 million in the summer.
Well, they can though.
Not if they finish outside the Champions League.
They technically can. They technically can.
How then?
Because the new FFP rules, like there's a whole new set of FFP rules that are different to what they were 2 years ago and 3 and 4 years ago. It's a new set of FFP rules that have a longer runway for clubs to adapt to, that offer a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more kind of leeway and be able to get things done. And so they've been very.
Is this finance guy lying then? Basically, the guy on Sky, the finance expert on Sky Sports, is he lying?
I don't know. I haven't seen what he said, so I don't know. But all I'm saying is that they do have a runway. And there was an article that came out today on Sky Sports that said that that they have every intention to carry on spending to the same level for the next season, and they can get around it. Like, I don't know, obviously, mate. I'm speculating as much as anybody else because I don't know the intricacies of the deal.
I'm just going by what he was saying on Sky Sports. I'll send you the article, right?
Yeah, send it to me. But I don't know, mate. I'm sure that guy's probably more well versed than I am.
You can research him. His name's Kieran Maguire. He's a football finance expert.
Oh, that guy. The guy works for Manchester University. Yeah, I like. Oh, he knows better.
Yeah, he was basically saying that they're gonna have if they don't finish in the Champions League next season.
Next season.
He said they would be restrictive if Chelsea are not in the Champions League next season, right? And he breaks it down and talks about like the money that they earned when they were the Champions League winners. He talks about the money they earn per game, and he was saying what would happen if the money you get per game if you're in the Europa League and stuff like that. So he's basically saying there's a massive knock-on effect if you don't qualify.
Yeah, and I agree with that. 100% agree with that. Yeah.
So if Chelsea, for example,
Chelsea are not going to finish in the top 4.
Okay, so in a hypothetical situation, if they don't, right?
I think it's a good risk because finishing.
I agree.
It's finishing 5th. Is it next season or the season after?
No, next season, if you finish 5th, you're still in the Champions League.
That gets you into the Champions League.
The difference is
really?
Like,
is it next season?
Yeah. If you finish 5th,
that's why Daniel Levy's not spending as much money.
No, but it's not about that. This season, you have to finish in the top 4. Next season, you have to finish in the top 5. But there is there's a difference between qualifying and versus going deep. Like the difference between qualifying and getting knocked out in the group stages versus going to like the quarterfinals or the semifinals. Like the exponential growth in all of the different areas of media spend that they give to you, or media money, campaign. What's the fucking phrase? I'm thinking about it. Like prize money, media, subscriptions, sponsorship, all of that stuff. It gets exponentially further, which is why like teams like Chelsea have done well in the past by getting to the final or winning it. PSG that go deep. Like there's a way that they can get around the spend that they get on because they usually go deep. If Tottenham were to go deep this season, if Tottenham were to get to the semi-final, the difference between this getting to the semi-final or getting knocked out by Milan is probably an extra 60 million quid.
Yeah, it sounds stupid.
Well, another thing is as well, if you finish 4th or 5th, you still have to go through a qualifying round to get into the group stages.
Yeah.
So
but you'll be playing against a team from Slovenia.
Yeah, I know, but there has been times where teams have gone out in them sort of stages. I believe we've done that before. We've got knocked out in the qualifying round and didn't get through. But it is a risk.
So to me, Chelsea, like I say, it's one way to approach it. But if they do it and they do it successfully before the FFP rules are amended, because the FFP are going to be amended, they've already said. I saw it on TalkSport. They're like UEFA and FIFA have already said what Chelsea are doing is like they found the loophole and they're taking the fucking piss, and that they're going to have to change the rules. And Simon Jordan was like, I don't think they're taking the piss. I think they're taking on the risk, not the piss. But if it works out for them, it's going to be, you're right. Sorry, Adam Phillips in the house. It wasn't us that got that lost out in that qualification. It was Everton. Everton qualified and then lost in the qualification round. Like you're talking about, But look. It's one thing to want. Like I don't think if any Tottenham fan that's watching this right now is looking at Chelsea and saying, why can't we be them? I think better the devil you know than the devil you don't, and I think it's that you don't want to go down that path. I think it's jeopardizing the entire security of the club. There's a middle ground though, and I 100% agree that Tottenham have not done enough, and they could have done more. And there's a level that Tottenham could have got to that we didn't quite make. And for me, the reason why, well, look, we're going to find out when the financial results come out. They might be coming out in 7 hours' time, or maybe they're not. At some point in the next couple of weeks, they're going to come out, and it will give us an insight.
It should be the first week. It should be the first week of February.
Yeah, it's going to give us an insight into the status play and the state of play. And I'm gonna be going through it with a fine tooth comb. And I'll be entirely honest with you guys. If it looks like Tottenham have, are in a ridiculously good position,
can I say something?
Then I'll be honest about it. Yeah, go on, mate.
If you saw that we'd made, because I've only been given figures from certain people, and obviously they're not accurate, just things that people have heard.
Yeah, I know.
I've heard something around like 177 million pound profit, right?
Yeah.
If that's the case, how would you feel about that?
It's not about profit for me. It's about cash flow, right? I think that cash flow and operating margin, those things are more important to me than profit, and also the forward visibility, because I want to see things like how much money do we owe on player trading. For example, in last year's figures, we showed a loss, whatever, but on top of that, there also was this 45 million or 50 million quid that was baked in from previous years that we hadn't paid on player trading. We had a short-term player trading liability, and then we also had 120 million quid or 130 million quid on long-term player trading liabilities, which is the difference between short-term and long-term. Is short-term is due within 1 year, long-term is due over the future. So we would have had to have paid that 40 million quid off, and then some of that 120 million quid long-term is going to be sucked into the short-term. So we're going to see what that looks like. And I just think I don't ever really want to give, like, that's why I said it on tweets. Like we lost money in the last 2 years. Those things are factored into the net assets of the club. But I just don't. I want to see what happens. Like I think there's going to be good results. I think it's going to be very good results. But I just want to wait and see. And if it comes out,
it'll be very good results to the pockets of Tottenham. That's for sure.
But none of it goes out into shareholders' profits, right? Like there's no dividends getting paid. And if there are dividends, if Daniel Levy or Joe Lewis has taken any of the fucking money out in dividends, well then 1,000,000%, I'll be fucking straight down Tottenham High Road with you lot doing the Levy out protest. So at that point, like as soon as they start taking dividends, I'm out. I'm Levy out 100%.
Listen, I'm not this guy that talks about Levy too much. I get bored of it now. You know what I mean? Like I said, I leave it to my boy, Deluded Danny, and I leave it to my boy, Brian on that, yeah? But my point is, yeah, he could have done better. He could have done better. He could have made better choices. The fact is, Conte was a mistake, yeah? Paratici was a mistake. And he knows it was a mistake because he said what he said after Aston Villa, right? When Mason was in charge, saying that he went through for an attacking football. He gone back on it, gone put Paratici in, who's completely different to what he was, and that's it, right? Now he got Nuno in and got Conte, managers that are not what he promised the fans, and that's it. Yeah. So this is the thing, and also he doesn't help himself when he doesn't celebrate the legends. A legend like Bill Nicholson, who made Tottenham, by the way. Tottenham would be alive.
Yeah, little things like that. You're right, like trophies.
Bill Nicholson, not respecting him, so he doesn't even know that, and Tottenham have completely lost their identity as well. So I
agree with you on those things. That's little things. Like little things could win over the fans in little ways, right?
It's not even just that though, Sean. That identity is what we're missing at the moment, because that identity is what with Brighton at the moment, where they're doing so well and making money. Yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
So
what does that mean?
Making money from their players that they're buying in. You know,
their recruitment
is absolutely fantastic.
What's that got to do with identity of previous?
But identity is that we don't know what we're doing, Bob. We don't know how we're playing.
What's Bill Nicholson got to do with that?
Conte in the building. We've got Conte in the building. Okay, trying to do his style, which is not going to be a style that the other manager's going to do, basically, right? So where are we going to move forward? You see what I'm saying? So we've got to do another build, right? So we've got to start all over again with the players that they need, right, to fit their way of playing, which is hopefully free-flowing attacking football, and that's it. So we have to start this whole thing again,
Last question I want to ask you now, Alex. Last question of the night, mate, and I'll take your point on this one, but I want to ask you this particular question. And then we'll go around the houses, and then we're going to wrap up because we've been going for 4 hours, and it's 12:15, and I'm sure we've all got to get up in the morning. But talking about Brighton, right? Brighton have been a fucking brilliant success under De Zerbi. They were a brilliant success under Graham Potter. De Zerbi comes in, everyone's thinking, oh, Brighton are done without Potter. Brighton are done without Trossard. Brighton are done without this player, that player, but they get better. They get stronger. They got Matoba. They got Caicedo. They're kicking ass. It doesn't matter what happens to that club, what disruption happens. They step it up. They step onto another level. You look at Brentford. Another super well-run club. I know you always reflect on Leicester because of Leicester's previous success, but let's think about right now, Alex. Like Brentford and probably Brighton are the two clubs that are super well-run, that are kind of like a little bit representative of how Leicester were run 4 or 5 years ago. Do you think that Brentford or Brighton have got a better squad than Tottenham? Do you think that if Antonio, let me rephrase it, maybe a bit of a challenging question for those of you that love Antonio Conte. If Antonio Conte was to take over Brighton right now and De Zerbi was just to walk off, do you think that, or Brentford, same question, or even Fulham, I'll give you Fulham, Silva, who's done a fucking brilliant job at Fulham for what it's worth, brilliant job. Does Antonio Conte, this elite manager, does he walk into Fulham and make Fulham better than they currently are? Does he walk into Brighton and do a better job than De Zerbi? Does he walk into Brentford and do a better job than Frank, whatever his fucking name is? Like, is Antonio Conte the god that's going to transform us, or are maybe we like a little bit, I don't know, looking at Conte and thinking about his past and not recognizing that the game has changed? De Zerbi, Silva, and the fella from Brentford, they're the new version of football, and they're taking squads that are worse than us, playing better football than us, and playing far higher level than we are with the squad that we've got.
The fact is they're below us all as well.
I can answer this question straight. I'm waiting. Listen.
Yeah, I finished asking my question. You can just take it where you want to go with it.
Yeah, I say no, because they wouldn't employ him, because they know exactly what they want in a manager. You know what I mean? And that's my point.
Okay,
that is my point.
Ignore that fact, because a lot of people would have said that Tottenham would never have employed Antonio Conte.
Listen, you got a point about Conte. He doesn't do things to improve players. No, he's not good at improving players.
You can't say that. He does improve players.
He does. But he doesn't do it with players that he can work. He can't work his system. That's what I'm saying.
Needs a certain type of player. Like,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Danny. Because he hasn't improved most of our players.
Saying Fulham would be relegated with Conte.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. He can't improve players that can't work in his system. So that's why I'm saying they wouldn't employ.
Were we fucking dickheads to have employed Antonio?
Well, that's my point, Sean. That is my point.
I don't think Conte suits Tottenham. I don't think.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Conte. I am a big fan of Conte, but he needs the type of players to fit his system, right? If he goes to Brighton, he's not going to get a tune out of them players. For me, no. Tottenham, we need to have a manager like a De Zerbi at the moment, because we need to bring up these young players.
Conte's the right manager for the wrong club.
Yeah, he is the wrong manager at the wrong club for me. Conte, I'm a fan of Conte, but I don't think
right guy, but just not the right time.
Phil, I've said this on my channel again.
I agree with you.
I've said this already on my channel.
I think if you put Conte in Man United's team right now, I think they do a much better job.
Yeah.
They might not play better football, but they'll do a better job, because they're an elite.
Or Conte in Chelsea right now. Conte Chelsea.
Yeah, even Conte in Chelsea.
Because they listened to him. They listened to what he wanted.
Exactly.
And they got the players that he wanted.
He can deal with these biggies. He can deal with the big.
You heard the quote already. He said they said they want young players. He wants ready-made players. You can see it straight away. That's why I'm saying he's not going to work at Tottenham.
So is Potter a good fit? Is Potter a better fit, Phil, for Tottenham than Conte?
Yes, 100%.
Definitely, 100%. Conte, if he went into Chelsea now, he could deal with all these big ego players.
No. I'm not saying it's Conte, but I think we all agree Conte's a better fit for Chelsea.
Yeah.
Is Potter a better fit for Tottenham?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. He's a project manager. And that's
what I'm saying.
That's all Tottenham is suited for. Is a project manager.
That's what I'm saying.
If Conte
that's what I said on my channel. That's why I said on my channel.
I heard what you said on your channel.
Pochettino right now is the best option for us because we're in the mud already.
No.
right? We're in the mud already. No.
Alex, I'll be honest.
Let Mr. Boss
Listen, Alex, just listen. Let me just say something. Pochettino comes back to this club, he's going to fail worse than he did before.
Pochettino might, but would Potter?
I think so as well. I'll tell you, there's only one man.
With Silva?
Right. There's only one man I can see who I believe can do what Tottenham fans want and really get to grips with these young players, and I think that's De Zerbi. If Conte leaves, he's the only man I want coming in at Spurs.
It's a little bit early on De Zerbi, though. It's a little bit early to like.
No, I think that's too early. I don't agree. I think that's going too early. I say get Pochettino in. I think get Pochettino in at the moment because we're in the mud already. That's the first thing.
Pochettino will fail.
Look, made my point. No, the reason why I'm saying Pochettino, we need to get back to the FIFA and attacking football. We need to build anyway. So this team needs to be disconnected anyway. So it doesn't really matter anyway. So that's the point anyway, because the main players are going to go. Yeah,
Alex, you're forgetting something. Hold on. You keep saying bring Pochettino back. Do you not understand why he left? Why he wanted to leave in the first place? He wanted to leave because he got Tottenham to a level and Daniel Levy didn't want to take him to that next level. Do you think he's going to come back to the club, right? Honestly, do you think he's going to come back to the club and he's going to be like, yeah, Daniel Levy, I'm going to rebuild this. And then when he gets to that point again, if he gets to that point, which I think he won't, right? He's going to go, oh, Daniel, can we get the next caliber player? Nah, I'm sorry. It's going to be the same. He's going to have his pants pulled down again.
Well, De Zerbi's going to have the same problem as well.
I don't think De Zerbi's ready yet. Like maybe I don't know where the fuck they found him from. Like fair play to Brighton, they've got an amazing scouting system, not only for players but for everybody. But I don't know. I don't think you can just I don't think you can just go into Brighton and fucking you take two managers. Like how much did Chelsea pay to take Potter away? 40 million quid. Right, They paid 40 million to get hold of Potter.
No, I think with Poch though, I think
it was more. I think it was a lot. I was on a stream the other day.
It wasn't that much. It was
with Poch though. He's
20 million.
He's got a better relationship with Levy than Conte has, in my opinion. I think Conte. I don't think they're on the same page. Conte and Levy. I think Poch has a good relationship with Levy.
Phil, it's not been right. Phil, it's like having a relationship with somebody and you talk to them about 20 million times and have the same conversation saying, we need this, I need this, and they just don't listen to you. And it's only so many times you can have that conversation with somebody. You know what I mean? You can see in Conte's eyes.
Let me ask this to round it off, right? If Conte leaves in the summer, or if Conte leaves in April because of his health issues. And good luck to you, by the way, Antonio. I hope if you're listening, I know you're not, but if you are, good luck. Hope you get better soon. If he fucks off, which of these managers do you want to come in? Conte? De Zerbi? Silva from Fulham? And what's the fucking guy's name from Brentford? Frank?
Frank. Thomas Frank.
Thomas Frank. Which of those four managers do you want?
I'll tell you why.
Or somebody else. Have you got somebody else?
Do you know what? I'll tell you why I say De Zerbi. There's actually one other manager, right? And you can test me after. But it'd be De Zerbi, right? Just because from what I've seen, right, Tottenham are not going to spend the money that Poch would require, right, to get this club to a certain level. I think if you're gonna act the Tottenham way, which is the way we seem to be doing, is you go and get De Zerbi and you buy, and then you go and get a different recruitment system. Because I tell you what, Paratici ain't gonna work with someone like De Zerbi. Paratici ain't gonna work with any attacking type of manager because it's not his style. I don't give a fuck about Paratici though. If Conte goes, Paratici goes. So like fuck him.
That's what I'm saying,
Sean. What happens if we do bring in an attacking manager and we still got Paratici? He ain't gonna work.
Paratici, I can't imagine that Daniel Levy is like. I can't imagine that Daniel Levy's looking at Paratici right now with any level of fucking credibility or any level of trust after what's come out, all that fucking nonsense that happened at Juventus, all the stuff that only one of the 4 court cases has been finalized, by the way, and even that we don't know what the deal is. That might get appealed, and then when you appeal something, it doesn't just mean that it could be upheld or like cancelled. You can, if you appeal something, you can end up having your sentences extended. Right, that's the risk you take. So, and that's just one of the 4 things he's been charged with. I don't see Paratici here past the summer. And I think I'm with Alex. I don't necessarily see Conte here either, which is why I'm not like getting attached to it, and which is why I don't have any particular fucking problem with the fact that Daniel Levy has only taken on Pedro Porro on a loan with some weird obligation that either team can make, and also with Danjuma. But it makes sense to me. If you don't know whether your manager is going to be here next season, why back him? This is a conversation we were having December and in November. And yet it comes to January and everyone's pissed off that he wasn't backed. And everyone forgets the fact that we all had conversations throughout the fucking winter about why would you back a manager that hasn't committed to the club?
The key window was the summer. The key window was the summer because it was a big achievement, I was told, to get Champions League when we were lucky to get top four.
But at that stage, you know, it was Conte said it was, you know, season window 2 of 5 or whatever.
We don't cut.
And since then, there's been all these other things.
He was chatting rubbish because, like I said, his contract was ending at the end of the season. You see what I'm saying? Tick tock, time was ticking. You know what I mean? And like I said, I just kept on sitting there looking at it. And when he said what he said about the young players, they want young players, and he wants players ready-made. I was like, oh, he ain't got back, Bob. You can see straight away. You can see. You're right, Alex. You can see straight away, Bob. You can see it. You don't need to. You can read between the lines. We've all been Tottenham fans for so long now. We've been through disappointments, so we know. We know.
But what I'm glad to hear is that 3 people that are with me on this stream that have different opinions on Daniel Levy, we all generally think that even in a world where Conte's not here, there's options that are currently in existence in the Premier League that if they had Tottenham's squad, they could do better than what Conte can do.
Oh, no. Let me get that straight. No one's going to do better than what Conte's doing. I'm telling you that for a fact with the squad that we've got now.
Well, hold on. But
we'll play better football. We'll play better. No, I said
you admitted that Conte wouldn't do as well as they have done in their own clubs.
No, that's
Conte wouldn't do as well as De Zerbi.
No. What I said was Conte wouldn't be suited to go be a manager for Fulham or Brentford or Brighton because they have got a philosophy of playing attacking football. It's like asking him to go and rip up their whole philosophy, right? Their whole philosophy and say, go and play a different type of football. He's going to want certain players. Look, none of us can sit here and be honestly say, because we don't know, that Conte can't go and do a job at those clubs. We cannot say that because we don't know, right?
Of course, it's speculation. It's opinion.
It's speculation. It's asking him to change his ways, isn't it?
It's a question. He asked the question. I asked the question.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if Conte goes, right, I'm not saying we're going to be better. I think we will be worse. I think we're going to become a mid-table team. And I tell you that because
do you think our squad is worse than Brighton's?
No, Sean, you're not understanding. Right?
No, I hear what you're saying. But let me ask you
the question. Hold on. Let me answer the question first about what you said about Conte leaving, right? If he leaves, right? First of all, if like the other manager I like, right, is Marcelo Gallardo, who finished his River Plate last season, right?
Yeah.
He plays fantastic football, and if you want anyone who's going to play fantastic football, it's going to be him. But no matter what happens, if Conte walks out, like Alex has said, the club is going to have to go through a massive rebuild. And when I'm talking about that, because you're losing Harry Kane now, the club are not going to replace Harry Kane with 2 or 3 class players. They're just not.
You can't replace Harry Kane.
You can't. Now, based on what Paratici said, we're going to buy 2 to 3 players a year, right? That's what he said, right? We've been getting 2 to 3 kind of players, right? Just say if that's the case, right? If you go and lose Harry Kane, right? Then other players in the squad will probably start thinking, right, do I want to be here, right? Then you've got a problem where you have to potentially replace players that who like the Kulus, like the Romeros, like the Bentancurs, who might want to leave because your best player has who wants to leave the club. That sends a message to everyone in that club that the club is not going to.
Can I just say, Danny?
No, you're making too many leaps. You're making too many.
But if Conte leaves, this club is going to become a mid-table team. Right? Because we're going to go through a massive downward spiral because it's going to take years.
We have a better squad. We have a better squad than Brentford.
Sean, let me tell you this. Without Harry Kane, we have not got a better team than Brentford right now.
Can I jump in just about the Kane as well?
I disagree.
I think that ship's. I'm starting to doubt now whether that ship sailed now. with building a team around Harry Kane and Heung-min Son.
I think
they're at an age now where I'm starting to doubt whether we can get these players in and build a team around them.
At the same time, Phil, like at some point, mate, at some point, whether it's in 6 months' time or in 6 years, at some point, Harry Kane will have scored his last goal for Tottenham Hotspur. At some point, there's going to be a Tottenham Hotspur that doesn't have Harry Kane in it.
Yeah,
right?
Can I just say one more thing?
To get on board with that reality
as well.
You know,
yeah, and I agree with that, Sean. Right, and what I'm going to say to all the fans who are listening, whoever wants to listen, right, what I'm going to say is, when Conte walks out this club, if he does, Kane, his decision is made. Right, that is. I'm telling you that.
But that's okay.
Everyone knows that, right? So let's put the twist on it, right? So then we go and get a manager who's going to be an attacking football manager. Paratici's gone. Let's talk like that, right? He's gone as well. We're going to go and get attacking the manager. How long did it take Arteta to get his team playing the way he's
right?
Hold on, Alex.
Let me just say something.
Was
the benchmark, maybe because everyone points to him as now the fucking
hold on. Hold on. Sean, let me just finish.
Second.
Let me just finish my point. For fuck's sake.
If it's about Arsenal,
let me just finish my point. Right. So, if you look at what we would need to do to replace Kane, it's going to take multiple players to get any kind of output that what Kane gives us, right? My issue is, and I think this is where I think what's going to happen, right? The fans, right, I believe are going to be very impatient, and Daniel Levy, because we are going to go through a period like Arsenal where we're going to be finished 7th, 8th in the table. We're not going to be hitting those heights because look at our situation right now this season. Without Harry Kane in that team, we are nowhere. We're way down that table. Brighton are above us. All of the teams are above us. 100%, right? Harry Kane has saved us so many times.
You cannot use Arsenal as the benchmark.
Arsenal,
Danny, 1 second, mate. He's become the poster boy for patience, right? But he hasn't done fuck all yet. He's done.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything yet. But they're playing a brand of football, Sean, that is one of the best in the country right now.
But you can't make that assumption that just because he was given 3 years.
That's a fact. They're playing the best football in the league. Please don't say that to me, Sean. I hate that fucking word. Let me land.
Let me finish my point.
It's fucking childish.
Okay. Let me finish my point.
Talk to me like an adult. Say, can I say what I want to say?
Okay.
Don't talk to me like a 10-year-old.
Okay. Whatever.
You're more intelligent than that.
I know I am. Allow me to.
Like that.
I mean, dude, it's fucking rhetoric. Who gives a fuck? Gives a fuck. Allow me to finish my point. Okay. My point is that this argument, this narrative that is emerging, that you give someone 3 years and it becomes successful because look at Arteta. It's fallacy for two reasons. One is he hasn't done dick yet. He hasn't done anything yet. And two is just because it worked for Arsenal does not mean that's a replicable or a duplicated or a plagiarized version that can be added and participated everywhere else. There's plenty of fucking examples. There's for every Arteta that may or may not win a fucking league this year, there's 100 managers that you can point to that have had 3 years of patience that didn't do dick. Pochettino is a prime example. So this idea that you got to fucking go through a painful rebuild and then you got to look at Arteta. That's the way you got to do it. It's a nonsense narrative.
I'm not saying
no. People cherry pick.
I didn't say do it like Arteta.
A potential success.
Listen to what I'm saying. I didn't say do it like Arteta. I did not say that once. I just said look at what Arsenal went through in the last 3.5 years to get to a point where they're now playing the best football in the league. I'm not saying they're going to win the league.
It didn't take Pochettino 3 years. It didn't take Harry Redknapp 3 years.
Pochettino had a Harry Kane in his team, Sean.
It didn't take Harry Redknapp 3 years.
We're not going to have a Harry Kane anymore.
It didn't take Harry Redknapp 3 years. It didn't take Martin Jol 3 years. It didn't we've played better football than we're currently playing.
But the difference is
Brighton don't have a Harry Kane.
Yeah, but Sean, I know, but Brighton don't have a Harry Kane.
Fulham have got a fucking Mitrovic, the opposite of a Harry Kane. He's a big
look where Fulham are on the table, Sean.
They're 8th. No, they're 7th.
Below us.
7th.
Below us.
Mate, they're 3 points below us.
It doesn't matter. They're still below us, Sean.
Their squad is worth about 100 million fucking quid, bro.
Yeah, but we've got Harry Kane.
That's what
we've got the best striker in the country.
That's what I'm saying. No, you're
take Harry Kane out this squad. Take Harry Kane out the squad, and where are we on the table?
Exactly, and Fulham are far better than us. You know what? They play better football than us. They play better football than us. They have a younger squad than us. They have a fucking ridiculously poorer squad than us on paper. Take Harry Kane out, they still have a worse
still
squad.
Above them.
Wait a minute.
No, I know
who's landing? Who's landing here at the minute?
My point is Harry Kane doesn't make a team. My point is that we will be fine without Harry Kane
right now.
We'll be fine without Harry Kane. There will be a time when
we won't.
There will be a day.
we won't.
There will
we're gonna be in a shit show. I'm telling you.
Hold up. There will be a day when Harry Kane is not a part of Tottenham Hotspur. Whether it's in 6 months or 6 years, someone's got to get on board that fucking idea that whether he leaves us tomorrow or he leaves us in 5 years' time, he retires, he's not going to be a fucking Tottenham player forever.
I know
At some
that.
point, Tottenham have to get on board that fucking reality.
But I'm saying, in my opinion, just with everything I know, I am saying to you, the club are not going to buy a quality player to replace Kane's output. Right? In any
You're never going to be able to replace Harry Kane.
Right. So
but you adapt.
What I'm saying is it will take us 3 or 4 years before we get anywhere close to where we are right now, right? In my opinion, because it's going to take us a long time to build a young team, yeah, without Harry Kane or whoever it is who's going to come in, Richarlison, whatever it is, right, to get to a point where we're going to be challenging and in Champions League spots, right?
Under a Conte system. My point is there's other managers out there that can turn shit show squads. Brighton doesn't have a squad that's anything like as valuable as Tottenham's. Silver at Fulham doesn't have a squad. Fulham's squad, we can look it up on transfer market. Fulham's squad is worth about 250 million. Tottenham's is about 650 million, right? So, like, there's managers out there that can get blood from a stone. Conte is not the fucking. And if Conte, the whole point of this pivot was if Conte leaves, Kane leaves, and this is where we got onto it. And I'm saying if Conte goes, fuck you, Conte, don't care. I don't care. Right? I think he plays fucking rubbish football. I want to watch fucking good football. I don't give a fuck. If he's here and he wants to be here and he can turn us into a good team, I'm happy for him to stay. But if he doesn't want to be here, see you later. Like, we'll be fine without you, bro. And if that means that Kane goes as well, so be it. So be it. There's plenty of teams. Are you
happy?
There's plenty of teams that don't have a Harry Kane and that don't have a Conte that play well above their station. And Tottenham will be okay. Tottenham will be fine.
The only teams that are playing better than, but like who are above us in the league table, right, are the teams who are spending money on players, right? That's the difference, right? All Chelsea and Liverpool are an anomaly this season. They're going to be back with a bang next season, in my opinion. I think if Liverpool go and get Bellingham, for example, they're going to sort out a lot of problems, right? I'm saying to you, the Tottenham fan base is going to be absolutely ballistic if we're finishing 8th or 9th in the table and we're playing a better brand of football.
Tottenham fan base goes ballistic because Pedro Porro was delayed by fucking 6 hours. Like, give a fuck.
Sean, you think this is bad? Wait until we start finishing 8th consecutively and then Daniel Levy is sacking managers because they're not getting into the top 4. And then we're not going to have a plan of having someone in place. You think Daniel Levy is going to sit there for 2 seasons and finish outside the top 4, right? Or 3 seasons even? Do you think he's going to be happy with that? Daniel Levy.
And you know what? And you're using the same argument against what most Levy out people do. Most Levy out people say the second that Tottenham struggle to finish top 4, they spend money.
No, they don't. Who says that?
Every Levy out candidate.
No, Sean, you're generalizing now. No, I'm not having that.
Okay,
you're generalizing, right?
Okay, well, not every.
No.
Okay,
the people I speak to, every time we're on the risk of losing out on top 4, Levy sacks the manager. No, he sacks the manager.
Spend money.
He sacked the manager because Mourinho was risking losing top 4. He wanted to prioritize a cup final, and he sacked him because he wanted to prioritize a cup final. And what happened? We got Ryan Mason. He finished 7th.
Ryan Mason didn't.
Pochettino was climbing straight down the table, and rather than backing Pochettino, he sacked him.
You're blaming Ryan Mason and finished 7th. You're not blaming
Ryan Mason was managing us, Sean.
Sorry to interrupt your argument. Jammer, I'm Mr. Box Office, the main event, bruv. I'm not the plum, bruv. You're more a silly guy for saying it, bruv. You know what I mean? I've been talking trust, truth every single time, bruv. You know what I mean? Coming at me, telling me I'm a plum. Who are you, bruv? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Alex, Phil and Alex, I want to ask you a question, right?
Go on.
Honestly, so Phil, I want to come to you first.
Yeah.
With what I was saying, right? What's your opinions on, for example, if Conte leaves, do you think Harry Kane will leave? And where do you see us going, right? In terms of how we're going to replace it, how we're going to kind of get a player in, or what do you think is going to happen if Kane and Conte were to walk out the club? Like in the say over the next 3 years, where do you think the club's going to be?
No, I think they've already trying to get a replacement for Kane now. I think that's in the process. I think that it's inevitable that he is going to go soon. You know, I think all Tottenham fans are thinking that. You know, I mean, who would be your number one target to get Harry Kane in? I'll throw that back to you.
Osimhen.
Yeah.
He's my number one target.
Yeah,
he's the one. I can tell you, Phil, he's the one that was Conte wanted at the top of his list for strikers, right? Richarlison was never on the list. And this is why I've got the funny feeling that Richarlison has been brought in for that number one spot, right? For when Kane leaves. And the reason I say that is because I know my mate is his agent, right? And he was saying the club said to him that he was promised that he was going to get minutes up front, right? That's what they said to him. Now, as far as I'm aware, he's not as happy as he could be because he wants to help the team in any way he can, as a lot of like players who like the club and really want to be there and help the team as any way they can. Yeah. Kind of like how Lucas Moura is. He does whatever he can, right? Yeah. But he wants to play up front. That's what he wants.
I will say this though, Daddy. I will say this that Harry Kane is more important than Antonio Conte is. That's what I will say.
I agree, but the problem is
but listen, let me rather than me giving my perspective, because I think I've made myself clear that I don't really care what happens. I'm going to be a Tottenham fan. I'm going to get behind whatever version of Tottenham there is, come what may, and I think we'll always be okay. I think we will. But if Conte quits at the end of the season and Harry Kane does ask for a transfer and we get, if Daniel Levy's smart, he'll sell him for 60, 70, 80 million, whatever he can get from. Right.
I told you already, Sean. Like if I you don't have to believe me or not, but they've already put a £100 million price tag on him in the summer.
100 million quid. 100 million. Danny, for what it's worth, mate, I know you always think that I don't believe you. I believe what you're saying. I know that you're someone that knows people, that knows what's going on. I'm just saying, for the purposes of debate, when you're having a debate on a live stream, you can't use things that are unverifiable. I'm going to use
it, Sean. So look, I will use it because that's what I know.
Yeah, but I'm never going to accept it because it's that's up to you. That's fine. It's called hearsay.
Absolutely fine.
In the realms of the court, it's called hearsay.
It's hearsay to you. It's factual to me.
I know, but if there was a judge, that was watching this.
Well, right, it's not a judge. It's opinions. It's football, right?
I know, but I'm saying that's the reason. I know that you know what you're talking. I know that you have access to information that I don't. But if it contradicts an argument I'm trying to make, then I'm not just going to allow you to tell me I know someone who knows someone who knows someone who said this. Therefore, what you're saying is not true because that's unfair in a debate, right? It's hearsay. But anyway, my point being, and I love you, Danny. But my point being, you delusional captain delusion, that if Tottenham are without Harry Kane and Conte next season, do you think that the wheels fall off? I'll come to you first, Phil. Do you think that the wheels fall off?
No. I'll say it again. I think Kane's more important than Conte is, but if they both go, that Tottenham Hotspur will always be here. They'll always be here. And I think, it's going to take time. It is going to take time because Kane's a massive, massive player at this club. And, it is going to take 3 or 4 years to get Tottenham to back where we are, where we were getting to trophy, challenging for trophies, back in, the 80s and stuff like that. So,
Phil, can I ask you a question, mate? Right? Do you not think,
guys, we've got to wrap this up. So
before we do, I'll ask you this last question. Do you not think Harry Kane leaving this club is the definition of the club having no ambition to win trophies? Because that's the only reason Kane has stayed around, right? Is because he said, and in that you can go back to the Gary Neville interview, he never said, I want to win trophies. All he said was, I want the club to show the same ambitions as me, right? In other words, what he's alluded to is to be competitive, to challenge for those trophies, right?
Yeah,
if the club sell Harry Kane, right, that to me is a definition of the club saying, we do not match your ambitions, Harry Kane. So therefore, we're going to let you go and you can go and achieve your ambitions elsewhere. To me, that means the club are never going to ever try compete for trophies. How do you feel about that?
Oh, what a question.
Great question. Yeah.
You know, Kane. We all want Kane to stay, don't we? We want him to stay. We want these quality players in and build a squad around Harry Kane. We've wanted that for years, and it hasn't happened. Do you know what I mean? It's a crying shame that if he stays at our club and doesn't win a trophy, then that's a travesty. It is a travesty. Like, you know, these next couple of windows is so vital that we get these players in, because if we don't, then Kane is going to leave and Conte won't be here.
Phil, I'll
There's
give you
going
a
to be a massive build.
Phil,
not every team has a fucking superstar. Sorry, Alex.
Phil,
I'll give you a spoiler. It's going to take time, isn't it? You've got to.
Phil, I'll give you a spoiler. I'll give you a spoiler, not a prediction. A spoiler. It's going to happen. He's going to lose. He's going to leave. Simple.
I don't think he is going to leave.
He's going to leave. He's going to leave. I'll tell you now.
I don't think he's going to leave. I think he's going to stay.
I will lose respect for him if he's staying at Tottenham and he knows what's going on at the moment. Yeah,
but he doesn't.
And I don't care what Paddy says. I don't what you say, Alex. Sean. I don't care what Phil says. I say my name. I've said his name. I said his name for a reason. I said Pochettino for Tottenham because we're in the mud, and secondly, why? For conditions. Because he's got to tell Levy. He's got to tell Levy.
Alex.
No, let me finish. Because I'm going to make myself known now, Danny. My point is that it's going to be conditions that we need to build that squad. Right, it's going to take time, right? And with years, okay, when it goes stale, you research on managers like Brighton and get similar managers in, and you hit on those managers like that, and that's it. You need to get back to that as well. That's why I'm saying Pochettino, and that's why I'm making that point as well. And if you don't know, get to know Alex THFC if you want to know.
Alex,
Mr. Box Office, the truth.
The only club that Harry Kane's going to is Manchester United for me. I don't think he's going anywhere else.
Can I? Sean, I want to ask all of you this last question, right?
All right, last question.
If we're going on what you say is hearsay to you, right? If the club, right, I'll give you a scenario.
Oh, wait, before you ask the question, because you said it in a bit of a dismissive way. You understand what I'm saying? You understand?
No, I understand what I'm saying, right? So I'm going to say this, right?
Because I haven't heard something.
Okay, let me put it like this then.
I could say, Danny, I could say right now, I got a mate who's my next door neighbor is the manager of Harry Kane. Right? He's Harry Kane's brother's girlfriend, and he tells me he's going to stay. And if you said, Sean, well, that's bollocks, Sean, I go, no, but it's fucking true, bro. And you go, well, I don't believe it. I go, well, I don't care if you don't believe it. Then it's true. You could say, Sean, that's hearsay. No, you don't know what I'm saying is true.
I get that, right? But I'm just going to say this, right? In a hypothetical scenario, right? If, for example, what I'm saying is that they've put a valuation of Kane on 100 million, and they are prepared, the club are prepared to run down Kane's contract if that offer is not met in the summer and let him leave on a free because the club feel that he's more valuable to stay another season than not. Okay. How do you feel, or how would you feel if that was to happen? Kane leaves on a free and we wouldn't have any money to next. Yeah, the 2024 summer, right? And Kane leaves on a free and we haven't got any money coming in to put towards someone to replace Kane. How do you feel in that scenario? I want to ask all of you guys that question.
How do I feel about the scenario where Harry Kane's put an unreasonably high, well, a level, whether it's reasonable or not, right?
And then leaves for free, and we don't have the money to put towards someone to kind of bring into the club to replace him. How would you feel about that?
I don't think. Well, listen, it comes down to business. It comes down to whether or not you trust Daniel Levy to put the appropriate valuation, knowing full well that if you hold stead on your valuation, that if no one pays it, that you've got a backup plan coming in next season, right? And whether Richarlison is the backup plan, whether he is the plan B, the ultimate successor, or whether, as people are saying in the comments, you can go and buy Osimhen for 80 million quid. The difference is, mate, is that 100 with inflation the way it is, 100 million quid this summer is probably only worth 60 million or 70 million or 80 million next summer, right? Like with the money coming in, you just don't know what's going on in the background. Now it comes like, for me personally, if I knew that Harry Kane said, I want out, and if you don't let me go now for whatever the number is, I will play my contract down. For me, the value of him is a little bit weird because you don't know how committed he's going to be, how many goals he's going to score. But there's for every so I understand that argument, right? Like, does he want to get injured? Is he going to really go in for it? Is he really committed? And there's that argument. But at the same time, you could look at someone like, I don't know, in our world, Udogie, right? Udogie, whatever his fucking name is. He knows he's coming to Tottenham next year. He doesn't need to put in a fucking hard graft at Udinese, but he's the best left wing back in Europe right now. Like, so. Like, there's always that. There's always, like, for every player that's playing for their future, there's another one that's protecting their health. And so, I don't know, Danny. I don't know what the answer is. For me personally, if I knew categorically that Harry Kane wanted out, I'm kind
of putting it towards like Harry Kane leaving on a free, and the club haven't brought in any money to replace to use money to replace.
There would be money. There would be money. There'd have to be money.
No, but in the scenario that I've said, passing that opportunity down, basically.
I get what you're saying, right? But for me personally, like, people were saying, oh, like, Daniel Levy did Harry Kane dirty last year when it came to the Man City deal. Like, everyone said, like, how Harry Kane had a fucking gentleman's handshake agreement and Harry Kane reneged on it. Oh, sorry, Daniel Levy reneged on it. Did he? Right? Like, I'm sure there might have been like a mutual understanding. KPV wants to come back in for last glass. But hi, KPV, one second before I let you back in, let me just finish my point. Harry Kane might have had a gentleman's understanding with Daniel Levy. Look, if Man City make a bid, you'll let me go. Okay, if it's good enough, if it's reasonable enough, right? But Man City never put in a bid that was reasonable money.
As far as I'm aware, Sean, the money that they needed more. They need to double their offer to even come close to even talking.
No, he said 100. He said 120
around 100 million.
120 was the number.
75 million was the number that Man City offered.
No add-ons.
And it was 125 or something that Daniel Levy wanted.
No,
and yet
more than that.
Whatever it was, 150, whatever it was, right? Yeah. Some reasonable amount, but 75 million wasn't reasonable. And
I agree he rejected that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of fucking fans. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people, Danny, and some of them are your mates who said who maintain this fucking argument that Daniel Levy's a cunt for holding. Excuse my French. I know I've just demonetized a 5-hour fucking stream. Lovely jubbly. What a way to finish. That Daniel Levy held him hostage, and it's just not true. If Man City didn't come in and play and bid a reasonable amount, then why would Daniel Levy ever just like, oh, yeah, I did shake your hand and say I'd let you go? There was conditions attached to that, and the condition would be the correct figure. And Man City didn't offer the correct
Daniel
figure.
Levy was he's always happy to let a player go, but if the conditions are met in terms of what he deems a player's value is at. So I can look, Sean, I hate Daniel Levy, right? You know that. I want him gone as soon as possible. And Enoch, right? Exactly, KPV. But on this particular instance of Harry Kane, there is no way in hell. I completely agree with what Daniel Levy did in terms of rejecting that offer, because it was nowhere near what Kane's worth at that time. Kane is too valuable to what he's valued to us as a club, right? And what he means for in terms of the Premier League, being an English player as well. Grealish went for 100 million. So you think Kane's going to go for less? Come off it. Like, his minimum that year was 150 million.
I agree with you. But there's people out there that say, "Oh, Daniel Levy fucking is a dickhead because he reneged on a pre-little handshake thing." Harry Kane's agent, his brother, probably went to Man City and went, "Oh, Harry Kane's got the green light to leave. Just put in a cheeky bid and he's going to go your way." Like, it's naivete, in my opinion. Naivete. KPV, you've jumped back in, mate. But listen, we've been going for 4 hours and 35 minutes. What did you come in? Did you come back in to have your say on a specific topic, or what was the benefit? What was the purpose?
I was just going to say, like, Harry Kane's going to do what he shall not be named. He played down his contract and just joined Arsenal for free. Like, yeah, so like he joined Arsenal for free and played down his contract, and he wanted a 4-year break clause, and if Tottenham could play him that, then he would have been there for at least another year. But Kane wants to win trophies, and Alex said it before, like, Kane wants trophies. if he stays here and wins nothing, then Arsenal fans are now going to say, "Oh, Kane hasn't won nothing." Like, I don't give a fuck what they say. If he wants to win, then the only team he's going to join is Man United. Like, Son has made his mind up. He wants to join Liverpool. I saw.
You think so?
Yeah, like Son has made his mind up and he wants to join Liverpool. Like, when I left the cinema, I checked my phone and it says Son has made his mind up. He wants to join Liverpool. Like,
what film did you see in the cinema?
I saw Avatar, the second one, The Way of Water, and like Peter Crouch, I believe, played for Portsmouth, Liverpool, and all teams, and he won the FA Cup Liverpool. Like, what happened with Michael Owen? He left, I believe, other teams and went to Man United, and Liverpool fans called him a Judas. Like, he wanted to win stuff. He won with Liverpool and went to Man United and won the league. Like, Kane wants to win trophies, then I don't blame him. If he goes, then I'm out. I won't watch Tottenham again.
Wow. No, you'll watch Tottenham again. You'll get past it, mate.
Not about Kane, mate. Like, Kane...
He's not going to play for us forever, mate. You know, in like 5 years' time, whether he stays for his entire career, at some point he's done, right? You got to get past it. You got to get past that, mate. Come on.
Like Tottenham's always going to be here, mate.
Tottenham will always be there. Daniel Levy won't be around for that long.
Yeah.
Like, when Lindsay's gone, I will celebrate that. Then we need a better chairman. Like, Sugar should have stayed better than Levy and Enoch. Like,
oh no.
Sugar, like his name, Lord Sugar? Like Berbatov wanted out, Teddy Sheringham wanted out, and he went to Man United and won trophies, then came back to us. But we just reached the Worthington Cup final, which we won back in '99, and we lost it a couple of years later when Teddy Sheringham.
Who scored in that game, mate, in 1999? I remember that game. Who scored in it?
Everson. It was against Nottingham Forest, fella. It was the Teddy Sheringham derby, mate. It was the Teddy Sheringham derby.
This man KPV has. I was listening to you on We Are Tottenham TV the other day. Your knowledge of historical fact
he's got very
is
good
mad.
knowledge.
When you said, like, you were talking about a player that left Atletico Madrid and went to Manchester City in like 2011, and you named the player, not just where they came from, where they went, but
big
also,
up KPV.
not just the year, but also the price that they left for. I was like, wow, this guy's got some serious.
Very good Spurs knowledge.
Aguero. Aguero. Like, and the club already disrespected our most successful manager in history, Bill Nicholson, after Newcastle game. Oh, let's go and book Tyson Fury fight. Fucking hell! When is it gonna end? Seriously.
I love it, KBB.
Give it to them, KBB. That's exactly what I said. You know what I said? You know who I saw to saying that, by the way? The Queen Ellie. Yeah, because she said exactly the same thing I said as well. It was bad taste, and that's it. So big up to you, KBV. That's what I said as well. Big up to you. Yeah, that's what's called box office. That's what they call box office. Yeah, see what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, man.
Of entertainment and truth.
The blockbuster.
That's what I need to say.
The blockbuster KPV.
He's taking over you now, Alex. He's the KPV box office now. He's taking over
the channel too, man. You are. Alex is always spot on, man.
Listen, guys, it was a game of 4 hours and 40 minutes. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
We're always spot on, man. So listen to the masters here. You're looking at the two masters here, always spot on, man. Alex is, and if you didn't know, now you know.
Now you know. Now you know.
Yeah.
All right, guys, listen, it's been 4 hours, 40 minutes. There's still 100 people. Do me a favor, guys, before you check out, there's 100 of you left. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button for the channel. Really appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed. Listen, I was supposed to come on this show. It was supposed to be an hour. It was just going to be me and maybe Jacob, and then all of a sudden there was like 15 people came in. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to remember all the people that did come on. I will figure it out. I'll watch it back tomorrow. I'll make sure I put all of the links of everyone's channels in the description that came on. I want to say thank you so much. Danny, what's happening on your Tottenham on tour, my man? Tell me.
Brian released a video today, just kind of going over like his thoughts on the latest kind of things that's been going on. I think we're gonna have another show either the next week or the week after. I think it might be our new Around the Clock Rule segment.
Oh, you cut me out, yeah? Cut me out.
Yeah, you're done, Sean. You're fucking done.
I was captain of the round the clock rule for like the best part of last year. And I ain't got an invite in the last 6 months.
That deluded idiot down there as well.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that, Alex? Me and you were like fucking prime time guests on that fucking show.
Yeah. For about 3 weeks. Yeah, like I'm always is. You know what I mean?
3 weeks.
The master's back.
Yeah, we don't know if that's going to be our new segment, but we have got a new show that's going to come out. We did one last Wednesday, and we want to bring like a bit more balanced views with the whole debate about the club and what's going on, the future of the club. So we're going to do a show every couple of weeks.
Balance.
Yeah, it's a very balanced
I am
show.
the king of balance. I am Mr. Reasonable. That's what they call me.
Yeah, all right, Thong. But yeah, I will just keep an eye on Tottenham Talk because you'll see a notification on that when the show goes up.
I had a fucking invite on that channel for about 9 months, people.
There's
100 of you watching. If any of you frequent that fucking channel, then you got to go over there and start asking questions. What happened to Mr. Reasonable? Mr. The balanced of all that. Mr. Balanced. What happened there?
I'm going to call you Mr. Thong now. I love that. Thanks for that, Paul.
Phil, what's happening, mate? You got anything to plug, my man?
No, nothing, mate. Just good to be on the show with you guys. Good chat and good debate. It's always I always like to be balanced, with the chat, and it's been a good debate and a good show, and it's always to be, always good to be on this show. So, big up to you guys.
It's been a while, mate, since I've done the live streams with you, mate. But we're back doing them now 3 times a week. I appreciate you coming on. You're always welcome, as is Danny, even though I'm not welcome on his channel no more. And Alex, Mr. Box Office.
Everybody knows how it goes every single time because you know how it goes because I had to reset, refresh, and release a different side of me, and there's going to be some new content because a new refreshing side to Mr. Box Office. Unlike some other people in the comments who thought, "Oh, we don't want Mr. Box Office." I'm still here. So what are you saying? So, like I said, you know how it goes and you know how it is. It's Mr. Box Office, Alex THFC. And if you don't know, get to know because you know what time it is when Alex is on the mic every single time. You know what I mean? I'm on the road to 400 subscribers, as I said, every single time as well. You know what I mean? You know what it is. You know what time it is.
Man,
it's Box Office, and that's it. Take care.
Links. The second that, guys, for anyone that's still watching, there's still 100 of you. Anyone that's still watching, I'm gonna as soon as this thing finishes, I'm gonna go and get every single person that's come on tonight with their various channels, and I'm gonna put it into the description. So make sure you go and subscribe to. Fucking hell, if I go through them all, I'm gonna forget them all. So I'm gonna just say that just hang back for 5 minutes after the stream, and I'll get all the links in there. Please go and subscribe to everybody. The KPV, mate, have you got a channel? You should have a channel. You definitely need a channel.
David pulled it up the other day when I was on his channel. David plugged it up.
What is it?
You can type it up. I believe it's Carl Vineyard, We Are Tottenham TV, KPV or something. Yeah, type it up. Oh,
wait, what? What do you want me to do? What is it?
Wait.
Is it on Twitter or you got a YouTube channel now? Have you?
Yeah, I believe I do.
I've got to subscribe to that.
But I need everyone to subscribe so I can go live sometime soon. I'm only about 19 or 20, so I need to get to at least 150.
Oh, Carl Patrick. Okay, I got it.
You found it?
Yeah, I found it, and I've already subscribed. When did I subscribe to that? I didn't know that. I'm one of the 21 subscribers. I've already subscribed to you. There you go, guys. There is KPV. KPV. It's in the thing there. It's We Are Tottenham TV -KPV. I didn't even know I was a subscriber, but I'm one of your first 21 subscribers.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
I've subscribed, KPV. You've now got 22 subscribers.
22. Ben's been better subscribers. There's going to be trouble for those two jabronis. I know they're probably watching. They're getting called out. Daigle must subscribe as well. Where's Daigle when you need him?
Hold up. Let me just, whilst I got them on, I've got the Tottenham on tours right there, guys. Make sure you get that one done. Get everyone on. And Alex THFC, He needs to change his name to Mr. Box Office.
Give the Irish Hotspur a plug as well. I'm on there quite a bit, so yeah, give that one a plug as well. Sure.
Everyone should be on the Irish Hotspur already. But let me get it for you. All right, guys. Listen, I got to be up like fucking 6 o'clock in the morning.
Jesus, 6 o'clock. Now.
But I would usually be up at 7:30 to take the Bugsy out for a walk. But I think tomorrow there might be some financial results that come out. And I'm hoping if it is as it should be, then they should be out by 7 a.m. So I'm going to have my desk lamp set up. I've got the lamp done. I've got the fucking highlighter pen. I've got the notepad. I've got everything ready to go through everything. I'm going to bring it to you as soon as I see it. And I will be doing a stream at some point tomorrow. I'd say if it's out. If it's not out, then I'm not going to be streaming. But if it is out, then I'll be streaming by about 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. Look out for it on the channel. I love you all. Thank you, everyone, on the comments in the comments that's been around for the whole entire evening. Thank you, everyone on the panel right now. Thank you to everyone that was on the panel earlier. There were so many of you. I love every single one of you. Guys, it was a long one. Like, share, and subscribe. And as always,
Levy out.
Come on, you Spurs.
Levy out.
Come on, you Spurs.